Hey, good morning, good morning. Hey, know I'm tone bite, know I'm tone bite, know I'm tone bite. We back, Ratchet Gang. We back with another one. We back with another banger. Let's get the likes up. Look, you might have forgot. Hell, they might have forgot. But you already know it's the king. Too loyal, no tone, but Ratchet TV. Hey, y'all already know, man. Y'all already know. Get the likes up if you in the building. And if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, tap that notification bell so you can get the drop whenever I drop. Alright, so boom. Man. We got to talk, Ratchet Gang. We got to chop it up. Today we getting back, and I do mean back. We getting back into this Diddy trial, this Diddy case. We finna get to it. Everybody make sure y'all get the likes up as y'all into the live. Double tap the screen to get the likes up. We finna get started in just a second. My morning been all over the place, you know what I'm saying? So I had to it took me a little extra time to get the show ready and get my dogs taken care of. So cheers to I got my coffee. Let's go. Y'all already know what it is, man. So y'all know we left off last time. Don Richard was getting on the stand. So are y'all ready to get this live started? Let me know in the chat, man. Hold on. Let me get trying to get everything ready on the back end. Make sure y'all double tap the screen and get ready for the live, man. We finna get started. Y'all know we finna act a fool on X today. We finna get on X and act a fool today, just like we did not yesterday, on Friday. I was too tired to go live this weekend, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I put in a lot of hours on this case during week one. So we're gonna get to it this week, and we finna chop it all up again. So let's get ready to get to this live. Let me make sure my screen is set. Just give me a second while I get this ready, y'all. I had to move that over. See, I can't never tell unless I'm on live. All right, give me a second, y'all. Move it over there a little bit. Let me see. Oh, we should be good on that. Let's move it up just a little bit. There we go. My bad. Let's move it up like that. Boom. Boom. Alright, hold on. Damn it, man. Alright. Man. Alright, we should be straight. That should be straight. Let me see. That should be straight. Y'all can see the screen. If you can't see the screen, make sure you hit the three dots at the top right hand corner and just remove the live chat. There's three dots at the top right hand corner and just remove the live chat if you can't see. So then that way the words will pop up on the screen. You know what I'm talking about? Alright. So I just have to remember my screen be up higher on the damn live stream than it do on mine. So I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. Alright. Yeah, so that's how I'm alright, but it's all good. Alright, so what we gonna do is we gonna start over here. They started about an hour ago. Roughly. They didn't really start. It jumped in court about an hour ago, but I say that, yeah, they got started about an hour ago. Alright, so we finna get into this. If y'all kept up last week, let me know in the chat. If y'all was keeping up last week, hold on. And we're gonna ask this again starting today. Well, let me do it like this. Do you think Don will cook Diddy? Yes, her story means a lot, or no, she is all cap. Let me know in the chat, y'all. I just put a poll up. Let me know in the chat if y'all believe Don is gonna cook Diddy today. We left off last time where Cassie kind of got exposed. And I ain't gonna lie, a lot of us left over here feeling a little bit different about Cassie last time we left off. I ain't gonna lie, man. The chat started to switch up and turn on Cassie. I was even kind of shocked at how quick people just turned on her. Now, I still think like I said, a lot of people think she's a victim. I think Cassie, we honestly, I don't think we'll ever hear from Cassie again. I think Cassie finna ride off into the sunset. She ain't worried about doing no music. She ain't trying to work. It is what it is. She got off. She got the money. She got 30 M's. She switched up on Diddy. And we'll see if her testimony was enough to bury him. Me personally, I think the defense did a great job cleaning that mess up. Now, I think that was very, very messy, but I think the defense did the best job they could do to clean that shit right on up. Did it work on everybody? Nah, but I mean, it did it work on the jurors? That's the only thing we got to be worried about. It ain't really our personal feelings. You got to think about this, like I said, in the mind of a juror. So every time we go live, I tell you to put your mind in the mind frame of one of these jurors. And if you would fuck what you thinking, how would you think if this was your job? How would you think if you had no choice but to be unbiased? You know what I'm saying? Just so put it from an unbiased ear and eye and just tell me what you're thinking about the case. So like I said, take your personal feelings out this case. It has nothing to do with your personal feelings. If you stick to the keynote to the case, you'll kind of see that it ain't a clear shot whether he gonna beat this, and it ain't a clear shot if they gonna cook him for this. It could go either way. I think this puts me in the mind frame of the OJ case. It puts me in the mind frame of the R. Kelly case. It kind of puts me in the mind frame of a lot of these little cases that we cover with. It could flip a fucking coin. It can go either way. You just got to put yourself into the mind of a juror. Now, on the outside looking in, a lot of people thought OJ did that. Whether he did or didn't, I mean, that's between him, whoever, and God. But you got to put yourself in the mind of one of these jurors. A lot of people thought OJ was cooked when that jury came back not guilty. A lot of people thought Michael Jackson was going to be cooked. A lot of people thought, a lot of people thought R. Kelly would probably get off. I'm going to be real. A lot of people probably thought R. Kelly was going to get off. R. Kelly got cooked, so it could go either way. I don't know, man. Y'all tell me in the chat what y'all thinking about it. We need to get to 200 likes, man. We had 173. Can I get 27 people to go ahead and double tap that screen and get these likes up? If you can't see the live, hit the three dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. We finna go ahead and get this live started, man. So it said, Don been trying to get at Diddy for the longest time. But I asked y'all in the chat, do you think Don will cook Diddy? And 62% of the chat says, yes, her story means a lot. And 38% of the room say, no, she's all cap. So we gonna see. I don't know. We finna find out if Don's testimony is finna be enough. So when I get to my screen, I'm gonna have to do it like this. When I put it like that. Hold on, give me a second. Let me move that so I can see. Let me move this live chat so I can see how it look on the screen. So it stops right there. My screen is low. All right, so I'm gonna have to read the one at the top because y'all can. Okay, I can read the first two and then I just have to go down. All right, I got it. Don't worry about it. I got it. I just had to see how I had to do this. All right, it's cool. I'll figure it out because y'all can't see what I can see. My screen is longer than y'all, so I just have to figure it out as I go along so y'all can read along with me. All right. So anyway, let's go. We in court, y'all. Everybody get your coffee, your notebooks out. Y'all should be taking notes as this goes on, because I ain't gonna lie, I've been taking notes as this been going on, and I've been keeping up with every fucking detail. That's why I'm able to look at it unbiased. I'm looking at it from both angles. I'm looking at it from both sides. Sometimes y'all even heard me get up here and say, nah, bro, I don't know. After first day in court, I was like, I don't know, Diddy. This is looking bad, bro. Like, they got you out here looking fucked up. It just depends on the defense, how y'all defend this shit. Because, I mean, not only did I feel like Diddy was cooked on day one, the more I started to listen to Cassie on day two, I started to be like, you know what? I don't know about that. Then by day three, I'm like, hold on, Diddy might be winning. You know what I'm saying? And then by day four, I think everybody's looking like, hold on, man, what in the fuck is going on here? Then by day five, we're just like, we're completely confused on what in the fuck is going on and what are we witnessing? I don't know if this is the greatest love story ever told or if I'm looking at a Rico. I don't know if I'm looking at the Notebook or the Rico, the violent version of the Notebook and a Rico. I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point. I'm confused as hell. So We're gonna continue, man. They said, me too. I'm taking notes. Well, you should be taking notes. I didn't do that open panel this weekend. Like I said, I was tired, man. But it seems like y'all a little bit tired right now because y'all ain't double tapping that screen and getting these likes up. I need y'all to double tap that screen as you enter the live and start getting these likes up. So we finna get active on YouTube and Twitter. So let's go, man. The judge says, all rise. The judge also says, on the defense application with regard to Don Richard, Ms. Garagos' opening statement opened the door to this testimony. As to Mr. James, the testimony would be admissible absent more. The AUSA says, as I urged in my letter, judge says, just ruled orally on letters that are not in the docket, although they are clearly judicial documents. So the judge also says the same brand testimony that was objection to on Friday. Does the government expect Ms. Richard to say what she heard she saw? And the judge says yes. That said that would be permissible, just like the testimony in the recording studio. And then AUSA Slavic says personal assistants were with Mr. Combs 20 hours a day. Their testimony is admissible. Judge says my concern is that there are other ways to get this evidence in. What Mr. James would add to this postscript. Combs, I can't say that his lawyer's name, so I'm just going to say his lawyer says on the David James issue, this defeats the whole purpose of hearsay objection. The government is arguing that it admissible because they said it's all admissible because the job descriptions are so vague. We contend these are personal matters. So let me stop right there and ask y'all, what the fuck do y'all think they trying to say right now before we even continue and get started? Can I just stop this real quick? Tell me, what are y'all hearing right now? When you hear those words come out, what is that telling you whenever they say, hold on. What the fuck? The judge basically is saying they're going to be objecting to some of the testimonies. So what y'all think about that? They say the movie Blink Twice is definitely about Hollywood anyway. Man. Somebody tell me in the chat what y'all think that mean. I don't see y'all chit-chatting in the chat. What's going on? Like, tell me, what do y'all think this means before we continue? What the hell is going on? Well, some of y'all might be at work. I understand. Y'all can't type like that. It says, reminds me of the movie Blink Twice. Somebody said, 2 people talking about Blink Twice up in here. So I don't know, man. Let me see. Man. All right, so I guess y'all ain't gonna tell me what the hell y'all got going on in y'all heads when it comes to this shit. So it's all good, man. I just think that something big finna happen here. I don't know what the fuck gonna happen with this Don testimony, but something big. They said they're driving. It's all good. I know some of y'all at work, some of y'all driving to work. They said it means nothing. A lot of people speculate. They said, hey, that's between y'all, sounds personal. Girlfriend, not friend shit. I don't know, man. We finna see. We finna see exactly what it means, but all right, let's continue. So I guess a lot of y'all drive. They said the defense is trying to keep it out. Maybe Don's testimony is very important. I ain't gonna lie. I thought Don would be up there and it wouldn't be too much because this is my opinion before we get started. I think what they're trying to say is all y'all are coming with is shit that could have happened. Y'all ain't really presenting facts. Y'all keep on talking about what someone else saw. That's why the judge is like, are they going to get up here and just say what they saw? So you're not going to come with no evidence. You're just going to, someone is basically just going to say, well, I saw these things. This was happening. He said this. So you're not going to come with no receipts. You're only going to come with speculation. That's my part. So the only proof they seem to have is Cassie. The other people is just one word against it. Yep, exactly. I said they just trying to find things that can connect to a RICO. They said, oh, this is crazy to me. Should never took him to jail for that. They said that's a witness. I know we need actual receipts. Exactly. So, all right, let's continue. They said on the David James issue, this defeats the whole purpose of this testimony hearsay objection. The government is arguing that it's all admissible because the job descriptions are so vague. We contend these are personal matters. The judge says, let me focus on the assault on the chef. Mr. James learns from a member of the security detail that Mr. Combs assaulted the chef. Wouldn't that be a scope of their employment? Mr. A says, Combs A says, I don't know what relevance this has to racketeering. So we're going to stop again right there. They're saying, what does any of this have to do with again, they're saying these are just personal matters between two people. This ain't got nothing to do with racketeering. This ain't got nothing to do with trafficking. He's charged with racketeering and trafficking. He's charged with both of those. He's not charged with an assault, bro. Like, he's not charged with domestic violence. Y'all are focusing in on all the wrong stuff, and everything else is just hearsay. That's what the defense is trying to argue right now. They're saying, man, bro, this is cap. This is personal between some people. These testimonies should not be allowed on trial for a RICO. A lot of people say, I still don't see a RICO. So that's the problem we got right here, man. It's not that they're scared of Don's testimony. It's not that Don's testimony is important. It's not that the chef's testimony is important. It can't connect to shit. Y'all are just trying to put doubt in the jurors' minds and connect that somehow to a RICO, and this has nothing to do with any of the shit y'all are talking about. That's the problem Diddy's defense team got. Not to me, they got a point there. It's like, bro, when are we going to talk about the racketeering? When are we going to, we've seen all their testimony. Their testimony ain't focusing in on the RICO. It's not saying nothing that has to do with trafficking. It's not saying nothing that has to do with racketeering. So what are we talking about here, bro? What the fuck are we doing? That's what they want to know. What are we doing? They said they only telling them how he's a horrible person. That's it. Exactly. So, all right, let's continue, man. Let's continue. So, they said this is becoming sort of a bad act free for all. A bad act free for all. That's what now Combs' other lawyers step in and say, this, y'all forgot he got a whole team. They let the woman talk to Diddy. Now, Agnifilo, I don't know how to say his name, man. I don't know how to say his name, but I'm just going to call him Ag, man. Lawyer Ag says this is becoming sort of a bad act free for all. Assault is just not one of the racketeering acts. AUSA Slavic says, this is relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise. The chef is identified as a victim of forced labor. And then Mr. A says, I'm going to defer to Miss Westmoreland on other witnesses. Now, Combs Westmoreland says, Mr. Richard claims that Mr. Combs assaulted Miss Ventura right in front of her. And they said I think they meant Miss Richard claims that Mr. Combs assaulted Miss Ventura right in front of her. These other alleged threats are nowhere near in close proximity to an alleged assault. Combs Westmoreland also says, we have to distinguish between the Danity Kane and the Diddy Dirty Money errors, and Mr. Pierre telling her, where are you going to go? I don't see how that can be constructed as a threat. And then the judge says, let me think about it. The judge also says, we have an application from the press that emails be put into the record. I am directing you to put them together and put them in the docket by next Tuesday. And rather that it says, and after that on a weekly basis. And then, I don't know, bro. So basically they got to present these emails to the press. So these emails is finna get leaked. They trying to sweep too much of this case underneath the rug, but I don't really think they're going to be able to, not too much longer. So it's looking like they finna come with some emails that we all can see. So that was about 30 minutes ago when we had got started. So if y'all are keeping up, let me know in the chat. And it says, challenging these judicial documents not going into the docket at all. Now they will, but on a weekly basis, maybe require another filing. So they said, here is Intercity Press filing challenging these judicial documents not going into the docket at all. And now they will, but now they said, but on a week's delay. So they're going to be on the delay for a week. So it's going to take them a week to get us this. Intercity Press is saying they basically hit these people up like challenging, hey fam, why we not being able to see this shit? Good luck to Intercity Press. That's dope as hell. So now The jury just got in there 41 minutes ago. The jury came in, and AUSA Slavic says, when Mr. Combs told you people could go missing, how did you interpret it? Excuse me. Don says that people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us. AUSA says, as Diddy Dirty Money? And Don Richard says, yes. AUSA Slavic says, what did you observe? Don Richard says he would drag her and kick her and punch her in the mouth. AUSA says, what would prompt these acts of violence? And Combs Westmoreland says, objection. Judge says, overruled. Don Richard says when she would speak up for herself. So she's saying when Cassie would speak up for herself, that's when all of the violence would start. So AUSA Slavic says, who in security witnessed these things? Don Richard saying D-Rock and Bonds. So again, D-Rock's name pops right back up into this case. We keep getting D-Rock's name. So I'm wondering, at some point, doesn't D-Rock have to testify? If his name come up this many times in a RICO racketeering trafficking case, wouldn't you think at some point D-Rock gonna have to hit that stand? I rewinded it by accident. Oh, it's all good, Jay Hughes. Wouldn't y'all think at some point D-Rock is going to get, well, I would already think he got subpoenaed for this shit. I would already think that he got subpoenaed. So I don't know. I think at some point D-Rock got to hit that stand, man. They said, why is she there? I don't know why they got this lady here, but we gonna see. She got something, obviously. And AUSA Slavic says, in the residence, what happened? Don Richard says he punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset, like she was hurt. Combs Westmoreland, objection. Judge says sustain. AUSA says, what injuries did she have? And she says, swollen eye. AUSA Slavic says, why did you remain with Miss Ventura after this incident? Don Richard says, I wanted her to feel supported. AUSA says, what is this? Don Richard says, the Central Park event. Photo of Cassie in sunglasses and Don Richard too. AUSA says, why did you wear them? Solidarity. AUSA says, the next assault, who was there? Don Richard says, D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre. AUSA says, who was Mr. Pierre? Don Richard says, Ed Bad Boy answering to Sean Combs. AUSA says, did they do anything? Richard says, none of us did anything. Salute to Leash for that 20 piece. I appreciate you. That's the first super chat of the day. Salute to Leash for that 20 piece. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. So, do y'all see what the government is doing here? Let me know in the chat if y'all see what the government is doing here. I see exactly. And they're doing it quick, too. They said, ain't D-Rock one of the Yin Yang twins? What? What the hell is you talking about? They said, why isn't Jean on the stand? They said, something weird with her. She looking for a money grab. They said, yes, I think he would be on the stand. His name is being brought up so much he's going to have to. How would they not? They said, so Don was a follower. They said, someone you have people around you don't know what's going on because you have a certain job to do. And it says, time to wake up and take notes. Now, salute Deck out here. I appreciate that 2-piece. Salute, salute, salute. I don't know, man. I'm paying attention to the verbiage here. So it seems like, to me, they trying to connect this RICO early with the criminal organization. They trying to say this criminal enterprise. That's why they keep naming names. They keep saying D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre. If you remember, Harv Pierre is in the RICO. We just don't know why he hasn't been arrested yet, because he's been alleged of R-wording. He's been alleged of SA. He's been alleged of being around Diddy, aiding and abetting. He has been in this. His name is in every lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? Go back to the especially what's the old boy name? What is old boy name that filed the lawsuit on him? I'm catching a blank. Lil Rod. Okay, yeah, Lil Rod, his lawsuit. And I really think that them dismissing his lawsuit kind of helped, because his lawsuit was going along with Cassie's lawsuit, which Don Richard's is going along with both of theirs. So they kind of had Diddy in a criminal organization, and were Don Richard, Lil Rod, Cassie are all alleging that Diddy had this criminal enterprise. They just chose to focus on the relationship with Cassie, but I'm thinking they're going to get deeper into because Don worked with him, I think they're going to start getting into the workers and show these people was around aiding and abetting, and this was like a criminal organization. I believe that's where they're going with Don's testimony. But we still don't know yet. We're still trying to figure it out. Double tap the screen, man. We only got 200 and some likes, man, and we got 700 some people in here. Double tap that screen, man. What y'all got going on, man? Double tap that screen for me, man. Double tap that screen. All right, so anyway, they said, the next assault, who was there? Don Richard says D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, Harv Pierre. Oh, my bad, damn it. And it said, who was Harv Pierre? At Bad Boy answering to Sean Combs. AUSA says, did they do anything? Richard says, none of us did anything. Don Richard says, when we drove back to L.A., he slapped Cassie in the mouth and told her to shut the F up. AUSA says, how did the passengers respond? Don Richard says, we stayed silent the rest of the ride. Don Richard says, I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I'd approach Mr. Combs with softness. AUSA says, did you try to intervene in their relationship? Don Richard says, no, for my own safety. AUSA says, did you see Mr. Combs was using drugs? Don Richard says, yes. Weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine. AUSA says, opiates? And Don Richard says, that I never saw. AUSA says, who brought him the drugs? Don Richard says, one stop, he had it all, including Plan B, birth control. Boy, this girl up there telling, boy, she telling everything she's seen in that motherfucker. Salute to Paul for the 10-piece. Says, salute, gang. I'll be tuned in and out ratchet while at work. Salute. I appreciate you, Paul. Salute. Thank you for the 10-piece. So Don Richard in here, she giving it up. Don Richard is in here giving it up, y'all. So let's go there again. She said, I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I approached Mr. Combs with softness. AUSA said, did you try to intervene in the relationship? Don Richard says, no, for my own safety. AUSA says, did you see Mr. Combs using drugs? Don Richard says, yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine. They say opiates? Don Richard says, that I never saw. AUSA says, who brought him the drugs? Don Richard says, one stop, he had it all, including Plan B, birth control. AUSA says, did you see Mr. Combs with guns? Don Richard says, yes, handguns on his lower back. AUSA says, who else had guns? Don Richard says, security, D-Rock, and Bonds. AUSA says, what did you do after Bad Boy? And then Don Richard says, sing, whenever I got momentum, I'd get a Facebook from him. I guess she said when she got a little bit of momentum, she got a Facebook from him. They said, how would you speak with him? Don Richard says, very soft. I always called him bro. AUSA says, why did you not disclose the abuse you seen? Don Richard says, I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre. AUSA says, when did you speak out? Don Richard says, 2024. Don Richard says, I saw Miss Ventura take a stand and tell the truth. Combs Westmoreland, objection. Judge says, sustain. AUSA says, did you see Miss Ventura file a lawsuit and then you file your own? And Don Richard says, yes. Judge says, cross. Combs Westmoreland says, you are aware there is a motion to dismiss your lawsuit. Don Richard says, I have civil lawyers. Westmoreland says, so they crossing them as they go. This ain't like Cassie, the star witness. Remember I told y'all there was a star witness and they had to let people don't like listening when I be talking sometimes, but Cassie was the star witness in this. Don't give a fuck who y'all think else is going to come up here. I'm telling you, Cassie was the star witness. You could take that. You don't have to believe it. You could think there's going to be someone with more significance. They let Cassie lay down that shit for a whole week. Cassie is the star witness. Everybody else is gonna get treatment like this for the most part. That's why she said cross. She jumping up there now. They don't gotta wait 2 days to cross. They crossing while we right there. They crisscrossing, crossing over. I feel like I'm in the NBA playoffs right now. Let's go. The judge says cross. Westmoreland says, you are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit. Don Richard says, I have civil lawyers. Westmoreland says, you sat with the prosecution and the allegations have changed. They wrote it wrong there, but it says I guess your allegations have changed is what it says. You sat with prosecutors and your allegations changed. Don Richard says, I've been consistent. Combs' lawyer Westmoreland says, you testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs and Miss Ventura dropped down to a fetal position, right? Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall? You didn't see it? Don Richard says, I don't recall. Here they go again. Hey, anytime you feel like you finna lie, just say I don't recall. Anytime you know you get caught in a lie, just pretend like you don't. Look, she didn't got caught in a lie. I don't recall that. Hold on, what you talking about? So that was a little bit ago. So 5 minutes ago, they came back in. Combs Westmoreland says, would you agree with me? It has been hard for you to keep your story straight with the respect to this egg incident. Don Richard says, I told it as close as I could. Westmoreland says, the day after, you say Mr. Combs said people go missing. She said, yes. Combs Westmoreland says, let's go to your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Mr. Combs told you people go missing. Don Richard says, I don't recall that. Westmoreland says, no worries. I'm going to show you a document for the parties only page 5. For the parties only page 5. So here go Don Richard lying. Let's go. Here we go. Oops. We go with the lies, Don. Here we go with the lies, Don. My bad. Let's go there, man. Here we go with these lies, Don. So Don is already starting with the damn lies. She's starting with the damn lies. And she said, let's go to your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Mr. Combs told you people go missing. This is March 18th, and here we are, you know what I'm saying, a couple months later, and now all of a sudden you switched your whole story. She told me, did you switch your story? I don't recall switching my story yet. Well, look at this. I don't recall saying it. She said, you did an interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Combs told you people go missing. Don Richard says, I don't recall that. Westmoreland says, no worries. I'm going to show you a document for the parties only, page 5. See, I keep telling y'all the difference between Don Richard, all these people going up against Diddy and Diddy, he's coming with the receipts. They are just saying what they saw or heard. They ain't giving out facts. Everybody just getting up there saying, oh, I seen this. I heard him say this. I felt like this. Well, why don't you show us that you felt like that? Why don't you show us he said these things? Why don't you prove to us beyond a reasonable doubt that Diddy actually did any of this shit y'all are talking about? They said her statement won't stick. They said, where are all the real victims? These are liars. They said, yep, I knew it. Her energy feels weird. Got to keep it straight for sure. They said the blueprint to work around. They said Cassie is the footprint. That's a terrible stat. Witness didn't make any progress. They said exactly. It's like they built this case around her. They said right here say nobody can go off what you are saying. And they said her statement won't stick. So what are y'all thinking in the chat? I asked y'all I did a poll right there. There's a poll sitting right there in the chat at the bottom of the chat. It says, do you think Don will cook Diddy? It's went down now. 57% of the room say, yes, her story means a lot. 43% of the room says, no, she is all cap. I need everybody to vote on that poll. Let me know how you feeling. Do you think Don is going to cook Diddy? What you think is, so far, what you think happening, what you think is going to happen? Also, if you think Don going to cook Diddy, drop the gems in the chat. If you think Diddy is going to cook Don, drop the caps. Who you think gonna win this head up? You know, he in another playoff series. I think he came out on top in the game 7 with Cassie. I think he probably got that one in 6. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like they jumped off to a 2-0 lead, He came back, tied it 2-2, went down 3-2, and came back and won the last two games. And I think he got that one in 6. I think by the time we got to day 5 of that case, that shit was done. I think we already knew where we was going. That Diddy won by a landslide Friday to me. So that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, though. I don't know what the hell I be talking about. So before we continue there, let's go over here. We're going to be covering it from 2 different spots today. So we're going to go over here. But this one I'd always do this when I go to that website. It's all good. I just got to move we should be straight like that. And I'll move it back over when we get to the other one. Man. All right, let's get to it. So as we get over here, the second week of Sean Diddy Combs' trial is expected to bring forth more government witnesses, including the return of Danity Kane singer Don Richard, who took the stand on Friday. Richard recalled a 2009 episode in which Combs allegedly attacked his ex, Cassandra Cassie Ventura, with a frying pan while she was making eggs. Y'all think Cassie was really in there making eggs? I think that story might be a little made up. Ventura had already spent 4 grueling days detailing, or it probably happened, but she probably just didn't witness it. My bad for saying. It probably really happened. I just don't think that Dawn seen the shit. She probably heard it from another room, but I don't think she witnessed it. But anyway, Ventura had already spent 4 grueling days detailing the drug and sex-fueled freak-offs with male prostitutes that are at the heart of this trial. Combs, 55, is facing 5 criminal charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The music mogul has pled not guilty. Ventura, 38, said she was coerced into organizing and participating in these events. In 2016, she said she was beaten while trying to flee the site of a freak-off at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. Video of the beating was first released by CNN last year. She also alleged that Combs threatened to release her sex tapes, a form of blackmail. Combs' defense team argues that the pair had a volatile drug-fueled relationship in which both parties were violent. Combs, they said, may be guilty of domestic abuse, but these crimes are not being charged. These are crimes he is not being charged with. During the cross-examination, Ventura was asked to read hundreds of messages between the couple, including some in which she expressed enthusiasm for the freak-offs. The trial is expected to last 8 weeks. Combs also faces more than 70 civil complaints, including one by Richard. He has denied all the allegations against him. So right there, it's going to get spicy today. I think Don is going to make things very interesting. I think Don is going to make shit very, very interesting. So we're going to see about that, man. We are going to see how shit plays out in court today. But let's get back to it. All right. Let me get back over here and move my damn screen. Man. All right. Ooh. My fault. Is that right? Let me see. All right, yeah, we should be good. All right. Man. All right. Let me get back over here. All righty, let's see. Combs Westmoreland said, let's go to your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about what Mr. Combs told you, that people will go missing. Don Richard says, I don't recall that. Westmoreland says, no worries, I'm going to show you a document for the parties only. Page 5. Combs Westmoreland says, isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you the previous interviews? Don Richard says, I know what I said. Westmoreland says, you said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall 7 times? So right there, Don Richard getting caught in her lies. They said the first time she ever made the statement that he said people could go missing was a week ago. So this is the government planting fake ass receipts. These are fake receipts. Allegedly, Diddy never said that to this damn lady. Allegedly, they saying Diddy didn't even say this shit. You just switched that. You've had 7 interviews, and that's the first time you said this. We can go back to every interview you've ever had with the government, and you've never said that in none of your old statements. And she told me, I know what I said. Oh, of course you know what you said. You reading it. This is the documents from your interviews with the government. We went back and seen all that shit. You switched this up a week ago. You never said nothing. That's why they were so pressed to block Don's testimony, because they already knew they was finna come in this bitch playing dirty. They already knew that the government was finna come in here playing dirty, man. So what y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? Y'all think the government is out of line for that? The government seems to be out of line, man. Hold on. Oh man, hold on. I said, so the government is planning fake news? The government is over here planting fake news as we speak. We got the government. I told y'all, see, people gonna start listening when I be talking. I said this was the Fed's sloppiest work I'd never seen, and they finna get exposed. My opinion. I think I'm gonna put it like this. I think by the end of this, the only thing you will probably be able to charge Diddy with, and I think there's one charge on here I don't think he possibly can beat. And it's gonna take a lot to get this out of the jurors' minds. But I think by the end of that, he probably would only get a couple years, because he's already been in jail for this long. And I think the only thing they can get on him is probably the going to engage into transportation or prostitution or something like that. He might get like a count of that or so. I don't know. Maybe. If anything, I think he might go down for the transportation to, you know what I'm saying, engage in prostitution. I think that is going to be the toughest one to beat. I think the racketeering, he'll be able to beat that. I think the trafficking, I think he'll be able to beat that. So I could be wrong though. He might not go down for none. He might go down for all. I don't know. I'm just saying, from what I'm seeing, that's the only one that's going to be kind of hard to beat. That's the only one that's going to be kind of hard to beat. They said, I'm getting scared. Is this good or bad? They said they tried to assassinate her character, so that's their job. However, I like that they keep mentioning the death threats. I think that may be something the jurors keep on remembering. Yeah, they're saying it, but the death threats never happened. You can't even prove that. That again goes on to what I keep saying. Like, Diddy's team is coming with facts, with receipts. These people are just going by hearsay, and to me personally, I wouldn't want no damn hearsay in my damn trial. You telling me when somebody said they heard me say, man, come on, dog. Where did I say that at? Where is that at? Because that shit ain't true. That's what will be my defense. What the fuck, man? Somebody just saying they heard me say some shit. That don't mean I said shit. That don't mean I said a damn thing. So, man. I said, oh boy, no worries. Sounds so passive, aggressive. I don't know, man. I'm just starting to think they don't really got a case. And I keep telling everybody, brother, this ain't no case. I've never seen a case like this in my life before. I said, Dawn, I said what I said. Yeah, she gonna stick to it. They say this Dawn right now. She said, I said what I said. And it's crazy that Dawn is just sitting up there lying. They said, we don't need no hateration. So do y'all think, Kimbo says, I'm confused. So basically what's going on is they're allowing Dawn to get up here and recall stories that she can't prove, has no receipts of, and her stories are changing. They've interviewed Dawn 7 times. She said in all her other statements that she heard a pan hit the wall. And I guess somebody told her what happened. Like Cassie might have told her later, oh, he beat me in the kitchen. But allegedly, Dawn never even seen this shit. Dawn has never said that she's seen this up until she started switching her story up a week ago. Also, whenever she said Diddy made these death threats to her. All of her interviews with the government, they got him. And Dawn never said Diddy threatened her. And Dawn never said that she witnessed Diddy assault Cassie. He's saying that this is made up. That's why I'm dismissing her lawsuit. So what Diddy about to do is cook Dawn, and that lawsuit finna get thrown out of court. If Dawn don't get up here and prove what she's saying, and if she looks like a liar, that lawsuit getting up out of here, and that testimony is gonna be thrown out the fucking window because she's changing her story up on the stand. That's crazy work. You didn't change your story up on the stand. You didn't got the government and got to you. So Combs Westmoreland says, let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera crew. Don Richard says, not in the bathroom. Westmoreland says, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? Don says, no. Oh, oh, Don, you looking bad out here. Don, you looking bad, sis. You looking real bad, sis. I truly hope she is telling the truth. Don ain't telling the truth. I know this coffee cold. Hell yeah. I truly hope Don is telling the truth. It says, Don ain't telling the truth. It said, not in the bathroom. Boom. What video? Video? Westmoreland to the world. Yeah, Westmoreland cooking. She said, nah, fuck what you talking about. I don't give a damn what you said. Do you know the video? We got the video. She basically just saying, do you not think we got a video? This is why we dismissing your case. You don't think we got the video that disproves everything you just said? And now Don looking bad up there. I ain't gonna lie, Don gonna have to hold the L after this. Westmoreland says, let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera crew. Don Richard says, not in the bathroom. Westmoreland says, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? And Don says, no. Listen, I'm getting scared. Man. I don't know what the fuck finna happen, y'all. They say it is good impeachment to show recent fabrication if a witness is now telling a story that they never told on previous occasions when she was interviewed in circumstances in which the story would have been highly relevant and expected to have been told, if true. Exactly. They said they finna get rid of this damn testimony. How much you want to bet Don Richard's testimony finna get thrown out the window? Say, watch them Fed accounts under here to act like she's still credible. Exactly. All right. Yeah, the Fed's watching right now. The Feds are trying. They're gonna do everything they can to make her testimony stick. If you got any brain in your head, this testimony don't fucking stick. So I don't know. What y'all think about this, man? Man. Let me move that over a little bit. Let me move this back over. Just a little bit. All right. Is that good? Yeah, okay. We good. My bad. I had to move my screen over again. All right. So, what y'all think this means? Tell me in the chat. They said, I agree, King. Thank you, Belinda. It says, Dawn is adding insult to injury. I believe she's going off word of mouth. Hearsay. Why is no one being charged with perjury anymore? Because they made deals and the Feds going to overlook them lying on that stand? Yeah, why the likes don't match up? Y'all, we only got 373 likes, man. We got 373 likes. Double tap that screen and get these likes up, man. We got 373 likes on this motherfucker. Y'all tweaking, twin. It says, yep, she lying and making up stuff. They may charge her with perjury. You can't lie under oath. Man. Somebody's like my status. Yeah, Dawn looking real bad out here. Dawn is looking bad out here. I think that, yeah, she fucked herself with this one. Yeah, she done messed herself up with this one. Hold on, somebody replied to her. They said, how? She is lying on the stand. Changed her whole story. That's why. What you mean how? Cause she up there lying on the damn stand. She done switched her whole damn story up. Talking about how she look bad. Man, what the hell you mean how she look bad? She lying. There's a video of the Central Park stuff. Oh, I didn't realize the beating happened in the bathroom. Of course she would. Oh, they said of course she would say that. I don't know where a beating took place, but obviously she wasn't around. So let's get to this. They just made another one 27 seconds ago. We back into it. Salute to who is it? Salute to Reese Cup for that 50 piece. Says good morning, Ratchet, mods, kings, queens. Wishing all a blessed day. Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you for that 50 piece McNugget. Salute, salute, salute. So, Combs Westmoreland says about the guns. You didn't tell the prosecutors about I saw guns at Daddy's house. Don Richard says they didn't ask. Westmoreland says you never saw Mr. Combs pull a gun out and wave it around, load bullets or cock it. She said he just had it. So what are we talking about guns for? If you just got a strap, I mean, ain't that perfectly legal if you got the right to carry? Vasilis. Don't that, I mean, are you not allowed to carry a weapon? I mean, you said I seen security with a gun. I hope his security had a gun. I hope somebody on his staff had a gun. If I'm working and I'm a millionaire, multi-millionaire, close to a billionaire, you would think at some point you finna see some straps around me. I mean, don't the president got straps around him? Don't the boxers keep people with straps around them? Don't the athletes keep people? Come on, that's just how it is. I mean, you protecting the investment at that point. So I don't really see where she going with. I seen him have guns. Okay, he had a gun on his hip. All right, but you never seen him pull it out, do nothing with it. You never seen him pull it out. You never seen him cock it. You never seen him load a bullet in it. You ain't never seen nothing happen with this gun. You ain't never seen the gun in his hand. So what are we talking about guns for? You trying to put this into a racketeering case? It ain't got none of the shit they saying got nothing to do with this case. They said not in New York. If he was licensed to carry in New York, I know how strict New York gun laws is, but. Or if he was in L.A., licensed to carry in L.A. If he just has a license to carry a weapon, being Diddy, I would think that you're allowed to have a gun on you at some point, you know what I'm saying, in your establishment. So I don't really think that that's a RICO. I don't think it's a RICO to carry a weapon on you. They said these alleged beatings have nothing to do with the RICO charges. Just like if you carrying a weapon in your city has nothing to do with a RICO charge. Just because you got a handgun on your hip in a state don't mean that you can charge with a RICO. This has nothing to do with racketeering at this point. They say moth to a flame burned by the fire. Man. Hope everyone has a blessed and wonderful day. Salute, Shook. Said not in New York. They said brain farther now. Yeah, I don't know where they going with any of this shit, to be honest with you. I don't know where they going with any of this shit. They a great answer, Don. She is a liar. Don is a fucking liar. What are you talking about? Great answer. Great answer to what? She says, why you never told prosecutors about you seeing guns? Well, they didn't ask. So you didn't. So they had to ask you all the receipt. Every receipt they got, they had to ask you for. You didn't come to them with this news. So you didn't come to the feds with none of this news. They had to. So somebody need to ask you what you seen. I thought that you seen all this shit. Where is your receipts at, Don? You looking bad out here, sis. Where are your receipts at? Don ain't came with no receipts. Man. Don ain't came with one receipt this morning. I don't know what she got going on. Salute to Iona for that 20 piece on Cash App. I appreciate you, Iona. Salute. I appreciate that 20 piece on Cash App. Thank you. All right, so I don't know, man. We're going to continue to cover this shit. Don, you losing early. I ain't going to lie, you losing early. Westmoreland says, did you tell the government you never saw Mr. Combs do cocaine? She says, I don't recall. Westmoreland says, your testimony has changed quite a bit. Few things. Don Richard says, as time progresses, I remember more. Man, if y'all don't get these... How many times I gotta tell y'all Diddy gonna walk this motherfucking case? I don't know what I gotta do to convince some of y'all I really shouldn't even have to. How can y'all not see what the hell is going on in front of y'all? What is this? What are we doing here? What is this? This lady is just up there lying her ass off. Man, Dawn is lying her ass off at this point. Man. She just up there freestyling the whole story. She don't know. She really up there freestyle. She doing her best Biggie impersonation right now. She up there pretending like she Biggie right now. She is freestyling on stage. She done got up there and switched every fucking thing. If she don't, what are you talking about, ma'am? If I'm a juror, I don't want to hear shit else she got to say. I swear, if I was on that jury, I would already have canceled her out a long time ago. I'd be like, okay, she's clearly a liar. The government has gotten to her and got her to switch her entire story up on the stand live in front of everybody, like nobody wasn't finna see this shit. They say Diddy is smoking the prosecution so far, but they have so many more allegations on him, and it's a tall hill to climb. But I see him coming out so far. Yeah, I do too. They said 10-year minimum. At this point, Diddy might do like a 5 to 7 piece at the end of all this. 10 years max. I don't even think he gets that though. I think Diddy might get about 4 or 5 years for if they get him down with the engaging to transport, prostitution, whatever, transportation to engage in. If he go down with that one, possibly. Outside of that charge, so far, he good. So far. Let's see. Her testimony hasn't changed on stand. They nitpicking because of, what do you mean it hasn't changed? They nitpicking because what else would they do when they have nothing? What case are you, what are you watching? I'm finna ask, what the hell are you watching? What the hell case are you watching right now? I'd love to know. I would love to be to be in your head for a second because I want to know what in the hell you witnessing. They say it's changed from her interview with the government to the stand. That's a problem. It should be consistent if it's the truth. We can't see her interview with the government. So if they don't specify what specifically has changed, then it's a nothing burger. What the fuck? And she's coming with the best responses to their BS. They say, I'm confused. Are they nitpicking from the lawsuit she attempted to file a while back? That's why they're saying what she said in March compared to now is different. Exactly. And you got a lawsuit against me. So if you filing a lawsuit against me and you think I'm going to pay you a fucking penny whenever all the shit in your lawsuit, now you're adding more to it. Now the shit that's in your lawsuit, you said you heard something in a lawsuit. And when you filed the lawsuit, so now you remember. Now all of a sudden you won't stand, oh, well, as time progresses, I remember more. Bitch, if you don't get your lying ass the fuck up out my... As time goes on, I start to remember more. No, as time goes on, you start to realize I need to lie in order for my case to stick. So now not only is your testimony BS on the stand, your lawsuit is finna get thrown out the fucking window, girl. Westmoreland says, you saw one stop sell drugs. You saw him take money. Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, all right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right? And she says, no. Lord have mercy. Boy, they up there cooking Don. Boy, I'm talking about they smoking Don early. Man. What y'all think, man? I think they up there smoking Don. They is up there smoking Don. They said, this is not a good attack. Defense should focus on the bias and motive. Calling her a liar on whether One Stop his name is One Stop, laugh my ass off, sold drugs is weird. No, that's not weird. That disputes the conspiracy fact of the, you're not going to get to put a racketeering and say they was doing this and doing that when they had a business ties together. That's proving that this isn't racketeering. So if you saw this with your own eyes, that goes into a RICO act. You get what see, some of y'all don't know y'all don't know nothing about the courtroom. I could tell some of y'all have no idea about court cases or what the hell is going on in this courtroom right now. They got a RICO against him, racketeering. You're saying drugs was in it. This makes it a criminal enterprise. If you saw someone sell drugs out of his entourage in different states, and now all of a sudden you're saying, I seen this, that is a RICO. But if you're saying, no, you never saw that. You just said, you're switching that up. You said something else previously. You never said you witnessed that with your own eyes. That's big. I don't really know what cases y'all be watching, but he said she is getting cooked, as you always say, Ratchet. They say they proven she is lying. She's been caught up in her lies. Exactly, but a lot of y'all said Dawn Richard, her testimony meant a lot to this case. So if her testimony meant a lot and already early, you can tell that her testimony is full of crap. How y'all feeling about Dawn Richard right now? They said she is tweaking. How y'all feeling about Dawn right now? Be real. Dawn looks like a complete compulsive liar at this point. Salute to Alan that says she lied. Keep up the great work. Salute. I appreciate that two-piece, Alan. It said, Ratchet, I'm writing in my notebook all the 35 individual acts for RICO. At lunch, let's walk through them, see which ones we believe have been touched. All right, you know what? You're going to have to call me on Instagram, and then we could talk like that. I'll let you call into the show, but you got to hit me up on Instagram. They said she capped out. They said she's lying. The chat thinks that Dawn is up here lying. How many votes we got on that poll? Let me see. 54% say her story means a lot. 46% say she's all cap. Make sure you vote on that poll. We almost got 500 votes on that poll. Y'all make sure to vote on that poll. They said, I understand forgetting some things, but I don't know about this. Somebody said, hold on, she is not credible. She is not a credible witness. I knew it from the moment I saw her with that lawsuit. Now she's regurgitated, what is her? I don't even know what the hell that word is. What she has heard. Yeah, basically she just talking about what she had heard. They said this makes her real crazy. Hey, Ratchet, they taking up for Cassie like Falcon fans take up for Atlanta. And I'm from GA. Nah, facts, bro. It's getting bad at this point. The fact that y'all even still up in here trying to take up for these lying ass people. I see. The judge said sidebar, so they just sidebarred a minute ago. So they finna take a brief break. I don't know, fam. As I'm standing right now, you can't convict Diddy of none of this shit. Not yet. Not yet. I don't think they've been able to prove nothing with what they've said. So during this sidebar, let's get a video going. Give me 1 second.
Diddy got caught with freak-off supplies before he got arrested. We need to talk about it because...
My bad. Let's go over here. Let me get out of this. All right, let's get to this. My bad.
One of the most damning testimonies. Diddy got caught with freak-off supplies before he got arrested. We need to talk about it because one of the most damning testimonies against Diddy right now is going to be that Homeland Security agent that raided his hotel room and found $9,000 of cash, multiple bottles of baby oil, and multiple packages of MDMA and K, also known as 2G. Not only is the testimony in itself bad, they let these jurors see pictures of when they raided this hotel, and then they gave them all of the baggies of the 2G and let them hold it. And another reason this is so bad on Diddy is because this is the exact stuff that they found in his homes when they raided them months prior. And we need to take a second and just talk about the illegal substances they found and how they're prepackaged, as you can see right here. Well, one of Diddy's charges that fall under that big RICO charge is the intent to distribute illegal narcotics. And this just shows you that Diddy really didn't give an F. Like, after his homes got raided and they took all of these same things that they found in his hotel, he knew that they were investigating him. And the crazy part is, we're not talking about like a state case. We are talking about the feds. This case is the U.S. versus Sean Combs. Now, after Diddy was arrested at this hotel, his lawyer actually spoke out and tried to say that Diddy came to New York because he wanted to turn himself into the feds. But I really think Diddy knew that they were going to come and arrest him, and that's why that day we kept seeing all of these different photos and videos of Diddy in Central Park in New York City. I think he was trying to stay out of this hotel for that reason, and he didn't think that they were going to be at that hotel when he got back there. I think Diddy already knew 2 days prior that the feds were surveilling him, because 2 days before he was arrested, he was also in Central Park talking to his lawyer on a park bench. Just can't go turn yourself in on something until you're actually formally charged. This is exactly why I think that we saw Diddy back at New York Central Park the same day that he was arrested, because he knew that they were coming and he was hoping that they were going to get him at the park. Craziest part is, I think Diddy thought that he had one over on the feds, but of course the feds are going to be surveilling you, duh. The night before he got arrested, he was seen out and about all over New York City. And then the next day, this is when we saw all of the videos, all of the photos of Diddy out at Central Park playing frisbee, sitting down, all of this stuff. And as soon as he got back to this hotel, as soon as he walked in that door in the video footage, they zoom in and grab Diddy. He didn't even make it to his hotel suite. He literally walked into the door of the hotel and they had him right there, and they put him in cuffs and walked him away. I think this is what really gets me. Like, how is anybody this slow? You knew for months that the feds were investigating you, and you're that crazy that you have freak-off supplies in your hotel, even though you're claiming the reason that you came to New York was to turn yourself in, but still you were risking having all of the same stuff that they got out of your house. Of course they're going to go to your hotel room to raid you when they arrest you, to see if you have any more evidence that they can use against you. And this is exactly what they did. And buddy, they just lined your up big time, because this is the same evidence that they just took out of your house. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
All right, so Kadisha says Diddy is possibly cooked because that testimony from that special agent is the testimony that might have put the nail right in Diddy's coffin, because when they arrested Diddy, he had the MDMA, he had the Tusi, he had the baby oil, he had some female garments in his hotel room. So what she's saying is, because Diddy is being alleged to have these freak-offs, and these freak-offs possibly being tied to some illegal stuff, he had all the stuff in his hotel room with $9,000. So what was Diddy doing in that hotel room? Do y'all think Diddy was committing a crime? Now, me personally, I would say the drugs. You should have charged him with some drugs. If you caught him with drugs, I think that maybe you should have threw a drug charge in there to further make this stick. If you caught him with him, you caught the mule, he still had a means to getting it. You should have charged him with the drugs. I don't know. Possibly. I would think that trafficking drugs would be in the vicinity of this case as well. I ain't the smartest book on the shelf, but you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't know. Y'all tell me in the chat what y'all think about that, though, man. Y'all tell me what y'all think. So back from sidebar, Westmoreland says, it was you who reached out to Mr. Combs to work with him again. Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, but he had threatened you, right? You asked him to work with you again? Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, okay. Don, you looking bad out here. Man. Don, you looking bad out here. I ain't gonna lie to you. You looking real bad out here. She's saying that Diddy threatened her. She felt like Diddy was gonna unalive her. She felt for her safety. She couldn't, you know what I'm saying, think straight because she had witnessed all this stuff. She needed to get the hell away from Diddy. Now all of a sudden they're saying, wait, but when you wanted to work with him again, whenever it came time to work, you definitely hit him up and you contacted him to work back with you again, right? Ain't that what happened? So yeah, I did. Okay. Say less. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I know you did. See, everybody got an issue now. Now that the feds got an issue with him, they said he was having a freak off. They said, facts, where's the guy who got caught with the drugs on the plane in Miami? Yeah, that was the drug mule. They said, were guns confiscated from the hotel? I don't think he had guns on him. If he had guns on him, he would have been cooked. But they found drugs, money. Nah, it wasn't no guns. It was drugs, money, and lubricant and baby oil and stuff like that. So in female garments, but there was no illegal weapons in that room. If he got caught with a gun, he would have been cooked. And so he was having a freak off, went back like Cassie did. But why? I don't think he groomed her like he did Cassie. I don't think he did nothing to Dawn. I think Dawn is just up there making all this shit up as she goes along. Dawn looking bad out here. I don't believe nothing this girl's saying right now. Said letting jurors use their common sense. It is not impossible, but it is telling that someone would voluntarily reach out to the person that they know is abusive to another person, and he has threatened them, seeking to work with the monster again. So yeah, exactly. So now you want to work back with this monster. You've accused Diddy of being a monster. You and Aubrey and all of y'all got such issues with all the stuff Diddy did to y'all, all the turmoil. So why do y'all keep reaching out to this man to work with him? Oh, it's because you're going to get a big gain out of this. You see his money on the line. So that's exactly why you want to do it. They said one last freak off before he turned himself in. They said Dawn is not his type. Diddy got a type and she is not it. You know what? That statement right there might be why we seeing all this shit. Because Diddy probably, I don't really see. I mean, looking at, she don't look nothing like Kim Porter. She don't look nothing like Cassie. She don't look nothing like Gina, Young Miami. No offense, Don, I just don't think you bad enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, Diddy has some bad chicks. You know what I'm saying? J-Lo and all the other company. Diddy like a badass chick. Drop dead gorgeous. You ain't, I'm not saying you're ugly or nothing like that. I'm just saying I don't think you like that. You know what I'm saying? Just to be real. You very basic. But it's why no drug charges? The Combs enterprise, which engaged in attempting to engage in various illegal activities for profit, but they are not saying the illegal activities that happened for profit. Diddy didn't get profit. Yeah, I don't think Diddy was in it making money for illegal stuff. I think Diddy was just trying to have some freaky shit going on. I don't think Diddy really started paying for, I mean, he maybe back in the day when he paid for some bodies and some shit like that, but I don't really think at this moment, I think Diddy was just trying to fuck. You know what I'm saying? Westmoreland says, the songs you're releasing, they said the songs you've released on your own have not reached the level of what you released with Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money. Don Richard says, true. Westmoreland says, and you reach out to Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right? And Don says, yes. Exactly. You money hungry. There it go right there. There it go. She's money hungry. Nothing more. There we go. There it is right there. The girl she money hungry. She wants some damn money right now. She broke. Just like Cassie went broke and Cassie got her payday. You ain't gonna never hear from Cassie again. She filed the lawsuit because she was mad because Diddy didn't want to work with her no more and she was broke. I'm telling y'all, that's all it is right there, man. The girl was broke. She needed some help. She needed some money. Diddy wasn't really trying to do nothing. She said, oh, well, I just seen Cassie get some bread up out of Diddy. Why don't I squeeze my tiny ass over into this lawsuit game? I see Lil Rod filed a lawsuit. Aubrey seemed like she ready to talk shit. Let me tell my story. She thinking she finna get reached out to by Vlad and start getting paid for interviews. It's finna turn her up into a star. Everybody finna start jamming her music. Girl, you look goofy as hell. They say, isn't she the one that was living out of a hotel with her kids? I don't know, to be honest with you. They say, I wonder if they gonna call the other party of Dirty Money to testify. She already said that Don was lying. That girl has already been on record to say Don is full of shit. She ain't witnessed none of this stuff Don talking about. That's exactly what that other girl from Dirty Money said. She said this shit never happened. Don is a liar. She already said she support Puff and she left it like that. She money hungry, dog. That's all it is. They say, remember the other chick that was in the group with them denied all the shit Don was saying. Yep, that's exactly what I just said. They said, and they all was mad that he paid Young Miami and wasn't giving them nothing. That's when they all came for their money because he was giving it to Young Miami. Facts. So I don't think Don has kids. I don't know if Don got kids or not, to be honest. They said, of course, she is the Lisa Bloom They said she is Lisa Bloom. They said of course she is. Lisa Bloom is her lawyer. Okay, my bad. At first she said that. Now she's flipping. They said, "Don't cry me a river." Yeah, she look bad as hell out here. Don, you look goofy as hell. Don look about goofy as fuck right now. Boy, they ain't tried to jump in and say they ain't objected to none of this stuff. It's like the prosecution team is like, man, we fucked up with that one. Yeah, we fucked up with that one, dog. Yeah, we definitely fucked up with that one. So basically, she just admitted on the stand she did this because she needed more money. Not looking particularly good. But then again, what else to do in the industry? People should remember how much artists actually make. By the way, Justin Bieber is broke allegedly. I mean, don't try to use that. You've been team prosecution this whole time. Now keep that same energy. Don't say it's not looking that good. But people got to remember what artists make. That don't mean you got to go to Diddy. You know how many other successful people Don Richard should have met in the industry by being next to Diddy? I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have closed the door on that too. But I'm just saying, you had to go back to Diddy. You couldn't go to any other producer, any other A&R. So no other record labels wanted to fuck with you at the time. You couldn't get it on your own. You was with Diddy. You was with Dirty Money. You was with Danity Kane. So you couldn't you couldn't talk to nobody else in the whole industry. You could have went to 50 Cent. Hell, he hate Diddy. So you couldn't go to nobody else. You didn't call 50. You didn't call his ops. You didn't call whoever. You didn't call nobody in the industry. You just decided, I'm going right back to Diddy, the same monster that I want to get the hell away from. Again, this is not a RICO act. This is not racketeering. She don't know nothing she talking about. She making up her receipts as she goes along. They said the black chick from that group recently said Diddy owes her money and she was just being loyal. They said, look it up. She recently said Diddy finessed her. They said at first she said that, but now she's flipping. Young Miami got the career from Diddy. They wanted a podcast. I think they were jealous of her. Yeah, a lot of this shit happened when Young Miami was up there with that Go Poppy sign. That's when Cassie flipped. Everybody started flipping at that point. They was sick of this shit. Yeah, that girl money hungry, dog. It ain't nothing else to it other than that. The line of questioning can backfire on the defense. This is a RICO case with a power and control dynamic. Does the defense really want to imply that even though Dawn was threatened, she had to go back with him and advance her career? Now, they're already saying the threat never happened. They has already basically said the threat never happened. They're saying you're saying he threatened you. We're not implying that he did. We're showing you that your story already switched. So some of y'all just I don't know what the hell y'all hearing. They've already proven the fact that Don never said this shit until a week ago. So they're saying, but now you're saying I was threatened by this man. So he was threatening you and you still decided. They're not saying, oh, we know he threatened you, they're basically being very sarcastic with it. Like, oh, so this man threatened your life. That's what you're saying. Out of your words we're looking at here, you're saying he threatened your life. So why did you contact him again if that's how you felt? If you felt like this man was going to unalive you and you already had success and fame from Dirty Money and Danity Kane, if this is all true, then why the fuck would you go back to that? That's what that's what they're trying to say. Don't be so small-minded, dog. They say money, money, money. Exactly. They say, oh, she is getting cooked. Facts. That girl up there getting cooked like a motherfucker. All right, let's see if we got something new up here. It's AUSA says, can we have a short sidebar? Sidebar, and it's not short. Still wondering why the side's legal arguments to the judge. They said judicial documents. It's all over judicial documents. Will they go into the docket on a week's delay? So that's basically they're saying what this is all about is those documents. They don't want those judicial documents getting out. See, the government, I'm telling you, their case is weak on Diddy. And they want to, and the press is wanting to get a hold of all these dockets that they got. They're trying to get a hold of some of these receipts. But the government is blocking a lot of this shit from coming out right now due to the fact that their case is so weak. And they don't want everybody to see how weak their case is. That's the problem. So I'm shocked Aubrey O'Day not understand. She said she's not testifying. But again, they're trying to block all this shit from coming out. They don't want none of these receipts to come out, and they know that they about to get cooked. Here real soon, they gonna get their ass cooked. Just mark my word, they're going to get their ass cooked. They say, I'm shocked Aubrey O'Day is not on the stand. They said, where is the proof? Diddy beat charge too. Who the F is witness number 3? The bodyguard? I think witness number 3 is an ex. In my opinion, I think witness number 3 is somebody he dated. So they going on the side where they said that civil suit is about to get tossed. Yeah, that civil suit is up out of there. They said, and there I thought Cross would go quick. They are really throwing punches at Don, unlike Cassie. Yeah, they getting rid of Don because Don got that lawsuit still open and Diddy is not settling with her. They say it's a lot going on today. Everyone needs a recess. Yeah, they got a sidebar going on, so we gonna get into another video while we on that damn sidebar. Let's continue. Let's go, y'all. Let's keep the show going.
Aubrey O'Day has just confirmed that she will not be testifying at Diddy's trial. Aubrey O'Day sat down with the Amy and TJ podcast and she confirmed that she is not testifying against Diddy and she's not sure where the media got the headline that sources told them that she was going to be testifying. Now, Aubrey O'Day did confirm that Homeland Security did meet with her and they did want to talk to her, but it's very important to note that it's not up to her whether she testifies. She has to be subpoenaed to testify against Diddy. Throughout this podcast, she did confirm that she will be covering the Diddy trial on this podcast and talking about it in full throughout, but this is why she was in New York City. Now, she did confirm that she is investigating something that happened between her and Diddy. She's making it seem like it's something non-consensual that might have happened to her, but she doesn't know the details because she's saying she got the information from an outside source that said she might have not been coherent during this time. Now, she wouldn't go into further detail on this because she said she still is investigating this. And also, there are certain people that might have been around the way she's wording this that are witnesses testifying against Diddy. So she can't talk to them about information. Because if you're someone testifying against Diddy, you can't go around talking about details that might be brought up in this case. So it seems like she's saying that she can't talk to these people until the case is over. She also said she's not sure if she will be able to get any information from Homeland Security that might back up these claims if they find out anything during their investigation on Diddy. Now, she did talk about John Richard and the fact that she has a lawsuit and some things that they went through when they were in the group Danity Kane. But all we know now is Aubrey O'Day did confirm she has not been subpoenaed to testify against Diddy. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
What y'all think about that? Aubrey will not be on that stand. Aubrey O'Day will not be on that stand going against Diddy. She said, hell no, I'm not going to be on that damn stand.
Do y'all remember when Cassie Ventura had private photos leaked that she sent to Diddy? Back in 2009, Cassie Ventura had private photos that she sent to Diddy leaked to the internet. And what Cassie Ventura is testifying, at times that she didn't consent to these freak-offs, Diddy would allegedly use abuse and also coercion by threatening to release freak-off tapes of her. And now I can't help but wonder if this is the first time that Cassie Ventura was threatened with these freak-offs.
I've been just railed with what's up with the pigs. What happened? I want you to, I'm asking everything with love and respect. You know me. I hope you can see the sincerity in my face.
I can see it in your eyes.
So I'm not going to go with what were the pictures about. They are what they are. What, like, clearly, I guess the thing I want to know is who... I was told they were leaked. True or false?
True.
Not by you, right?
Not by me. Definitely not by me.
Do you know who did it, or do you have an idea?
We're closer to an idea of who did it, yeah. It's being somewhat investigated. I don't even know if I'm really supposed to talk about it like that.
Right.
But, yeah, I think we're close to finding out who it was.
So when it popped up online, how did you find out, and what was your reaction?
I got a phone call. It was like, I was actually out here, and I got a phone call at like 11 o'clock at night, and my stomach fell.
You're like,
all the way down to my bottom. No, I freaked out for a second, and then, you know, what can you do when that happens? And, you know, the truth about it is that a lot of people take pictures like that for their, you know, their significant other. That's what it was for me. I had sent them to.
Because if you know, in her...
So she sent them pictures to Diddy, and then pictures got released. Did Diddy release those pictures threatening her about a freak off that she didn't want to do, or whoopty-whoopty-whoop? Could that be some evidence that I don't know,
Her
Diddy.
testimony multiple different times, she brings this up about how she was very fearful for all of this to get leaked because she hadn't told her family what's happening. She hadn't even told her closest friends. And also in 2009 is when Cassie Ventura claimed that that very vicious assault happened to her. This is where she said that she was talking to a music producer at a party and she thought that Diddy would be happy about it because it was going to help advance her career. After leaving this club is when Diddy would beat her so bad and stomp her head in to the point that he was actually terrified because how bad she was beat up. And then Cassie claimed at this time Diddy would realize how bad he actually beat her up and he would start to panic. So he sent his security, Roger Bond, who confirmed that this is true, to take Cassie to a hotel to hide her away. And she said in this moment, this is when she began to fully realize Diddy's tremendously loyal network of people that were willing to hide things for him. And this is one of the many reasons that the government is alleging that Diddy ran a criminal enterprise and is charging him with RICO. And what makes this thing even worse is 50 Cent started talking about these explicit pictures of Cassie being leaked, and he said he got pictures sent to him, and they were worse than the pictures that were already circulating around the internet. He said that he believed that this wasn't happening because of Cassie, that it was happening because of Diddy. I wonder if this is why Cassie was so fearful that Diddy would honestly leak these freak-off tapes, because in 2009 she had very explicit photos of herself leaked to the internet.
The nigga Puff, like he called, we should kick it on the telephone and shit after the main shit. Right. And the nigga be like, matter of fact, they send me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse.
Listen to that again. 50, is that kind of snitching, 50? Being that the man tied up in that shit now and you kind of got some proof that he did do that shit, you didn't put it out there?
Explicit photos of herself leaked to the internet.
The nigga Puff, like he called, we should kick it on the telephone and shit after the main shit. Right. And the nigga be like, matter of fact, they send me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse. Wow. Are you kidding me, yo? Like penetration pictures and Nah, come on, man. Come on, Fifth. All that. And I didn't even, I called them.
See, a lot of people thought that 50 used to be trolling, but now that Diddy is sitting over here tied into this case, it's like, wait, 50, what information you got?
Matter of fact, they send me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse. Wow. Are you kidding me, yo? Like penetration pictures and Nah, come on, man. Come on, Fifth. All that. And I didn't even, I called the nigga, I said, yo, you fucking with this girl? Like, you really, like, you like her? Like that? And he was like, yeah, that's my girl. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna send you something. You look at it, you call me back. I sent him the photos, the pictures and everything. And the nigga called back and was like, yo, thanks, man, yo, I really appreciate that. Yo, where you get these shit from? And I said, you know, like, cause they know, like, if something crazy is going on, if they send it to me, I'll make sure it get out there. Like, as far as this video.com is concerned. Yeah. And those other properties, so they sent it to me. But, you know, I really kind of felt like those photographs was not happening because of Cassie. I felt like they was happening because of Puffy.
You know, since this time back in 2009 when all of this went down, 50 Cent has been somebody who has talked about Diddy very, very publicly before any of this was known. So it does make you wonder if this is when Cassie Ventura's fear started that these freak-off tapes would be leaked to the internet. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
What y'all think about that? That's crazy, but 50 says Puff hit him up like he didn't know where the fuck the videos came from. But he said he felt like it didn't happen because of Cassie. He felt like that shit happened because of Puffy. What y'all think about that shit? Well, they're back. They got back 2 minutes ago. They're back from a sidebar. And they said redirect. So now prosecution got tagged back in there. AUSA says, why did you file your lawsuit? Don Richard says, when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. AUSA says, in every meeting with the government, did you say Mr. Combs beat Ventura? Don says yes. So they're asking her, okay, you always told us that he beat her. But see, the fact of the matter still remains. It's not about her saying that he did it. It's about her saying that she witnessed him do it. See, now the government is doing their little bullshit tactics, but you forgot that they just proved that well, at least this one incident, she said she never witnessed it. She just heard. Then her story changed up on Stan. So no one is ever saying that he didn't beat Cassie. I think everybody in this room know that he beat Cassie. It's just who was in the room when he did it. You saying that D-Rock was in the room, but you also saying you was in the room to know that D-Rock was in that room. You saying that this person was in the room, but you're also saying I know this person was in the room because I was in the room. We was all in the room together and we seen this. So that means a lot. If you're telling me that you was in a room when all this happened and these people was witnesses with you, that puts all of y'all in the same boat. So everybody's story should be the same then. But they are saying, oh, I don't know what this bitch is talking about. She wasn't in that room. Matter of fact, go look at her statements. You look at her statements, the statements never are to the fact that she was in that room with them. So it changes a lot if I heard it and if I saw it. It changes. So you got to think of the court of law. Just because I'm telling you I witnessed this with them, it don't mean that if I'm lying. So if I was really just in another room, but I know y'all was in there, so I know y'all seen it, but I heard it, but I saw y'all all come out that room, it's different. You don't know what happened in that room because we could all say, no, this happened. Everybody else might be sticking to this story, and you only know what you thought you heard, but you didn't witness it, so what did you really hear? Even if you know what you heard, you still don't know because you wasn't in that room, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm making sense or not, but you know what I'm saying? I'm trying. He said, I think the powers that be want Diddy to get out because they don't want their secrets revealed. But Diddy being quiet, he ain't telling nobody's secrets. It seems like everybody else telling their own secrets. Everybody else is telling their own. So I did a poll in the chat and I said, do you think Don will cook Diddy? It's down to 53% that say Don's story means a lot. 47% of the room say Don is all cap. So y'all let me know in the chat, man, what y'all think. Vote on that poll. It says, people sleep on 50. He know everything. Don't forget when Diddy approached 50, that's get back. It said, Vasilis. He over there going in. It said, he beats her up. She gets 100K or whatever like a prize fighter paid to toss the fight. This is what's important. Let's not let material things rule over your morals. They say hearsay is just that. Hear and say what you heard but didn't see. Exactly. This is all. But this whole case is hearsay. If you're paying attention to it, the whole damn case is hearsay. They say he made me walk to Brooklyn for a slice of cheesecake. It was terrible. Oh shit. They say he made me walk to Brooklyn for a piece of cheesecake. It's terrible. She may have said more besides the cliff notes, but good redirect. This is not a good redirect. You're moving the goalpost. We already know she lied. I don't give a fuck what she say from this point. I already know you lied, so your story is completely thrown out of the window for me. It says no sleep. I don't get it. You had a job, though, to say, I don't feel I can do this job again. Exactly. You're talking about the conditions I couldn't sleep. Well, then get your ass up out of there. If my work conditions is too much for you and you don't want to be here, then why the fuck you hit me back to come over here in this damn environment that you hate the conditions so much? You see, this ain't a good redirect because you just said I went back. So if I worked at a company, if I worked at Amazon and I just figured I didn't like it and I couldn't stand the way that they treated the employees, I'm not talking about Amazon. I love Amazon. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing them in there or Chick-fil-A. If I work at Chick-fil-A and I just hate the environment and I can't stand the work conditions, I would never leave that company and go right back to another location. I don't like the way y'all do business. I'm not fucking with it. So I'm walking the fuck away. But everybody ain't like me, so I just don't get where Dawn is going with her testimony. You hated this shit, but you went back to it. I just can't understand it. It says, bye, Dawn. Ratchet, initial thoughts on Dawn? She's a liar. My initial thoughts is I look at her worse than the Cassie situation. I feel like now I think Cassie deserved what she got. Get your coins, sis. Going about life. You got up on the stand. You did a lot of freestyling too. You had no receipts, but hey, it's all good. You was in a relationship with him. You had to go through all the turmoil. You got beat. All right, take your money and going on. So really, I ain't even mad at her. Get your coins and, you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. I know you and your husband finessed it. I clearly see that was a finesse between you and your husband. But hey, rightfully so, right? Go ahead, get your shit. Do your big one. But Don, you're only here because Cassie filed that lawsuit and got paid. You're only here because you thought Lil Rod filed that lawsuit and was gonna get paid. You was just trying to jump in the line because you know you hated Diddy too at the point and you wanted money. You just like you hit Diddy back up because you needed money. You lost all your access to the industry once Diddy dropped your ass. So now you're trying to get back in the good graces of the industry. You couldn't do it. Diddy wouldn't take you back. So what'd you do? You filed a lawsuit. That's exactly what I think. I think Diddy wouldn't fuck with you no more. You still needed money. You was going broke and you didn't want to go back to being broke because you had already gotten used to this lifestyle. So what's the next best thing you can do? If I can't make it in the industry and the industry ain't making me no money, let me just go back to the person that I worked for and I still would work with if they would take me back, and just accuse them of doing a whole bunch of crazy shit that I never saw. I just heard about. Even if you know it's true, you're just getting up there saying it's true like you're the witness and like you're a victim of this. No, you wasn't a victim. Diddy didn't put you in his motherfucking business. I think he might have gotten fly around you a time or two, but I don't think you really witnessed half of the shit you saying you did. And I don't think working with him was as bad as you putting it out to be. Because if it was, your ass wouldn't have went back. My opinion. AUSA says, why did you reach out to Mr. Combs? Don Richard says, one of the judges on Making the Band, Lorianne Gibson, I wanted to reach out. Combs Westmoreland says, objection. Judge says, sustain. AUSA says, how often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money? Why did the defense object? Why did he sustain it? Stop asking dumb questions. It was sustained. What you talking about? Try again, sis. You see, I don't like people that's just biased. Try again. What you mean? Why did they object? Why was it sustained? She talking about I want to reach out to Lorianne. We ain't talking about you talking about shit that don't have nothing to do with the case. Again, objection, sustained. Thank you. Let's go. Try to fuck again. They said Diddy come. They said let her speak. The fuck. They say, oh, they about to whack Don. Yeah, they finna get Don up out the way quick. Don ain't gonna take long to get. I don't even think Don gonna be here for the rest of the day. She might be done before lunch. They might be done with Don real quick. All right, so it says, why'd you reach out to Mr. Combs? Don says, one of the judges on Making the Band, Lorianne Gibson, I wanted to reach out. And Westmoreland says, objection. Judge says, sustained. AUSA says, how often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money? Don Richard says, sporadic. AUSA says, why did you reach out? Don Richard says, to help Kalina Harper. AUSA says, no further questions. Westmoreland says, may we have a brief conference at the bench? Sidebar ensues. Man. So they said they rest their case. So do you guys think that the government has proven the case of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage prostitution through Don's testimony? I'm going to ask that again. Do you think the feds have proven their case of trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering with Don's testimony, through her testimony? If you do, drop the gems. If you think hell no, drop the caps. They just rested their case. So by Don's testimony, have they proven racketeering, trafficking, and or transportation to engage in prostitution? Have they proved all three of those just through Don's testimony? Drop the gems if yes, drop the caps if no. Because I did a poll. The poll got 700 votes on it. 52% of the room said Don's testimony meant a lot and she was going to cook Diddy. 48% of the room says no, she is all cap. Can everybody in this room vote on that poll? I want to know how y'all feel. Vote on that poll. They done. I told you, didn't I just say Don wouldn't make it to lunch? I told y'all they finna be done with her quick. This got out of hand quick. They could have kept her up on the stand if her story would have stuck, and they could have ran Diddy through the mud. This made Diddy look great. I ain't gonna lie. Don just helped Diddy's whole case out, just like Cassie eventually helped his case out. Is everybody up here throwing Diddy's case? To me, it's seeming like either everybody's really slow, which I doubt, or they up there throwing this damn case. I don't know what's going on right now, but it's starting to look like everybody's starting to throw Diddy's case, because everybody then got up there and made Diddy look like I ain't gonna say they made him look like a saint. They've all painted him to be a monster. They ain't talking about nothing that has nothing to do with this RICO, and they can't tie nothing. Don's story literally was pointless. That was very pointless. I don't know where I ain't never seen the feds move this damn sloppy. I ain't never seen the feds move sloppy like this. The feds moving real sloppy at this point. Man. The feds moving real sloppy at this point, dog. I am not gonna lie. The feds moving real sloppy. It says, I agree with you on that for sure. It said, hell no, they don't say exactly. They said they playing poker. They got paid, I believe. They said, prove she don't know anything. They said Don got caught in the web of lies. Don, as soon I knew this was over, because as soon as the judge told the defense team to cross her, and it was like quick, within the first 10 minutes, he's like, all right, cross. Like he said, the judge seen right through it. He said cross. He knew that Don was finna get cooked. The judge just said, let's go ahead and lay her ass out quick. We ain't got time to be here with her all day. Cross her. Let's go ahead and expose all these lies. The judge already seen that coming. He let them get up there and cook that girl. Then he said redirect. All right, redirect lasted, gave her 3 or 4 questions, and they said, all right, no further questions. They know they lost this one. The government know they lost this one. Let's just keep it a buck. They know for a fact they lost this one, boy. Yeah, this got out of hand real quick. Yeah, that got out of hand quick. It wasn't long at all. So they took a quick sidebar, and they've been taking quick sidebars. They've been taking them all day, which leads me to believe they don't got nothing. They don't have shit on Diddy right now, y'all. What y'all think? They said, do you think, I asked y'all, do y'all think Don will cook Diddy? 50 is down to 51% that say her story means a lot, and 49% say Diddy got this. I don't know. Y'all let me know in the chat, man. Y'all let me know in the chat. So basically, Don ass got cooked on that damn stand. Let's keep it a big buck. Don got cooked on that damn stand. Let's see. All right, so let's go over here. Let me do this. Let me move my screen over so we all. Let me move my screen over so we all can see. All right, is that good? Let me make sure it's good. All right, cool. All right, y'all can see it, right? So on redirect examination, Dawn Richard explained why her accounts over time may have had some missing details. Every day it gets easier to remember certain things, Richard said. I try my best to do it to the best of my ability. I do it to the best of my ability. Girl, if you don't get your lying ass on. Y'all can see it, right? They say fighting with the judge to keep stuff out. If y'all can't see the screen, hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. Hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and just remove the live chat. They said, oh my gosh, I can't even, gang. Cassie knew damn well Diddy would not be happy to see her speaking to another producer when he himself is a whole producer. She knew what she was doing. She trying to get under his skin. Exactly. So I thought he was going to be happy. Is it just me, or do the stream keep going in and out? Hold on. Oh, shit. Is it just me, or do the stream keep going in and out? It might just be you. I hope it's just you. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, thanks. Okay, my shit cool. All right. Yeah, just let me know in the chat if we good. Because one person said, I ain't seen nobody else say that. Are we good, y'all? Can y'all drop the gems if we good? Do me a favor. Just drop the gems if we good. Let me know in the chat, man. Just drop the gems if we good. All right. So anyway, let's go. The defense concludes cross-examination of Rashard. So they done cross-examining her. It's at the end of cross-examination, Don Rashard defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland seemed to imply a possible motivation for Rashard testifying against Sean Combs, as well as filing a lawsuit against him. They said we good. As well as filing a lawsuit against him out of bitterness. Westmoreland asked her about Rashard's attempts to work with Combs again after she left Bad Boy. The defense attorney asked Rashard if she was upset about not being signed as a solo artist on the label. Rashard responded to, she didn't care about that. You were trying to succeed for a long time, Westmoreland prompted. I have succeeded, Rashard answered. Man. So over the past week, Sean Combs' three sons, Justin Combs, Christian King Combs, and Quincy Brown, were a constant presence in court, sitting here in the second row behind the father's bench alongside their grandmother, Janice Combs, Combs' mother. Monday morning, though that row, they say, is sparse, with Combs' children and mom appearing to be absent. So they not there today. I don't know if that means anything, but they are not there today as we speak. So the mama ain't there and the kids ain't there. What do you think that means for the case right now, if anything? Y'all think that means anything? Or let me move it over just a little bit more. All right, we should be good. All right, so let's continue. All right, we good. All right, so let's continue, man. Let's see if we got out of this little sidebar, this brief sidebar they had. All right, so let's go. After the sidebar, it says recross. Westmoreland says, you admit you reached out to Mr. Combs to re-engage, you claim. And it says, you claim only to have a relationship with Lori Ann Gibson. But if it got back together, you'd have to see Mr. Combs more, right? Don Rashard says yes. Combs says, Westmoreland says, you sued for money, right? Don Rashard says for justice. And Westmoreland says, but the suit asks for money, right? Don says, yes. Westmoreland says, no further questions. Judge says, Miss Slavic, no redirect. And Donaldson says, break. And they said on break. Oh, that's just a different tweet. All right, so they on break right now. I don't know, man. That looked bad as fuck for Don. I ain't gonna lie, that looked bad. They said the twins about to graduate. Oh, okay. They said the twins went to prom. They probably sleeping or having a good night. They said the girls have graduation. That's why they're not. Oh, okay. So they probably all at home getting ready for their first prom and stuff. Their little prom, you know what I'm saying? You don't get one of those. Diddy is innocent of some things, but guilty of some things. That's how it works in law. Therefore, he will actually get time on some of these charges, and some charges he'll beat. Simple. It says they have prom, the twins. Okay, cool. So the twins is at prom. That's why they not there. But this is getting, it's 11:30 over there, and they already done with Don. Bro, they needed like 2 hours for Don. They needed like damn near just about 2 hours for Don. They was done. Don, you done that quick. You know how stupid you look after Don. I ain't gonna lie, you look bad as hell. I don't even think you ever gonna be in the industry again after they just seen what you attempted to do. You tried to shake Diddy down live on camera. You tried to shake Diddy down while you live up there on the damn stand in front of everybody. You know they filmed your goofy ass doing it. You lucky this the feds and we can't see that shit. You lucky we can't see that shit right now. And the judge says, okay, break. So they taking a break. The judge like, all right, so we done. The judge like, you don't want to redirect? The judge like, what we doing over here? Y'all done with her already? That's it? That's what y'all wasting my fucking time up here, man. They said they charge you with a lot of things to make you take a plea deal. They might charge with 10 and you take 2. He said he will get time. Yeah, time served. Say Don should have been done in 5 minutes. She is a liar. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Don looks bad as hell. So again, I asked y'all in the chat with 774 votes. I said, do you think Don will cook Diddy? Now it's back to 52% of the room says yes, her story means a lot. And 48% of the room say no, she is all cap. So let me know in the chat, what do y'all think? Do you believe Don's story cooked Diddy? Dawn getting up there telling her truth. Did that hurt Diddy or did that help Diddy? Drop the gems if you think it hurt him. Drop the caps if you, nah, that's bullshit. That shit helped him. Let me know in the chat. Also vote on that poll. Also double tap the screen to get these likes. If all you gotta do is hit your screen twice to get these likes. So we got over 1,000 people in here. Why don't all y'all double tap your screens and get them likes? So we should be way past 577 votes. Let's go. Let's go. They say, how much you want to bet after this trial AUSA retires? Do you think the AUSA going to win this? I think they're going to retire due to the fact that nobody will ever want to see them prosecute another fucking case. This is the worst. I've never seen the feds look this bad before. I've never really just watched all the transcripts live either, but this probably be the first federal case I ever covered like this. But I've heard a lot of Fed cases before. I've looked over transcripts of them. I never watched it live, but I've looked over transcripts from federal cases before, and they usually seem to be up on point with the evidence. They seem to be real up on point with the way they question people. The feds, this is just some of their worst work. And I think over the past couple years, we start to witness the feds ain't invincible. Remember, we used to be scared of the feds. Like, bro, once the feds come knocking, ain't nothing you gonna be able to do. They come for your ass, it's over. Once the feds come knocking, it's over. They said the feds thought Diddy was just an average black man and not smart enough to play chess with them. They literally have no physical evidence. They cooked. They said, I went with the 48% ratchet gang. Forever RG4L, salute to you. They said, Terrence, that's what I'm saying. They said, help Sean. How much you want to bet after this trial that AUSA retires? They said the people who are in control wanted to humiliate Diddy and not convict him. Okay, so they said, oh, so sad. The twins' mom is deceased and the dad is in jail on the biggest days of their high school years. So sad. I've been saying she capping. Don't Diddy got a sister? Where's she at? I don't know. Seriously, Cassie's kind of a moron for putting herself out there like that. Basically, super hoe confessions, and just for a hoodie pull and a kick in the butt proof. They said, I don't think her story cooked him, but they just wanted to hear what she witnessed, but really need more because Cassie was really on the stand all week, so they did some. Yes, I do believe it's a humiliation ritual, honestly. It's an S trafficking, not of Cassie, but of the escorts and obstruction of justice I can see sticking. But we found out Cassie was also setting up freak-offs as a willing participant and a co-defendant. Salute, PJ. Salute. Y'all know we live early. So I don't know, man. It's looking like some people are agreeing that Diddy should go down. Some people thinking Diddy gonna beat this damn case. Did I play this one already? Let me see. I think I played this one already.
Good Monday morning. We are about to start week 2 of the Diddy trial. A couple of phrases that I think people need to know and understand as they're watching the trial, especially some of the comments that we're getting. 1, hearsay. 2, speculation. 3, corroboration. And then 3, four something at the end. Hearsay. What is hearsay? Hearsay is an out-of-court statement used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's a fancy phrase for, if you're going to talk shit about me, I need to look you in the eyes, and you can't tell me somebody outside of court said something. What does that mean? Witness gets on the stand and said, well, Bob said, well, put Bob's ass on the stand. Those people say, well, put those people on the stand. Well, you know they be talking. Well, who are they? That's what hearsay is. If you're going to say something, you must be the one who says it. 2, speculation. Reading the page, you're seeing a lot of people speculate and want to give opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, and everybody wants to give their opinion to explain testimony. Trials are supposed to be fair, and it is decided upon the evidence that is placed on the stand, not your personal opinions or subjective beliefs. You do not have to explain evidence. Evidence speaks for itself. Translation. Cassie gets on the stand. She tells her truth. Then Diddy's team comes back and they offer text messages that counteract some of the stuff they said. They rebuff. They hurt some of her testimony. Cassie, I don't like freak-offs. I don't like these things. This was the worst, darkest time of my life. Text message read, I love freak-offs. This is the best time of my life. I love you so much. Those go, I don't like freak. Then Diddy's team comes back. You do not have to explain evidence. Evidence speaks for itself. Translation. Cassie gets on the stand. She tells her truth. Then Diddy's team comes back and they offer text messages that counteract some of the stuff they said. They rebuff, they hurt some of her testimony. Cassie, I don't like freak-offs. I don't like these things. This was the worst, darkest time of my life. Text message read, I love freak-offs. This is the best time of my life. I love you so much. Those go back and forth. Now, what's happened is a lot of people out there in cartoon land are coming at me and they're just like, well, let me explain to you why she possibly would have sent that. It doesn't work that way. Remember, we want trials to be fair and decided on the evidence on the stand. So you, John Q. Public, cannot interpret what a witness says, and that's what is being told to the jury. You know who can? Experts. So we can offer expert testimony. An expert, the court will say, is somebody who just has more information than the trier of fact, the jury. Technically, a fifth grader can be the expert in fourth grade information because they know more than a fourth grader does, technically. And so an expert, and this is why this is important, people are giving their opinions. You can't, but an expert can give opinion testimony. An expert can say, in my expert opinion, this is why somebody in Cassie's situation might have sent these text messages. And the defense is going to be able to offer their other expert and say, that's not true. And then it becomes a battle of experts, and it's up to the jury to make the decision on who they want to listen to. Then we talk about corroboration. What that is, that's why these next witnesses are being offered. That's why Don Richard or some of these other witnesses are being offered as witnesses, because Cassie, remember, we rely on evidence on the stand and not what people said. Cassie said, he whooped my tail. Don is saying, I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes. I seen it. I seen the awful stuff he did to that woman. That's corroboration. That is not putting our opinion in or hearsay in or speculation in. That is putting specific facts in there. So all of that being said, what becomes the most important thing that I think is going to come out during this trial is I think the defense has done an amazing job, or did a very good job on the cross-examination with Cassie. They brought information in to show stuff that she said that possibly was not accurate and correct. Like if you don't, I think it was a good job. Now, when dealing with sex trafficking, you do not have to prove that Cassie consented or didn't consent to the whole part if you prove just one, okay? Diddy's defense this entire time has been knowledge. It really is. He's just like, look, this was a consensual relationship. She was into the relationship. She was down with it. Read these text messages. All of this stuff is great. For the longest time, I've always said the worst thing that a client can do is talk. Whether it's Karen Reed, whether it's Diddy, don't speak. I know what you're thinking. Don't put these witnesses and don't let them talk. How can this become a bad situation? Diddy's the perfect example. You remember when people were bringing these lawsuits against Diddy and all these women, Diddy's like, I'm Diddy, y'all. All these women, they want me, and they just want my money, and I would never hit a woman. I would never do anything. Diddy is bad. Put the baby on me. Flash dance. And then, of course, the video came out, and Diddy all of a sudden is like, I would like to apologize for all of these women. I am so sorry for the stuff I'm being accused of. But why is that video more important than you think? Go back and watch the Diddy apology video. If Diddy's defense and knowledge is about coercion, is about his knowledge, and he would not have known that Cassie wasn't down, watch the apology video. Because if he testifies, that's going to be chief in cross-examination. In that video, he says things such as, I am so sorry. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I knew what I was doing. I must be a better person. This is the knowledge requirement of of element 2, the reasons. Element 2 of sex trafficking, knowledge. His apology video when he testifies is going to give the United States of America the knowledge requirement because he's on a video specifically saying, I did it, that's me, I shouldn't have done it, I need therapy, I was fucked up, y'all. Saying all this stuff, telling the world that he had knowledge. Don't speak, I know what you're thinking. Take that. You and me, we used to be together.
Man, that dude crazy as hell. But he got a lot of facts right there. Diddy, this is one instant where I think if Diddy took the stand, he would cook himself. There would be no reason for Diddy to take the stand at this point. You paid your legal team enough money to not even have to do that. So we back in court, y'all. Jury is entering. The government calls Carrie Morgan. Ooh, they got Carrie Morgan up on the stand, y'all. This might get good. But what receipts is Carrie gonna come with? We finna see. So the government calls Carrie Morgan. Where do you live? Carrie Morgan says Los Angeles. AUSA says, who is in this photo? Photo shown. Of course, Carrie says Cassie Ventura. AUSA says, what was your relationship? Carrie Morgan says, we were best friends. Her boyfriend assaulted me. AUSA says, do you see him? Carrie says, yes, in the yellow sweater. There in the yellow sweater. AUSA says, let the record reflect the witness has identified Sean Combs. AUSA says, why are you here? Carrie says, I got a subpoena. AUSA says, where did you live with Cassie? Morgan says, in Manhattan. So they got Carrie Morgan up on the stand, y'all, and Carrie Morgan is saying that her very first thing is said he assaulted her. They said Gene gonna testify as well. Now Gene's not testifying. They said that's exactly why I said he's innocent and guilty. Therefore, I do believe he will get some time, maybe not a lot, but at least 10 years. They said assuming that's what Ali was promising. And they said, this is going to get good. Now rubs hands like Birdman. Yeah, I ain't going to lie. Carrie's testimony could get a little good because she was one of the people that was, tied to Cassie. But again, this is just going to be about Cassie all over again. So here we go with more Cassie receipts. AUSA says, did Cassie drink? Carrie Morgan says, not much. AUSA says, any drugs? Carrie Morgan says, none. AUSA says, what was she doing for work? Carrie Morgan says, modeling. Then she recorded Me and You. AUSA says, when did you learn they were dating? Carrie Morgan says, 2007. So, again, here we go with the BS. They saying, did Cassie do drugs? And she says, none. They asked about any drugs. She said none. But in Cassie's testimony, do y'all remember Cassie admitted that her and Carrie did drugs together? And that's the reason why Diddy got mad and allegedly dangled her over that balcony. But Cassie said she seen it, but then her testimony previously with the government already said that she didn't see it. She just she said she seen something in Diddy's hand. I can't remember what she said. She said she seen something in Diddy's hand. Like I guess he hit her with a pan, or he hit her with something, and then he saw it in her. He saw it. She saw the whatever object in Diddy's hands. Y'all could refresh my memory in the chat. I can't remember what she said she seen in Diddy's hands, but it was alluding to the fact that you didn't witness this. You only saw something in his hands and knew he was already mad at you, so you assumed it. They said a hanger. Yeah, my bad. Okay, the hanger. It was a hanger in Diddy's hands. She saw, and Carrie said she got hit with a hanger, and then she saw the hanger in Diddy's hands. Again, it's like, Don, I know I seen those people come out of their room, and I know what I heard, but you didn't witness it, so you're not a witness. And Cassie's saying, I witnessed him hang her over the balcony, but then saying, okay, I mean, I seen the hanger in his hands, and I knew that he was mad at me, so I assumed that he hit her with the hanger because she told me that he hit her with the hanger, and I seen the hanger in his hands. So you didn't really witness it. You're only going off hearsay. You're going off hearsay now. It says, so she was lying. Cassie also said she took a drug before Diddy in a Gatorade bottle. They said she seen a hanger. They say wooden clothes hanger. Carrie is a supporting witness to Cassie's testimony. Man, assumed is not an eyewitness. They say wire hanger in my Tyler Perry voice. I don't know, Carrie. Let's see how long we keep Carrie up here. AUSA says, did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs? Carrie Morgan says, yes. Ibiza, Miami. AUSA says, what drugs did Mr. Combs provide? Morgan says, Molly, marijuana, ecstasy. AUSA says, which did Mr. Combs take? Morgan says, all. Morgan says, did did you take drugs? No, I guess they asked, AUSA must have asked, did you take drugs alone with Cassie? And Morgan says, opiates. But they just said any drugs, and Carrie said none. See, this is so now y'all took ecstasy together. Opiate. You and Cassie took opiates together, but you just said y'all didn't do no drugs. So your story already not making sense. She lying early. She already lying early. Her testimony already is going against everything she said. What is up with these people in lying, y'all? What is up with these people in lying? They said, but did she have a mark after he hit her? I'm sure she did. I just don't think they will lie on Diddy is guilty, but a hanger, damn. I mean, even if Diddy did it, my point is, first of all, it has nothing to do with the fucking case. You're just saying it to fuck his character up, but in the same breath, you're not a real witness because you really didn't witness him doing it. You're only going off of hearsay because I believe that's what he did based on what I've seen, but that's not a fact. I mean, even if it's true, it's still not a fact. It's still kind of damning, like, okay, you saying you seen something, but if you didn't, it's a difference between seeing and hearing. You do understand that, right? It's a difference between you witnessing something with your eyes and witnessing something with your ears, or witnessing something because you word of mouth, or something you thought you heard. Just because you thought you heard something don't mean that's what you heard. That ain't a real witness. I'm sorry, it's just not. And that's not gonna stick. To me, that ain't gonna stick. All right, man. Let's continue. AUSA says, how did Mr. Combs act? And Carrie Morgan says, he would yell at Cassie. She lost all her confidence. Big time. Lost her spark. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs talk down on Cassie? Morgan says, yes, about her looks. Who she talked to? AUSA says, did he contact you looking for her? Morgan says, a lot. I don't know, man. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to go off her testimony already. She already seemed like, it seems like this, all they got on Diddy is what everybody else is just saying they seen. They're not going off of no facts. They're going off of things that people say they heard. So I don't know, man. I don't know how much more I could take of this shit. They say, imagine talking about her looks while looking like that, shaking my head, and she's literally beautiful. He clearly wanted to be her. Diddy about to get off. Even the jurors have to be saying, okay, I get it. He's a terrible human being. And my point, they're only going off of Diddy being a monster and convincing the jury that this guy shouldn't be. It don't matter. They just looking like, come on, man. He's fucked up in the head. You got to convict him of something. Like, come on, man. The dude is just a piece of crap. He's a piece of ish, literally. It's like, okay, bro, we get that. But again, this is an ex-trafficking / racketeering / transportation to engage in prostitution case. This ain't a case of, now if his character was up for, if his character was sitting on that stand to be deemed horrible or great, and we convict him based on that, then I mean, by all means, convict his ass. They over here with the damn Diddiness, the Diddiness going on, man. This is, I don't know, dog. The feds is, can we get her crossed already? Can we go ahead and get Carrie crossed already? She's saying that he contacted her a lot looking for Cassie. Okay, well, where is can we tie her to ex-trafficking? Are we going to be able to tie her to transportation to engage in prostitution? Are we going to be able to tie her into racketeering? Do y'all think she got some real receipts? I'm going to go out on a limb and say this girl ain't got no damn receipts. Salute, Cosmic. They said Diddy needs to take accountability, not the girls, baby oil, drugs, the abuse. They said if Cassie couldn't get away, why Puff call Morgan looking for Cassie? Exactly. That further proves that she wasn't X traffic. Girl, you have free will to do whatever. If this dude was kidnapping you and holding you against your will, then how come he didn't never know where the hell you was at? You seem to get loose enough to go get some D. You seem to get loose enough to go do drugs with your friends. You seem to get loose enough to get out the country, to get out the state, to get out of Diddy's grasp every time you wanted to. It seems like you had free will to go be a little 304 in the industry. You had other boyfriends. You was going out of state, kicking it with them. Diddy didn't know who you were sleeping with. He was accusing you of cheating while you were. So you obviously was loose. So why are we still talking about Cassie today? I'm just still wondering, why the fuck do we keep talking about, this is not a case of Cassie. So she said, AUSA says, how did Mr. Combs act? Carrie Morgan says he would yell at Cassie. She lost all her confidence, big time, lost her spark. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs talk down to Cassie? Morgan says yes about her looks, who she talked to. AUSA says, did he contact you looking for her? Morgan says a lot. Carrie Morgan says sometimes he would call 50 times in a row. AUSA says, would others call you for him? Morgan says yes. Christina Courtroom or KK. AUSA says, did you witness assaults? Morgan says yes. First in the Hollywood Hills. Ruben, one of the security guards, was there. Man, boy, they reaching for the sky at this point. They are acting as if this is a domestic violence case. Cassie is one of those funny-faced light women Kat talked about. They said she has to have receipts. They asking questions they already know. They said she had plenty of time to call 911. Not one police call has ever been played in court. Ain't nobody ever played no damn police. They haven't even presented none of the receipts yet. Ain't nobody got up on this stand and said, you know what, I got text messages that prove what I'm saying. Everybody just keeps getting up there talking about things that they heard, things that they believe, things that, oh yeah, I seen it. Okay, well, show us. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? Carrie Morgan says he kicked her. AUSA says, what did she do? Morgan says, nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't. AUSA says, then what? Morgan says, we left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps. So they saying that Diddy beat Cassie, and these two people, Carrie Morgan and Cassie, had to take off running and hide from Diddy, but eventually end up right back around him. It seems for everybody to be so afraid of Diddy, for everybody to be so damn scared of Diddy, they sure loved being around him. It seemed like that money kept their ass right around for long enough. And once the money stopped, everybody, oh my gosh, he's a monster. I hate him. Why is he looking at her? Why is he looking for her if he knew she was cheating? Let her leave. Domestic violence is indeed included in transportation to engage in prostitution, trafficking, and racketeering. So stop acting like the domestic violence part doesn't matter. It matters a lot. Look, RLS, I don't give a damn what you talking about. I'm gonna be real with you. I've said what I said, and I ain't gonna say it again. I got my stance. You got yours. Don't be up here trying to talk crazy to me with your chest pumped out. I don't know who the hell you think you're talking to. I got my opinion, and you can have yours. Let it be that. Don't tell me how to feel. I know what I'm looking at, and I'm not looking at no facts. I'm not looking at no receipts. So just because him and Cassie had a domestic relationship doesn't make anything right, but it does not allude to sex trafficking when you got messages that clearly state that you want to do this, you love being here, you want nothing more, you love the money, you love the drugs, you love every portion of this, you want nothing more than to be here with me doing this. I got messages of you saying, I love freak-offs. I love having freak offs. I want to do this more. I don't want them to be shorter. I want them to be longer, and I want to take more drugs. You got proof of all this stuff. So again, domestic violence does not play a part in some cases. Yes, it can. In this case, it don't. I'm sorry. I got my stance. You got yours. In this particular case, her being beat has nothing to do with what they're saying he's charged with. I'm sorry. To me, it just doesn't, and you can't force my opinion. You can't force your opinion on me, and I'm not forcing mine on yours. Everybody in this chat got free will to think whatever they want to, whether they think Diddy's guilty or think Diddy's innocent, think Cassie is rainbows and cupcakes, or think Cassie is cap. It's up to you. I can't tell you how to feel about this shit. They say the charge is force, not domestic violence. Did he beat her to force her to do a freak off? Nope. He beat her just because that's who he was. That's who Diddy is. He's a monster. No one is saying Diddy is innocent of beating Cassie. Everybody in this chat is saying, yeah, hell yeah, Diddy needs help. Diddy is a freaking weirdo. But at the same point, is she being forced into that lifestyle, or is she getting beat but loving the lifestyle? Seems like she was getting her ass whooped and still around to kick it to do the freak offs. Even after the lawsuit, she still was trying to have one last freak off with Diddy. So what are we talking about? She was forced into that lifestyle, but after everything was said and done and you got your money for your lawsuit, you still wanted to have a freak off with the man. Whether you had kids with your husband or not, your husband had hit you up while you've been sitting there smashing Diddy. You kept going back to Diddy. You kept checking up on him after you was already released and gone and whatever. He done released you from the ex-trafficking and you still hitting him up to see how he doing. What are you talking about? What is you talking about? I don't give a damn what you talking about, RLS. Ring door cameras would have been great. Fuck a ring doorbell camera. See, y'all finna piss me off and I'm finna start going in again. I've been cool, but y'all finna piss me off. They said he's a freak and she is too. They said it was the money why they stayed. They said this case is state, not criminal. They said Amaya said RLS facts. Well shit, all right now. They said he used his power and she used hers to get what she wanted. Let's let this case rest. They said Diddy had masters that used him for ex-slaves dungeon, but they won't slip. So that's why you can't nail him to it, probably. They said the charge is force, not domestic violence. Did he beat her to force her to do a freak off? At the end of the day, y'all going to see justice prevail. Watch. RLS, don't nobody in here give a damn if Diddy gets found guilty or innocent. That's the problem. You just in your damn feelings. You getting too personal with the shit. You getting in your feelings. You about to get cussed the fuck out. Don't be real with you. You getting in your feelings over something that ain't got nothing to do with you. And you about to get cussed the hell out. They said, wait, what? She wanted to do a freak off after the civil lawsuit? Where is when she got the $20 million? If that's true, I definitely missed that part. Hey, chat, am I lying? After everything was said and done, did they not prove that Cassie still wanted to have one last freak off with Diddy and she contacted him? She was hitting him up after the fact. Am I lying, chat? He said, you ain't lying. You smoke crack, don't you? They said, cussed him out. They said, I'm curious to see what Aubrey will say. Aubrey's not testifying. They say, but it's not just about ex-trafficking. It's about 2 other charges as well. When he's found guilty on those 2 charges, I will be in the chat saying I told y'all. You act like my feelings is going to be hurt and I got something invested into the Diddy shit. I'm speaking on my opinion, saying the things that I have heard so far in this case today, not speaking on what's going to happen 7 weeks from now, but I'm saying as of right now, from what I've heard in this case, I haven't seen the connection to sex trafficking. I haven't seen the connection to racketeering. I haven't seen the connection to transportation to engage in prostitution by force. But I said by anything, I could probably see the prostitution more than anything. If they convict him of anything, I think it'll be that. What you're saying is, oh, he's guilty of racketeering and it's going to come out. I didn't say it wouldn't come out. I said what I'm seeing today. So you can shut the fuck up, RLS. I told you keep pissing me off. You just in my chat, just keep going and going and going. Like I'm not saying exactly what the hell I'm speaking on what I'm looking at. I can't tell the future. I don't know what the fuck they're going to come with. I just know the feds are sloppy in the beginning. This is looking bad for the feds right now. They're not proving their case, not to me, but it don't matter what the fuck I think. So like I keep saying, keep talking to me crazy. So we speaking from this case, not personal. Who cares if he go to jail or not? Exactly. We only speaking on what we exactly get to the racketeering. We don't give a damn about the beatings no more. This is not forced. Cassie was not forced. I'm sorry. She wasn't. Cassie was not forced. If you don't like it, you can leave. Cassie was not forced into this. Cassie was not forced to do freak offs. I haven't even seen a receipt of Diddy saying, If you don't do this, I'm going to release this. Where is the proof? So every time Diddy said it, he was talking to you face to face, but all these other text messages, he pouring his heart and soul out to you. He's saying everything else under the sun, even admitting that he beat you in the text messages. So he willing to say all this to you, but he ain't going to threaten you. He only threatened you face to face. He never threatened you, you know what I'm saying, you ain't record nothing. You ain't got a screenshot. You ain't got a clip of nothing. You just saying it. Okay, I get it. Don't make Ratchet mad, y'all. Stop. This case is serious, like he said in the beginning. So y'all chill in real life. Don't piss Ratchet off. They said, Ratchet, chill. RLS is saying the same facts. I think RLS is trying to keep the chat open-minded and reminding people we still have more evidence to come. But we're only going off the evidence that we're looking at in front of us. That's the thing. We're not predicting the future. Okay, AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? Carrie Morgan says he kicked her. AUSA says, what did she do? Carrie Morgan says, nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't. AUSA says, then what? Morgan says, we left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps. AUSA says, and the next time? Carrie Morgan says, in Jamaica, I saw him drag her by the hair. I ran back to get my purse and phones so we could leave. AUSA says, what did you see next? Carrie Morgan says, I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooden area. This whole thing is going to be about Cassie and Diddy's relationship, man. Isn't she a compromised witness since she took 2 settlements? Why is she still testifying after that? They said, and Diddy didn't hurt her like that. Show medical records of a broken jaw, bones, or something. We saw pics with glasses on. She looked great. I don't know. They said, what more evidence do you need than victim number 1, which is all 3 counts? What did Dick out here say? They arguing in these damn comments, boy. Ratchet, oh, never mind. I think she said RLS is saying, oh, dude, okay. They just over here arguing in the chat. I don't know what's going on. Cassie has been exposed as a little bit of a liar and a big freak. Even though I don't agree with the brutal abuse, Cassie was, because we never knew she got the $10 million settlement from the hotel. They said, JW, I don't know. That's why I need more. Who doesn't need more? I think, chat, tell me, in order to convict Diddy of all 3 counts, do you need more evidence? Raise your hand in here if you do. Everybody in the building, if you need more evidence to convict him, raise your hand. If you don't, just drop the thumbs down. If you already convicted Diddy, put the thumb down in the chat. If you need more time, raise your hand just to say, man, I need more time to convict. I can't say he's guilty yet. I can't. Not of the 3 counts. I can't. Of the 3 counts you got in front of you, I raise my hand and say, I need more evidence, dog. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that he's guilty. Drop the thumbs down if you already saying Diddy guilty and you don't need no more evidence. Raise your hand if you need more time and you just want to see how this plays out. So we're not going to convict him yet. Not of those 3 counts. We'll say he's a fucked up person. His credibility, not his credibility, his character shot down the fucking window, but I need more time to convict him of 3 counts that you're trying to convict him of. I'm with you. I'm wondering why there isn't a drug charge. They said thumbs up, my bad. Man. See, we open-minded over here, dog. See, y'all in y'all feelings, we being open-minded. AUSA says, what happened next? Carrie Morgan says, there were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went different directions looking for Cassie. AUSA says, did you find her? Morgan says, yes. Then we hid in a ditch, whispering. This is becoming a whole Lifetime movie at this point. This is becoming a whole Lifetime movie at this point. I feel like I'm watching a damn Lifetime movie. Bro be doing shit like this and named themselves Love. Diabolical. This is becoming a shit show. This sounds so crazy to us normal people. Yes, a large percentage of Cassie's case is leaning towards domestic violence, but somewhere in all that extreme domestic violence, there is force and extortion. That's why the defense is trying so hard to discredit the witness. Exactly. Because if you're able to prove that these people are telling the truth, if all these things are true, you do get the force aspect. You do get a RICO. You do get racketeering because you're saying D-Rock seen this. D-Rock was right there when it happened. D-Rock was there when the freak-offs happened. D-Rock was here. D-Rock was there out of state. D-Rock works for him. D-Rock was selling drugs. D-Rock was doing this. D-Rock was doing that. KK saw this. KK was hearing this. KK witnessed this. KK was in the room. KK was at this freak-off. KK was here. KK got paid this amount. So if you're tying everybody into a RICO. But again, it's all hearsay. None of these things are facts. I'm not even saying that. Hell, Carrie could be telling 100% truth right now. Carrie probably is telling the truth, but it doesn't fucking matter because you can't show proof of anything you're fucking saying. So just because you're telling the truth, for me to convict the man of what they're tying to him, and I can't prove your story, I can't prove Cassie's story, I can't prove Don's story, I can't prove the sex worker story. But Diddy, on the other hand, out of everybody in the room, he seems to be the only one with proof that this probably ain't true. I don't know what he got on Carrie yet. I know Carrie has allegedly settled out of court on some other shit. So I don't know what the defense is going to do with Carrie. So right now, Carrie doesn't look bad. It's just, for me, I still think that I need receipts. I'm not tripping on Carrie, though. I think all the other witnesses got shot in the foot early, and Don was the worst one out of everybody. But as I sit right now, I'm still giving Carrie the benefit of the doubt. But I still need to see receipts. My opinion. AUSA says, what happened next? Carrie Morgan says, there were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie. AUSA says, did you find her? Morgan says, yes. Then we hid in the ditch whispering. AUSA says, what about the incident at Comstock apartment? Carrie Morgan says, Cassie came back in with the hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock. AUSA says, did he get in? Morgan says, no. Then the police came. Again, here we go with this, bro. I don't know, man. They said, we all have heated discussions. Imagine the jury. Say, my granny always say, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. D-Rock needs to go onto the stand because his name being put in the mix by different people. Said, question, she was in a relationship with Ryan, who was a big-time producer, but started creeping with Diddy. The same way, look, Ryan introduced her to Diddy. That's the crazy part about it. Ryan took her to Diddy to get signed. She ended up sneaking off with Diddy and felt the better opportunity with Diddy, so she kicked Ryan to the curb once Diddy basically showed her he was interested. So she thought that she could creep in and be Diddy's main thing. He would get married to her, live happily ever after. But Diddy was still creeping with other chicks. Diddy ended up introducing her to the trainer. She runs off with the trainer and starts creeping with the trainer. Diddy introduced her to Kid Cudi. Diddy introduced her to Michael B. Jordan. Diddy introduced her to all the dudes she was creeping with. So Cassie ain't necessarily just a saint in this situation. Nothing against the domestic violence charges. I'm just saying she ain't like, I don't look at her like she just didn't do shit. She definitely was playing her role and she was doing it real well. Say, thank God, I hope they have record of this police interaction. Wait, you called the person who is allegedly a part of this criminal enterprise for help? Somebody with a brain, man. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, someone with a brain. Finally, somebody got a brain in their head. They said, who else would she call? LOL, there isn't one. You a lawyer? You asking some good questions. Finally, somebody with a brain here, dog. Like, what the fuck is we talking about? So y'all keep on going right back to the criminal enterprise. This is a criminal enterprise, and y'all seem to keep on going right. Y'all keep, hey, D-Rock, I need your help. D-Rock is in the criminal enterprise. Hey, KK, I need your help. KK is in the enterprise. I wanted to be friends with Lorianne Gibson. Lorianne Gibson is in the enterprise. Oh, I wanted to still communicate with so-and-so. Well, so-and-so is in a criminal enterprise. Why did you want to be so next to these criminals? These people are ex-traffickers. These people are racketeers. These people be prostituting people. These people will sell you out for a whoop-de-whoop. These people will let you get beat. These people will let you get robbed. These people will let you go high and dry. They will witness everything and will never help you. These people will look right at you getting your ass whooped and will turn a side eye to the shit. They will turn the other cheek to the shit. They won't care. But you're going to call these people for help when it's all said and done. Man, I don't want to hear this shit. Say, where is J-Lo, Mary J? They not bringing all the people who really could cook Diddy ain't on that damn stand. The real people that could cook him ain't on the stand. With all those drugs and banged heads, how good is the memory? They said, Cassie is an opportunist and a 304. Justin Bieber, please take the stand. They said, facts, where is D-Rock? They said, people do crazy stuff for a fix when they are an opiate addict. They said, I'll be surprised if they didn't subpoena Roger Bond to come onto the stand. They said, she is a jump off. She got the highest bidder at. They said, and Diddy introduced her to her husband, and she rolls around. Yeah, exactly. They said, I feel the reason why no drug charges, maybe never sold drugs to no one, but they're saying someone in that criminal enterprise was selling drugs as well. They playing a real weird game right here. This is a real weird game. So it says, what about that incident in Comstock apartment? Carrie Morgan says, Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came back and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock, and they said, did he get in? No. Then the police came. So who called the police? They say, Ratchet, who is the NBA player we all want to know? I thought we already exposed who the NBA player was. Did we not? I know we exposed the NFL player was allegedly, possibly Odell Beckham. Allegedly, Cassie smashed Odell Beckham. That's who I don't know if you're talking about the NFL player, but Cassie allegedly smashed Odell Beckham as well. I wonder if the defense will get Young Miami. I'm confused on why they wouldn't include her at all. It was an NFL player. Yeah, if you're talking about the NFL player, it's Odell Beckham. Allegedly. They say, how young was Cassie? They said, salute, Rat. Salute, Shawnee. Hey, we are $12 away from a honey bun still, y'all. We $12 away from a honey bun, man. And we still only barely got 700 likes, man. Can I get 300 people to double tap that screen and get these likes up? Can I get 300 people just to double tap that screen and get these likes up, man? If you can't see the live, hit the three dots at the top right-hand corner and just remove the live chat. AUSA says, what happened? Carrie Morgan says, Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left a card. AUSA says, read this message. Did you see an attachment? Morgan says, yes. A photo of the card the detective left. So, again, with no police interaction, I mean, that just means a detective left something on. We don't know what that's about. So now it's still, I don't think that they're able to prove nothing. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying he didn't beat Cassie. I'm not saying the police didn't come, and I'm not saying the police didn't leave a card, because obviously there's a card up there. So one would only think that maybe she is telling the truth. Maybe this did happen, but Cassie didn't open the door to show the police nothing. She didn't talk to the police. She didn't give no story. The police left the card, and it's looking like possibly Cassie never reached out to them, acting like she needed any help. She went right back to whatever was going on. So again, what do we take from that? Like, what is this proving? It still proves nothing to me. Cassie and her husband were broke, and he helped her come up with a plan to come up. Obviously, she was experienced, very young, and how we know she ain't the one that turned Diddy out. Well, Cassie was already, I posted, I'm not going to play it on here, but I posted on my Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook. I posted an old video of the original video to Me and You. And Diddy tried to block that video from getting released because it was like a sex slave video or something. You got to go back and watch that damn video. It was on some weird shit. So go back and watch not the video that Diddy came out with, the original video. I got the original clip on my damn Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on my Twitter. So Ryan Leslie gave Cassie her career. He did all the beats for Me and You. Exactly. The original Me and You song was before Diddy. It was with Ryan Leslie. Diddy tried to block it once he got into the picture and he redid that song. Cassie's Me and You is an old song. She had did with Ryan Leslie. Diddy just redid the damn song. They say, was she with him? They said, never mind, erase that. They said, you can't out Diddy the diddler. Ryan Leslie gave Cassie her career. He did the beats from Me and You to all her debut songs. So while Cassie was loose, her box was hot. They said Cassie boyfriend before Diddy was a well-known producer. Why didn't he elevate her career? When Cassie got with Diddy, she was not innocent. She already was a 304. They said, damn, they hiding in ditches. I said, well, I have to go watch it. Yeah, it's on all my social media. Cassie ain't no victim. She wearing the same shoes as Diddy. I agree with that. I think that both of their asses was out here loose. I think that both of them was loose. It's, oh, okay, great. At least they got something. She was a battered woman and really still wanted to protect him. So we don't know who called the police. Maybe the neighbors. There may be a record of it. Again, no proof. Again, no proof. They got nothing. They don't got nothing here. All they got is a bunch of hearsay. They say, this is good. Okay, why she didn't want to show her ID? This dude was chasing you in a golf cart. Again, Diddy is running around like a crazed maniac, chasing her with a golf cart. He trying to run her down with a golf. This nigga was so doped up and high. Diddy was chasing her down with a damn. Diddy probably was in a towel on a golf cart chasing her ass, and you didn't want to open the door and show the police your ID and get this maniac the fuck on about your way. The police came and you didn't even fuck that. You just hid in the bathroom. You said fuck that. I ain't showing no ID. They said, wow, she wanted to protect him and still get the ring and money. Nice. We get it. Can we move on to something else? We did not hear from Cassie. I thought this was a RICO case. Exactly. I thought Cassie told him what happened, but didn't say who it was. Said, didn't she say they didn't take the report because she didn't give her ID? They said, damn it, Cassie, they could have helped you. Oh, wow, the police name on the card that came out. Uh-oh. It's a detective name? Damn, Cassie was too scared to tell. Domestic violence do that. Let's continue to see what else we got here, y'all. They said, what happened? Carrie Morgan says, Cassie wouldn't show them her ID. Nothing happened. They left the card. So Cassie talked to these people. Cassie interacted with the police. So if the police was to see you and you had to have a hoodie over your face and you interacted with the police, that means they had to have looked at your face. You think the police wouldn't say, take your glasses off, let me see that eye, let me see your face, what's going on, who did this to you? So they just let you leave without showing ID and after being in a domestic dispute. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, I don't know. This is sounding kind of on some far-fetched shit. This is on some far-fetched shit. What y'all think, man? Let me say, plus, why keep taking trips and traveling with this toxic relationship? Get away from them. But I guess she doing the drugs too. And like the lifestyle indirectly, disloyal to her own self. D-Rock was like a brother to Cassie, the only one who tried to help. Her stories just don't seem right. Cassie said he was like a brother to her. She hid out at his house from Diddy. I imagine that that was in the later days, but that's an assumption. Okay, so where's D-Rock? D-Rock need to hit that stand then. AUSA said what happened, and she's saying that Cassie wouldn't show her ID. I don't know. I'm not convinced, but I'm not convinced that something still seems very off about this. This is so true. Women do be scared to tell. I went through that at the age of 17. I never called the police or my family. Not too far-fetched with NYPD. Money talks. If the feds ever catch Aaron, he'll blow this open for a plea deal. I don't know how Aaron Hall ain't on that stand. Aaron Hall openly admitted to R-wording girls. he openly admitted to kidnapping, and I don't know how the hell he didn't make it to this RICO. They said Laws was on Diddy payroll. They said, let's see, it said it doesn't matter what her plan was. She was a victim in the moment. They said scared to lose that lifestyle, not of Diddy. They both be geeked up. Cassidy probably brought her friends to these freak-offs too. They wasn't as willing as she was. It's like they have a second-hand testimony, but nobody called the police or the feds to help her. It don't add up. Said Odell Beckham is just like Diddy. So true. Aaron showed Diddy how to do what he do. Aaron Hall, yeah, he turned a lot of motherfuckers out. Aaron Hall was a freak. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs ever assault you? Carrie Morgan says, yes. He hit me with a wooden coat hanger and choked me. AUSA says, where did the hanger hit you? Morgan says, behind me, right ear. AUSA says, what did he express concern about? Morgan says, who Cassie was cheating on him with. More hearsay. Where is the proof? Oops. Where is the proof? Can anybody tell me where that proof is? It's just more hearsay. I don't see no damn proof. All I see is hearsay. I'm not seeing where they going with none of these damn trials. It's 12:30 over there. Let's see. More hearsay. I just want to know where the proof is of any of these things that they saying happened, dog. The government has to have some receipts. I ain't never seen a case go this long and they ain't showed no damn receipts. They said Aaron was probably hidden everything. They said, where did the hanger hit you is crazy. Hearsay relationship. They said, wasn't JB allegedly topping off Odell in the club? Yeah, he definitely was. They say Aaron Hall is MIA. He got to go. So is Stevie J. Y'all see Stevie J ain't testifying. Stevie J is gone. Mary J is gone. Jennifer Lopez is gone. Y'all haven't noticed we haven't seen Aaron Hall. We ain't seen J-Lo. We ain't seen Usher. He just be doing his concerts with Cherries. He been out the public eye. Justin Bieber's out of the public eye. Everybody taking a backseat. We ain't seen or heard from Mary. Stevie J gone. Aaron Hall gone. The security gone. We ain't seen KK. We ain't seen Harv Pierre. Everybody just seemed to take a damn hiatus around this time. Said Stevie J quiet. 30 million from that pudding. I'm from the UK. I've seen your cops programs. If they see domestic violence, they arrest. Even if the person does not want to say anything, they still arrest. Even if they see bruise. I'm telling you right now, the way shit go out here, if they show up and there's some type of domestic dispute, somebody ass is going to jail. It don't matter if somebody did, somebody got to go. Even if they think something went on out here, somebody got to go. Period, point blank. It don't matter what the fuck you and her saying, somebody got to go. Sometimes they'll remove it, but if they get called on a domestic dispute, if it's any indication that there was a domestic dispute here by law, it depends on what state you're in. But I know here where I'm at, by law, somebody got to go to jail. I don't know about in y'all states, but out here, that's how it go down. They said it's not hearsay when it literally happened to her. Where's the proof? Other than her saying it happened. Where's the proof? Where's the proof other than her saying it happened? You talking about what? I'm not saying it didn't happen to her. I'm just saying, how can you prove that it did? How is this particular hearsay? When she was present, she even sued him and received a settlement. Okay, so where is the proof other than her saying it? Can you prove it happened? Man. Don't see, I'm finna piss people off today. They finna get mad at me today. I told y'all we was gonna go up on Twitter today. They finna get mad at me. Where's the proof? I don't care what y'all talking about. Show me the damn proof. And say, is this Also, domestic violence to a lover. You Diddy supporters. This case is clearly a pattern. Is this also DV to a lover? You Diddy supporters, or is this clearly a pattern? Huh? What? How is this hearsay if it happened to her? It's hearsay because she is just saying what she saw and heard. Smart guy. Yeah, these motherfuckers on Twitter finna be mad today. They said, where's Barack Obama at? Let's see. Let me ask y'all another question. I think we done with it. We got 1,000 votes on there. Let me ask y'all another question in the chat. Hold on. How do you feel about Carrie Morgan? This is going to break the case, or she is capped. What y'all think? Since we done with Don, I had to switch that up. What do y'all think about Carrie Morgan? My bad, y'all had to put a poll in. What do y'all think about Carrie Morgan? Vote on that poll in the chat. I got these motherfuckers mad over here on Twitter, so y'all could just expect a few people to be mad at me today. It's just going to be what it's going to be. They just going to be mad at me today. All right, so AUSA says, who did you speak to about it? Carrie Morgan says, Ryan, Sean's old assistant. What did he do? Morgan says, nothing. Shrugs. I have not spoken with Cassie since. Judge says break. So the judge said, we need another break for this shit. So I'm not sure if they're taking lunch. It's 12:30 there. I'm not sure if they're taking lunch right now. I'm not sure what they're doing. We do know lunch is about an hour, so we're going to check and see where they going with this. But as they on break, let's get back over here as they are on break. Let me move my screen back over. My bad, y'all. All right. So let's move this screen back over. Okay. So let's see what we got here. All right, my bad. So that was the second week of Sean Diddy Combs. So they haven't had no updates then. The second week of Sean Diddy Combs' trial is expecting to bring forth more government witnesses, including the return of Danny DeCane. So yeah, we already read that, so they ain't made no more updates with this shit. Morgan said, oh yeah, they did. Carrie Morgan told the jury how she saw Cassie Ventura in 2016 after she was attacked at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles after leaving a freak off with Sean Diddy Combs. It was a short time after the incident, which was recorded on surveillance video at the hotel, and Ventura returned home in rough shape, according to the witness, who had been staying at Ventura's apartment. She had her hoodie over her head. She was kind of slumped, and she dropped her bags, Morgan said. And then she pulled her hoodie back, and she had a black eye. About half an hour after Ventura's arrival, Morgan said Combs began banging on the door with a hammer, and Ventura appeared numb. I don't think she cared if he came in and killed her, Morgan said. The hotel video shows Combs punching Ventura in the face, throwing her to the ground, kicking her repeatedly, and dragging her. He attempted to cover up the incident, prosecutors have said. And there goes Carrie Morgan. Cassie Ventura's former friend Carrie Morgan was seen arriving to the courthouse on Monday for Sean Combs' trial last week. Ventura testified that their friendship ended after Combs threw a wooden hanger at Morgan in 2018. After the incident, Ventura said Morgan made a demand against the former couple, which both Combs and Ventura paid to resolve the dispute. So Not only did Diddy pay, Cassie paid for that shit as well. Morgan recounts incidents in Hollywood and Jamaica. Carrie Morgan said she watched Sean Combs act violently towards Cassie and Ventura on 2 occasions. Once at the home Combs was renting in the Hollywood Hills, and another time in Jamaica. Morgan described seeing Combs push Ventura when the pair were in a bedroom in the California home. She couldn't recall the date. Morgan, who said she was in a foyer area with a direct view of the room, described seeing Combs push Ventura and was pretty sure that he also punched and kicked her. Morgan said Ventura did nothing in response. Morgan said she yelled at a security guard she was standing next to, a man named Ruben, to do something. The guard had made clear that he wasn't going to do anything, Morgan said. After Morgan said that she and Ventura left the house, they hid behind steps at a neighbor's home as Combs and a security guard searched for them. Morgan described another altercation between Combs and Ventura in Jamaica in 2013. Morgan said that Ventura went to the bathroom. Combs complained that she was taking too long and sought her out. A few minutes later, Morgan said she heard Ventura screaming, sounds that Morgan described as guttural, however you say that, and terrifying. Morgan said she then saw Combs dragging Ventura by the hair. Morgan testifies about Combs assaulting Ventura. A longtime friend of Cassie Ventura is on the witness stand discussing how the R&B singer's demeanor shifted after she began dating Sean Diddy Combs, whom the witness described as psychologically and physically abusive. The friend, Carrie Morgan, stopped talking to Ventura after she was also allegedly assaulted by Combs when she was at Ventura's home in 2018. She lost all her confidence big time. Morgan testified of her friend during the early part of the singer's 11-year friendship with Combs. She lost her spark. Morgan said she saw Combs hit her, pull her hair, kick her, push her. Morgan testifies Ventura's livelihood was controlled by Combs. Assistant U.S. Attorney Meredith Foster questioned Carrie Morgan about the conversations that she had with her former best friend Cassie Ventura about Sean Combs. Morgan said that she would sometimes tell Ventura to leave Combs. Ventura would say that she couldn't. Morgan recalled because of her job, her car, her apartment. Combs controlled everything. She would have lost all of her livelihood, Morgan said. Prompted by Foster, Morgan said Ventura didn't have many friends at the time, and that Morgan was the only one of those friends who wasn't employed by Combs. Morgan said she noticed that Ventura would feel more positive about her friendship with Combs after spending time with these people. You could tell they were convincing her that it was okay, Morgan testified. So that's where that's going to imply the damn RICO. They're doing stuff that's implying to their RICO by saying, oh, well, all of her friends were his friends and everyone was around because of it. Salute to Blue Wells for that 5-piece. Says that's your 3rd super on the live stream. I appreciate them 3 super chats. Salute, salute, salute. Also, can I get 250 people to double tap the live screen? Hit the screen. Everybody in the building, tap their screen to get the likes up. Also, we got $8 until we get to Honey Bun. We $8 away, y'all. Salute, salute, salute. So let's see if anybody else said something to me. I guess they left me alone. They said, she's an eyewitness testifying about what she actually saw, witnessed. She also became one of the victims. He hit her. This isn't hearsay. It's definitely hearsay. I believe it's hearsay. I don't think you got proof of nothing you're talking about. I say, well, she showed the proof that the police were involved, so now what? How is this particular hearsay? I read that one already. It literally happened to her, and it's backed up by Cassie, and she was there when the incident happened. Shut up. Shut up, Goofy. Look dumb as hell. All right, now I'm finna make them all mad on Twitter today. So they mad at me. It's all good. Fuck them. feed them fish. Let's see, they still on a break. So I'm not sure. Are they on lunch break or where they at? I'm not really sure. Let's see. Oh, my bad. I got the damn screen wrong. My bad. Why y'all didn't tell me? Hold on. Give me a second while I fix that. My bad. Let's fix that real quick. All right, that should be good. Okay, we good. My bad. I be forgetting to fix my damn screen when I go back and forth. All right, so what y'all thinking about this, man? Is it hearsay what Carrie Morgan is doing, or because they're saying she's an eyewitness and she's backing up Cassie's story? To you as a juror, I'm asking y'all to be the jury today. So as a juror, in your mind, when you hear someone say, I did see this, it did happen, is that more hearsay, or because they're saying I witnessed it, do they become credible in your eyes? For me, I still need receipts of shit, man. This case is just messy. For me, I need receipts. I don't believe everything I'm hearing in this case. For me, I just don't believe everything I'm hearing. It's a pattern of domestic violence and actual deviance, but not a pattern of racketeering. They say, if it was that bad, give up the lifestyle for your peace. Again, she made a choice for the benefits. They said no. They said proof. JW, that sounds right. J. Hughes says, we don't care about Jean unless he's actually going to take the stand. They said they still on lunch break. Salute, Taz. Renee, thank you for the 10-piece. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. It don't matter. He's getting fed time for the stolen guns. I don't think he's on stand for the stolen. I don't think he's on trial. For the stolen guns. Can you show me where some stolen guns is on? Are they going to tie that into the racketeering? Or I didn't see him have any gun charges, and I didn't see any drug charges. So they said they found guns with the serial number scratched off, but I don't remember that. I don't remember him being charged with it. Y'all can tell me in the chat if I'm wrong about that or not. I don't think I am, but I don't remember him being charged with the with a gun charge. It's a Fed case. They say, well, they got 34 charges. They only need one to stick. I thought that all his charges were in the same counts. Like he has this many counts of racketeering. He has this many counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He has this many counts of actual X trafficking. I don't know, man. Y'all make me feel like I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. They said this is crazy. This case is crazy. They have to show the proof too. They said they still on lunch break. We don't care about Gene unless he's gonna take the stand. They said Cali gun laws are strict. They say RICO is a Fed. I know RICO is a Fed. I know what I'm looking at. This is a RICO case. This is a Fed case. But what I'm saying is, I don't remember them. I seen the guns in the lawsuits. I don't remember seeing them charging them with the guns. That gun charge would have brought the ATF. Yeah, I didn't see any gun charges. I didn't see no gun charges on this. So I think people are reaching like, bro, he got caught with drugs. He got caught with guns. But they charged him with X trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Those are the 3 charges he's facing, bro. They said it'll be safe when the feds come. It'll be state, and then the feds will come. They have to show conspirators or no RICO. They said just wait. What is Diddy charged with? Let's look and see what Diddy is charged with. Salute to Decked Out here. Says, I believe the AUSA is trying to throw the case. That's what I said. I appreciate that 2-piece. Salute. And Renee, thank you for the 10-piece. I don't know if I thank you. Salute to both of y'all. Do y'all think the Fed's trying to throw this case? It says Sean Combs is facing several federal charges, including racketeering conspiracy. This charge relates to the allegations that Combs operated a criminal enterprise that engaged in various illegal activities, including X trafficking, forced labor, and kidnapping. X trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, 2 counts. And it says these charges allege that Combs used force, fraud, or coercion to recruit, harbor, or transport individuals for the purpose of commercial sex acts. Transportation for the purpose of prostitution, 2 counts. These charges allege that Combs transported individuals across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. In addition, the Fed's charges also faces numerous civil They said the federal charges, Combs also faces numerous civil lawsuits alleging sexual assault, battery, and other forms of abuse. It's important to note that Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges and denies the accusations against him. So, again, he has one charge of racketeering conspiracy. He has 2 counts of trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He has 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So he has 5 counts. So he's not charged with no gun charges, y'all. It's exactly a choice. I think conversations have already been had and agreed to. He is going to walk. They said the drugs and guns, you would need to have DEA and ATF in on those charges. Neither are on this. Normally, FBI brings on RICOs, not Homeland Security, which is a division of Border Patrol. HLS aren't known for these cases. But Cassie said on the stand that he paid her too. They said they about to lay out the RICO. Everyone flipped on him. That's why he has no co-conspirators. They all about to take the stand. Cassie was not the star witness. She laid the foundation down. All right, we gonna see. We are gonna see, TT. It says, with the jury out for lunch, the arguments continue. Judge, what's your best citation to try to get this evidence in? AUSA says 614 F3D 30 at 39 and 945 F.3D at 706. Judge says, I'll look at them and we'll come back. Combs' lawyer says, I haven't seen this before. Judge says, you need to get something to eat. Break. Man, judge said, fuck that, go eat. We ain't got time for this shit right now. He said, look, I don't know where we going with this. Y'all, everybody needs to get out and go eat. Everybody needs to take a fucking break. So what time is it right now out there? It's about to be 1 o'clock out there in New York. That means we got about 3.5 hours left in this day. That means we've been here for 3 hours. We got about 3.5 hours left. You got to think about 4:30. This is going to wind down. Around about 4:30, this is all going to start winding down. So the jury is out for lunch. That means, we got shit popping off. What do y'all think is going to happen in the second portion of this Carrie thing? I don't think Carrie might last through the rest of the day. I think Carrie is really, they're trying to go with Carrie and the Cassie situation. So I think that they're going to have Carrie up there for at least another 2 hours. I would like to think she's there to the end of the day because they're going to have to cross-examine her and then recross and redirect. So I do think that Carrie probably be there all day today. Carrie might go into tomorrow. Excuse me. I don't see anyone coming out to say me and Diddy agreed to conspire to have freak-offs to further Bad Boy Enterprise. So 5 counts. Okay, what's the minimum he can serve? 10 years. I think, is it 10? Is it 10 or 15? If I'm not mistaken, he's facing 10 years to life. Or is it 15 to life, y'all? Somebody in the chat could tell you probably better than me because I'd be catching a blank right now. I think it's 10. I want to say 10 years is the lowest he can get. It's either 10 or 15, but I think it's 10. So Gene was asked to testify. Yeah, 10 years. Okay, it's 10 years to all the way up until life. All right, so it's 10 to life. That's what he's facing. So I asked the chat, how do you feel about Carrie Morgan? This is going to break the case is 43%. She is capped 57%. We got 200 votes damn near on that. Can everybody vote on that poll? Also, we still at 783 likes, y'all. Double tap that screen. We at 783 likes. Double tap that screen, man. Y'all tweaking right now, twin. Y'all is tweaking, twin. Get them likes up. They don't have any valid co-conspirators. Exactly, Ratchet. Carrie may be on the stand tomorrow as well. Yeah, I think Carrie might go into tomorrow. I think this is an important witness. As you've seen, Dawn ass couldn't make it on the stand. Dawn got caught up in every single one of her damn lies. Dawn was supposed to be a very good witness. I wouldn't say a key witness, but I would say Dawn was supposed to be somebody who was very important to this case. Dawn's testimony was supposed to be bigger than what it was. I think that's the part people are forgetting. The government gave up on her because they seen that they was going to get cooked. The longer they kept her on that stand, the worse off it was going to be. That's why they tried to just hurry up, prove a point. All right, we no further questions. We good. Let them recross her and we good. They recrossed her with about 3 questions and said, we good. They said, do you want to redirect? Judge was like, this was quick. Y'all want to redirect real quick? They're like, nah, we get her the fuck off that stand. Go ahead. They said Cassie never said on the stand that she was taken against her will or traffic. If she said that, it would have been different. They said because they are going to prove that they had freak offs to further Bad Boy, but they are only providing he's a piece of ish, which we all know from making the band. They said, and you go over cross-exam with Don during this break. Yeah, we can go over it. We can go over it real quick. Okay, so let's go over the cross-exam with Don. Let's go back to Don. What's more than so you reached out? Hold on. Let's go back over Don's testimony. Okay, so this is the cross-examination with Don Richard. Westmoreland said, you are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit. Don Richard says, I have civil lawsuits. Westmoreland says, you sat with the prosecutors and your allegations have changed. Don Richard says, I've been consistent. Westmoreland says, you testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs and Miss Ventura dropped down in the fetal position, right? Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall? You didn't see it. Don Richard says, I don't recall. Westmoreland says, would you agree with me it has been hard for you to keep your story straight with the respect to this egg incident? Don says, I told it as close as I could. Westmoreland says, the day after, you say Mr. Combs said people go missing. Don says, yes. Westmoreland says, let's do your interview on March 18th, 2025. You did not say anything about Mr. Combs told you that people go missing. Don Richard says, I don't recall that. Westmoreland says, no worries. I'm going to show you a document for the parties only. Page 5. Combs Westmoreland says, isn't it true this is the first time isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you your previous interviews? Don Richard says, I know what I said. Westmoreland says, you said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall 7 times? Westmoreland says, let's move to alleged incident before the Central Park concert. You are aware there was a camera crew. Don Richard says, not in the bathroom. Westmoreland says, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if the video has been turned over? She said, no. Westmoreland says, about the guns. You didn't tell prosecutors about I saw guns at Daddy's house. Don Richard says, they didn't ask. Westmoreland says, you never saw Combs pull a gun out and wave it around, load bullets or cock it? Don said, he just had it. Westmoreland says, did you tell the government you never saw Mr. Combs do cocaine? Richard says, I don't recall. Westmoreland says, your testimony has changed on quite a few things. Don Richard says, as time progresses, I remember more. Westmoreland says, you saw one stop sell drugs. You saw him take money. Don says, yes. Westmoreland says, all right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right? Don Richard says, no. Judge says, sidebar. Then they sidebarred. Westmoreland says, it was you who reached out to Mr. Combs to work with him again. Don Richard says, yes. Westmoreland says, but he had threatened you, right? You asked him to work with you again? Don says, yes. Westmoreland says, okay. Westmoreland says, the songs you released on your own have not reached the level of what you released with Danity Kane and Diddy Dirty Money, right? Don says, true. Westmoreland says, and you reached out with Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right? Don says, yes. Then they say, can we take a short sidebar? And then it comes back, and then they say, redirect. AUSA says, why did you file your civil lawsuit? Don says, when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. AUSA says in every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beat Ms. Ventura? Yes. AUSA says, why did you reach out to Mr. Combs? Don Richard says, one of the judges on Making the Band, Lorianne Gibson. I wanted to reach out. Westmoreland says, objection. Judge says, sustained. AUSA says, how often would you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money? Don Richard says, sporadic. AUSA says, why did you reach out? Don Richard says, to help Kalina Harper. AUSA says, no further questions. Westmoreland says, may we have a brief conference at the bench? Sidebar ensues. They said, recross. Westmoreland says, you admit you reached out to Mr. Combs to re-engage. You claim only to have a relationship with Lorianne Gibson, but if you got back together, then you'd have to see Mr. Combs more, right? Don says yes. Westmoreland says, you sued for money, right? Don says, for justice. Westmoreland says, but the suit asked for money, right? Don says yes. Westmoreland says, no further questions. Ms. Slavic, redirect, and then they say break. So that was the cross-examination and recross of Don Richard. So again, Don's out here looking bad. Don looks bad as hell right now. I can't lie about it. Don looks really bad. So I don't think Don has any credibility at all. I think Don lost every bit of credibility that they could possibly give her while we're looking at this shit as we speak. I don't think Don did a good job at all. What do y'all think of Don's testimony? They said, Don got caught up in her lies. And how do we know that Cassie is not withholding information and protecting him now? Keeping that door open is still beneficial to her financially. Hope the defense bring that up. It said the judge is over this BS. Hearsay is when the person being quoted is not present. And they are given detailed accounts of incidents that they were present for, first-hand witness accounts. But my point is, it's hearsay to me because you're saying that you and Cassie was around each other and y'all witnessed this and you're an eyewitness to this. But Cassie's statements are saying y'all wasn't even in the same room or the vicinity when the wooden thing happened, the wooden spoon. You can't nobody eyewitness that if they weren't there. You are just saying it happened between you and Diddy, so there is no eyewitness. And when you say I witnessed him beat Cassie, but Cassie's statements are saying that nobody was there and it was just her and him, it's looking like y'all are hearing things from each other. Y'all stories are coming together based on each other saying things. I can't prove that this really even happened. How do I know that Diddy really hit you with a wooden? I'm not saying he didn't do it, but how do I know he did do it? Because Cassie said she saw it happen, but then said, I didn't see it happen. I just seen the hanger in his hand. You saying it happened. So who really witnessed this? Nobody, right? So it's hearsay. That's my point. All of this shit is hearsay. So I think Cassie's starting to feel bad. Man. So they probably going to get cranked back up. What time did they go to lunch? Y'all need to get something to eat, break. That was like 15 minutes ago. They went up here. They braked at 24 minutes. So they probably got about another 30, 35, 40 minutes on break. So I say while this is going down, I'm going to get ready to take my dogs outside and we're going to watch a video. So give me a second while they break. We going to go watch a video right now. We about to go ahead and watch a video real quick. So give me a second. Let's go watch this damn video.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to another video. We still covering that Diddy case, man. No, it's Sunday. Back. I know it's the weekend, but let's just talk about what happened on Friday. Catch everybody up before the week starts for Monday. So this what's going on. We're going to dig right into it. I hope y'all are following me. If y'all not following me, hit that follow button. Don't forget to follow. It don't hurt to follow. It only take a quick sec. Hit that follow button for your boy. First and foremost, I want to point out, did anybody notice Diddy is fighting a RICO by himself? He gotta be the first person in history that is under a RICO charge and he's by himself. He's the RICO. He is no other person on the trial with him. Nobody else is getting locked up with him, like the YSL case. He have multiple people. He is literally on this RICO by itself. That's a red flag. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe y'all can educate me. But I thought if you under a RICO, it got to be some kind of organization. So what? Who else is under this organization other than Diddy? The sex trafficking organization other than Diddy, man. I think he's trying to FRICO, not a RICO. Cassie on the stand, and they cross-examining her. So Diddy lawyer, they bring up they call it affair, which is weird because they call that her and Kid Cudi had an affair, but her and Diddy is not married. So she basically just cheated with Kid Cudi. And then she would say that Diddy will use that to throw in her face when he get caught cheating, like, no matter what the fuck I'm doing, bitch, you cheated with Kid Cudi. So he was throwing that in her face, according to her. I don't know. That's crazy. I know he blew up Kid Cudi car. That's Kid Cudi did vouch for this. That he blew up Kid Cudi car for messing with Cassie. Like, he was on some straight mob shit. So I don't know. That's crazy work. So then after Kid Cudi, he thinks she's trying to sleep with Michael B. Jordan when she was doing the Honey movie set. Which I don't understand. I guess this was around the time she was doing the Honey set, the movie Honey she was in. He accused her of sleeping with Michael B. Jordan, which kind of confused me because Michael B. Jordan's not even in that movie. If you pull it up, nowhere near in that movie. But maybe she diving into the acting scenes and she messed with actors. I don't know. But that's another thing that she said Diddy accused her of sleeping with Michael B. Jordan. So then Diddy lawyers bring up, you said that have Diddy ever said he don't remember putting his hands on you. So the reason the defense is bringing this up and using this strategy is they trying to paint a picture like Diddy is just a strung out drug addict, and when he use these drugs and when he gets drunk, he's not in his right mind. Putting that he's not in his right mind is saying that how is somebody that's a drug addict and blanks out, don't remember certain acts, how is he running a sex trafficking organization? So that's the angle they trying to use. Diddy defense trying to set her up by asking these questions. When he hit you, did he remember this, or have you ever blanked out, or have you ever said he blanked out? So that's one defense that they using. So they trying to make it look like Diddy is this drug addict because Cassie and Diddy will actually call each other high partners. Like, that's their high partner. And it was a time that her and her friend was doing drugs together, and Diddy supposedly got jealous and threw a hanger at Cassie and he hit her friend in the face. So it's like her friend was like, you know what, I'm done. She stepped away from me. Like, I done got hit in the face with a hanger.
Y'all hold on, right? I'm gonna get my dogs ready for their lunch. I'm letting them go outside real quick. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
With this, y'all had that. Puts me in the mind is they trying to say Diddy the new Ike? He put his hands on a girl, on the girl, and beating her friend up. It's crazy work, man. If that's the case, R.P. Ike Turner, he should have been locked up too. I don't know, man. So now it's getting to the juicy part. So they Diddy lawyers bring up the time days before this freak off, or a day before the freak off. Cassie hit Diddy up on a text like, "Hey, I'm mad horny. I'm down for a freak off." And Diddy respond like, "Hey, that's cool and all, but you got your premiere." And she like, "Right, I don't want to mess up my premiere for the Honey set." Whatever movie she was, I guess it was Honey. That's the only movie I could think of Cassie being in to be 100. She didn't want to mess up the premiere for that. So this is what they say. This is what Diddy say. We can just start a freak off from 9 and end around 4 a.m. That's a short freak off. A 9-hour freak off, that's longer than a work shift. A 9-hour freak off is a short freak off. That's crazy work. But to bring it back to what I was saying, why I brought up her bringing up the freak off, Cassie is the one initiating the freak offs. That's crazy. She texts him like, I'm mad horny. I want a freak off. Like, not I want to fuck. She just like, I want a freak off. Like, he couldn't have just turned her out that much where she was just like, average one-on-one sex don't do it for me. If you ain't peeing on me, busting in my mouth at least 10 men at a time, it's not pleasurable. That's crazy. Like, once you peel the layers and really think about it, like, when she just say, I'm horny, I want a freak off, and the freak off is a 9-hour freak off, that's short for them. That's crazy work. So, days before the Continental, they, like I said, she hit him up talking about she horny. Diddy be like, let's have it at your crib. Can't have it at my crib. Got people at my crib. So, guess where they have it at? At the Continental Hotel where she got beat at. Where the famous footage, Diddy chasing her out the hotel room, during that time they was having a freak off, right? That Cassie initiated. He beat her up, dragged her. Everybody put out on the internet that this was what she was trying to do. She was trying to basically run from him. Like, she was fed up. But days before that, she the one that set up this whole freak off. That's more crazy. It only get juicier. So, he beat her up in the Intercontinental. Police get involved. They trash the room, blase, blase. Everybody saying that was her way of getting out. Or was it? Because literally the next day, Diddy hit Cassie up like, I'm horny for you. I want sex. And what was her response? That's cool, but I just need a different vibe from Friday. What was Diddy's response? Fuck Friday. I only want to do Friday again. Which raised a red flag to me, because what the hell was y'all doing in that room where Diddy just like, fuck Friday, I only want to do Friday again? Now, he could have been banking on the...
My bad, y'all. Had to go take care of my dogs.
Domestic violence that they had, or was they just trying some shit in that room where Diddy was just even freaked out himself? I don't know. That's crazy, mad work. But to be a person that's trying to say, paint a picture like, hey, I'm trying to get out, I didn't want to do this, seems like she was the one initiating these freak offs. So lastly, I'm going to bring up how Diddy defenses coming and trying to paint Cassie as a liar, or like her being a credible witness don't even matter, because a lot of things she was saying on the stand, she said she don't remember. Like, even with the Chris Brown incident, she have no recognition of remembering dancing with Chris Brown. But then when they dug back and they came up with it, like, hey, this what you said, ain't this you? Oh yeah, I remember. Another thing, she didn't remember too much of rehab. So it's a lot of things that she's not remembering. Like the rehab incident, how you not remember he rehab, but then remember it right on the stand? Like, crazy work. It's looking real sketchy for Cassie, man. But I don't know. I could be tripping. Y'all know where we talk at. Let's highlight in the comments. Let's talk about this information. And let's go!
All right. So, again, Cassie, there's a lot of discrepancies up there on that damn stand. It was a lot. I left my damn phone in the other room. I'm finna warm my damn coffee back up, and I'm finna go grab my phone. Give me 1 second. My dog's and they're eating. Let me go take this. Let me go get this bowl out of there. Let me get these bowls up out of there, and I'll be right back. Let me play one more video, and we'll be right back, and we'll finish, and we'll pick back up right where we left off. Give me a second. I gotta go get my phone.
The Diddy allegations just keep getting thicker. If you do not want to hear this, then you can keep scrolling. This is a sensitive topic. And all I'm doing is reporting information that has been reported by his former bodyguard, James Deal. So former bodyguard of Diddy, James Deals, has alleged that his mom, Janice Combs, and P. Diddy have an Oedipus complex relationship. If you don't know what Oedipus complex relationship means, it means that the child has an attraction to the opposite sex parent and has a resentment for the same sex parent. Now, this all comes because this is alleged that Janice Combs used to have FO parties when she was younger, and she possibly groomed Diddy as he was growing up. And in a video that they had together, that they were talking to each other, Diddy alleged that his mother could touch the floor with her palms, and she added flat. And he was like, yeah, flat. Also in the video, Janice Combs has white fingernail polish on. If you can remember when Cassie was testifying, she stated that Diddy likes all of the people participating in the FOs that are female to wear white fingernail polish. And people are speculating and alleging that Janice Combs may have participated in the FO parties. Now, again, this is all alleged. This was all stated by James Deals, which is a former bodyguard of Diddy, and a documentary film that was recorded on YouTube. I think it was like right around November of 2024. But the proceedings will begin tomorrow, so we will stay tuned. Again, don't come for me. I'm just reporting what's alleged.
My bad. Let's go warm my coffee up. I left my phone in the damn other room. My fault, y'all. All right, we back. Hopefully, y'all, I didn't get nothing to eat. I just got my coffee, so I'll get something to eat after work today. It's 12 right now. We still got like 4 hours left. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't even ate today. I basically be fasting during the day. So this might be a good thing. Might be a good thing. It's good to fast, right? Every day. Well, coffee sweet. All right. Let's see. I know they're not back yet, but we're just going to go see anyway before we continue. But have y'all heard anything about Janice Combs being involved in this shit? Have y'all heard anything about Janice Combs being involved in this shit? I don't think Janice going to take the stand. I don't see nobody from Bad Boy taking the stand. Aubrey O'Day would have been a better witness than Dawn. They didn't let her take the stand. I heard Al B. Sure got blocked. He ain't taking the stand. I could be wrong about that, though. I don't think I am. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think Al B. Sure going to be testifying. I heard he got subpoenaed, but I don't think Al B. Sure is testifying. From what I heard behind the scenes, I heard Al B. Sure got blocked and he will not be testifying. That's what I heard. Like I said, I don't know that to be true. But I did hear that Al B. Sure will not be testifying. It said, do you know if the mom is going to get up there? I don't think that the mom is getting up there. I don't think they're going to get, and plus the mama not going to get up there and say nothing. She ain't been in none of these RICOs. I think she about to give her son up. Hell no, she ain't going to say a damn thing. Her mama better not say shit. That coffee going to do me good. I just got to drink it while it's hot. All right, so let's get back over here to this one. And I'll move my screen. We got 4 new posts over here. So let me do this. Let me move my screen. And we'll continue right here while we on lunch break. We'll continue right here while we on lunch break, y'all. All right. My screen good? Yeah, my screen is good. So let's go to the 4 new posts we got here. The Diddy allegations are shocking. Or were they just business as usual? In late 2022, well before Sean Diddy Combs got into real trouble, a man in Los Angeles approached Tania Wallace with an offer. This man was a scout for a soft white underbelly photographer, Mark Laita, YouTube channel, about people struggling with issues such as abuse and addiction. Wallace, an aspiring singer who sometimes made money during sex work, took Laita, I guess her name is Laita, up on it for $300, sitting on his camera talking about her life. In the interview, she recounted an alleged incident from 2018. A crown prince of Brunei flew her from Los Angeles to Miami with the promise to help her music career, her singing career. Once there, he took her to a party on Star Island, an Uber exclusive man-made enclave home to celebrities such as rapper Rick Ross, retired basketball star Shaquille O'Neal, and Combs. The music mogul was throwing a party. Security guards took her phone before she could wander through the property. Wallace entered quite the scene, as she recently described in a Washington Post interview. Topless waitress served drinks by the pool. She said inside, woozy partygoers were having sex as if nobody was watching. Wallace eventually encountered Combs outside on the patio couch. At some point, she says, he started masturbating. Man, here we go again with the Diddy masturbation shit. Man. I ain't subscribed to that shit, so that was just a story that came out from one of them damn girls. Do y'all buy that? Do y'all buy that shit? Let me know in the chat if y'all buying it. The second week, I already read that. Said Morgan, I don't think she cared if he came in and unalived her. Carrie Morgan told the jury how she saw Cassie Ventura in 2016 after she was attacked at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles after leaving a freak off with Sean Diddy. And it says it was a short time after the incident, which was recorded on surveillance video at the hotel, and Ventura returned home in rough shape, according to the witness, who had been staying in Ventura's apartment. She had like a hoodie over her head. She was kind of slumped, and she dropped her bags, Morgan said, and then she pulled her hoodie back, and she had a black eye. About half an hour after Ventura's arrival, Morgan said Combs began banging on the door with a hammer, and Ventura appeared numb. It was like, I don't think she cared if he came inside and killed her, Morgan said. The hotel video shows Combs punching Ventura in the face, throwing her to the ground, kicking her repeatedly, and dragging her. He attempted to cover up the incident, prosecutors have said. I don't know how much of this is going to be able to get Diddy convicted of sex trafficking. I'm going to be real. I don't know how much of that shit they're going to be able to use to convict Diddy of sex trafficking. So those testimonies, to me, you got to take with a grain of salt because, again, they just allude to a lot of domestic violence in the Sean Diddy Combs case. Right? Or am I wrong? Am I right or wrong about that? I don't know. I don't know if you're able to predict that he trafficked her just because of him beating her. I mean, that's just me, though. But what do I know? I don't really know shit. Let's continue.
Diddy is the one who taught her how to do fellatios. You understand?
I taught her how to do fellatios. Say that again, Big Gene. Say it again,
Diddy
Gene.
is the one who taught her how to do fellatios. You understand? She said that. So I'm like, he showed her? Is showing this girl, not with him, but with other dudes. Like, it didn't come out in court yet, and they didn't get into it like that, but did Diddy stop her and say, you're doing it wrong? And he started doing it himself and showed her how to do it? That shit is crazy, man. But I believe Alex knew all her transgressions. He knew all about this shit. And he accepted her, not for what she'd been through. You understand? He accepted her, and he knew her heart other than all the shit that she had went through. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
I ain't gonna lie, Gene kind of irritates my soul. This big ass dude just be up there just telling. Gene, you sure witnessed a whole lot to not have told shit. And you talk a lot to not have said nothing. No, you talked way too much. You should have just told the cops. You was a cop, right? Why you didn't tell the cops all this shit was going on, Gene? How Gene not in the RICO? Well, you say you think he showed her. Ain't no telling what Diddy freak is. He probably did show her. Diddy probably got a damn eggplant and demonstrated it at this point. I mean, shit, Diddy is a freak. Let's continue, shit. We know Diddy showed her. Let's continue.
Why, if he mad at Diddy, he should be mad at Cassie for being a freak.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I know you're going to erase that out. I know you're not even going to say that. And I know you're saying that why the people are saying that. You understand? The people are saying, why you getting mad at Diddy because she was a... Why you getting mad at Diddy because she was a freak? She was none of that stuff before he met her. Now, you've had girls that you dated over the years, and some of the things you bring out of them that they never did before, and they get comfortable, they start doing it for you. But not none of the shit that he did that and for that young girl. That girl was young enough to be impressionable on this old head with all this money. We could take her and show her dreams and lifestyles.
Let's go, Big Gene. Talk to him, Gene. Talk to him, Big Gene.
So if you don't think that this mofo groomed that baby, that 19-year-old, then bro, I'm going to say it right here, and I might not do another Art of Dialogue show again. You understand? Because you might not like it. Something is wrong if you don't think that dude groomed that young girl. Took that impressionable young girl who wanted to be a star, who wanted all her dreams that she had to come true, and fed her drugs, fed her pills, fed her alcohol, and fed her mushrooms and things that she never took before to F her mind up, and then put her in a position that she thought that what little that she had, that she didn't want to lose it. If you didn't think that he did something and did that to her, bro, I gotta say something wrong with you.
Man. All right. So now that we got that out the way, I think we back from lunch. I think they might be back from lunch, or at least I think they back in the courtroom. Let's see. I think they might be back from the courtroom. Okay, yeah, they are back. They're back from a brief lunch, y'all. 7 minutes ago, they came back. So let's see where we at with this. The judge says, if I let this, I don't know what they meant by that. I guess they meant in. Miss Ventura could be recalled as a witness. Oh, shit. They saying they might bring Cassie back up to the stand. So he said, if I let this in, Miss Ventura could be recalled as a witness. AUSA says, I doubt that we would call her. Judge says the defense could call her back to the stand. AUSA says, I doubt that. She would be available. And then judge says the evidence is out. Judge says, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is he relevant? AUSA says, as to the means and methods of the enterprise, Mr. Combs threatened to assault employees. While waiting for the jury to come back in, here is court art of Combs. 2D, Georgia lawyer Nicole Westmoreland as she cross-examined Don Richard this morning. Courtesy to the Inner Circle City Press by artist Elizabeth Williams. It may become cover for week 2 of the trial. So here we go. That's Don Richard. Whoever this damn person is doing the art, what the hell they be having going on? They just be throwing up anything with this damn art, don't they? But they just be putting anything up there with that damn art. So this is supposed to be Don Richard in the damn art gallery. They said if she hasn't had the baby. Well, they said they may possibly call Cassie back up to that stand. I'm not really sure if Cassie gonna come back up. Well, no, she's not going to. My bad. They're not gonna call her back up because the judge just threw the evidence out. If you wasn't paying attention, the judge said, if I let this in, Miss Ventura could be called as a witness. AUSA says, I doubt that we will call her. The judge says the defense could call her back to the stand. And then AUSA says, I doubt, but she'll be available. And then the judge says the evidence is out. The judge also says, I anticipate Mr. David James will be the next witness. How is he relevant? AUSA says, as to the means and methods of this enterprise, Mr. Combs threatened to assault employees. While waiting on the jury to come back here in court, that's the picture of the damn art gallery, but I don't really know why we need that, but whatever. I don't know. What y'all think about the next witness being called to the stand? I don't really think the judge sees a case here. I'm just going out on a limb and saying I don't really think the judge. I think the judge might be looking like, why the fuck are we here? How is this person relevant? Who are these people? What do y'all got going on? I think the judge is starting to question why the hell this even went to trial. Because I'm going to be real. The more I look at this case, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at no more. I'm just getting very fucking confused at this point. I don't know what in the hell I'm looking at. This shit is just starting to get weird to me. They said the judge is in on it. But remember when they switched judges, I always thought that this judge was going to be firm but fair but still in kind of Diddy's favor. I was like, they switched that judge for a reason. Something about me always felt like this judge played a part in something, like this judge owed somebody a favor, but he's supposed to get on here and make it look like something. You know what I'm saying? He going to look like he doing this and doing that, but I think this case is going to get thrown out of court. If this makes it all the way to the end, I think Diddy walks, because I still have yet to see any evidence of what the fuck they saying is going on. I just still haven't seen, and I haven't seen enough evidence to even say why the fuck they even still here doing this. Because every witness they call into the stand is Carrie Morgan. I don't know. Carrie Morgan is doing okay. As far as if it was a domestic violence case, then yeah, Carrie Morgan would be very beneficial, but I don't see the significance of Carrie Morgan yet. That's just me. I see what they're trying to do, but for me, they not landing the plane with her. I don't think that they have credible witnesses. Their witness list seems really odd. They say if you're running with everything stuck in your head, you're not running from business, whatever that meant. It says David James is a former personal assistant to Sean Diddy Combs and is expected to testify in Combs' ongoing federal case, sex trafficking and racketeering trial. His testimony is anticipated to provide insights into Combs' private life and alleged misconduct. While specific details of James' testimony have not been disclosed, his position as a former assistant suggests he may have firsthand knowledge of the events and behaviors under scrutiny. His account could offer valuable context to the allegations presented by other witnesses, such as Cassie Ventura and Don Richard, who have described instances of abuse and coercion. Like I said, I see where they're going. Are they going to land the plane, though? Are they going to put it in the juror's mind beyond a reasonable doubt why this is sex trafficking and racketeering? I don't know that yet. The jury is entering. AUSA says no further questions for Miss Morgan. So they done with her. Okay, so this ain't going to last too long. They done with Carrie Morgan. The judge says cross. Combs, now Agnifilio, he's up there. He says, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004. And Carrie Morgan says, actually 2001. We met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. So now they're saying they was best friends until 2001. Does that make a difference? I don't think so. I said, uh-oh, here we go, y'all. I'm clenching my pearls, child. They say Rico aside. Not sure why media are reporting this one of the worst cases of domestic violence they have ever heard. I know Diddy has friends in high places, but man, mainstream media isn't highlighting how horrific these relations are. Revelations are. I don't know why this case is still going on, bro. I'm gonna say this is the most pointless case I've ever seen. This is one of the most pointless cases I've ever seen. I don't understand why this is even still going on and why this is a thing at this point. They said, I don't know. I don't know why this is still going on. They said, let's just see how this turns out. They say this one is prepared. Yeah, I don't know. I think they finna cross her and they finna cook her ass. That's just my opinion. I think she finna get cooked. I don't really see this going too much further than it's going right now, but she finna get crossed and they finna cook her ass during. They said Don looks so sad. They finna cross her ass. What y'all think happening right now, man? Do y'all trust the process with the government, or what y'all thinking? They said this is getting more interesting. They just need one overt act in the RICO to convict him. They say for baby oil. They say where is Farnsworth Bentley and Lorianne Gibson? They were there when Cassie was getting deep with him. They said they gonna land the jet like they did Diddy's. They said they ain't even drawing right for the court pictures. It's a flop. They said, yes, I trust the process 50-50. I wonder why Kirk Burroughs wasn't subpoenaed. He definitely knows something about the inside. They didn't subpoena no real people that could bring no real receipts. Like I said, if I was going to pick Don or Aubrey, if I was going to pick one of the two and I could only have one, Don is, get the fuck on, Don. I'm going to get Aubrey up here. It seems like Aubrey had more insight than Don did. Don just wants money, and that's a complete money grab for Don. I don't really see Don's case going too much further than it's going now. Don's shit finna get thrown out of court. They done proved her to be such a liar on that stand. They finna throw Don's lawsuit out. Don can kiss that lawsuit and whatever money she thought she was getting from Diddy goodbye. That shit is done. That shit is done. It ain't gonna be no damn money for her. They finna cook her ass. So Don can kiss that shit goodbye. Like I said, I don't know, y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think. They laugh and they said, well, Kirk and Diddy were lovers back in the Gap. Aubrey should have been called. That's why I think the judge is in on this case, because he act like he don't give a fuck. But to be honest, I think Diddy was very smart by saying speedy trial, speedy trial, speedy trial. You know why? Because they're not prepared for this. The more I looked at it, I was like, how the fuck are they possibly going to start this trial on May 5th and they still don't have any co-conspirators? They haven't arrested nobody else. They just want Diddy so bad they rushed the case. They wanted Diddy so bad, and they wanted that Cassie footage to cook him so bad that they didn't even pay attention to this looks sloppy. I think that they thought, we the feds. That's like, you remember when that year, I know it's probably be a bad analogy to some, but it's kind of like that year that the Lakers went and got Karl Malone and Gary Payton. They had Shaq and Kobe. I think Ori was still on that team. Whoever, it don't even matter. But they ended up going against Gary Payton and Karl Malone at the end of their careers. And they feel that we're the Lakers. We could just win. But then they ran into the Pistons, a very defensive team. The Pistons was not they didn't have too many all-stars. They had no superstars. They just had a good team that liked to defend. And that's what we're looking at here. I think that the feds looked at it like, we the Lakers. What the fuck? Who's gonna stop us? We got a 90 whatever % conviction rate. We good. We ain't worried about shit. We got this. We are the feds. But then the Pistons showed up. Very defensive team. They on the defense and they defending everything. Every corner you turn, that's getting blocked. That's getting stolen. It's looking real bad out here. Maybe that analogy didn't land the plane for some of y'all, but I like to think it did. Say Diddy rushed the case. Yeah, Diddy rushed the case to get them because they wanted the conviction so bad. You want it so bad. Y'all arrested me. Y'all jumped to my damn hotel room thinking you had something when and all in all, yeah, he had drugs and stuff there to lose to a freak off. But last time I checked, going to New York, getting a hotel and getting some baby oil. Now, the drugs, illegal. You shouldn't have had the drugs in there. But as far as everything else in that room, why can a woman's clothes not be in my hotel room? Why can't I have a freak off in my hotel room? Yeah, you were saying the freak offs was this and that, but okay, I got money. That means I was paying for some shit. Okay. I got women's clothes. I got baby oil. I got things that allude to the fact that I was having some freaky ass fun before I go turn myself in. I didn't think that was a federal RICO. But the drugs, okay, I get it. He shouldn't have had no drugs in his room. You should have charged him with them, though. But you're so thirsty to get him convicted on this that you rushed everything. Diddy was going to turn himself in anyway. You rushed the case. So therefore, he said, you know what? Y'all ain't going to let me out. I'm not going to get a bond. Speedy trial. Speedy trial. They say at this point, the AUSA should call the baby oil to the stand because they just picking anybody. Man, you think they going to ask for direct divert and ask the judge to rule on the charges? I don't know, man. It probably would be a good idea if they're able to accomplish that. But as we speak right now, this is just the worst. I don't see how anybody could look at this case and not figure that this is one of the worst cases that we've ever seen the feds cover, dog. And 7 minutes ago was the last update. I don't know, bro. This is not looking good for the feds, though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This is looking bad. Carrie Morgan, actually in 2001, they said we met waiting for the Polaroids to develop. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. So y'all met trying to develop some damn Polaroids. Okay, now Combs' lawyer says, then you were both in New York City. Carrie Morgan says, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. And Combs' lawyer says, have you ever met Kim Porter? Morgan said, yes, probably at a concert. Combs' lawyer says, was Cassie ever jealous? Morgan says, yes. So here we go getting into the mess. You know, they just finna be messy the whole time. Here comes the mess. All right, so here comes the mess. You know Combs' lawyer's finna be messy as hell, right? This girl better cancel Christmas if she thinks she finna get up there and cook these damn lawyers. So they said, child, can Kim rest in peace? They said, Lord, not this again. Cassie said this. They said, child, just let Kim rest in peace. Facts, just let Kim rest in peace, because I don't think that y'all going to be able to bring up nothing relevant to Kim's death with this damn case. I'm going to be real. I don't think there's going to be no dots connected on Kim Porter. I don't think so. This is the feds. Sean Diddy Combs, Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, this is like the feds want Diddy more than they ever wanted Epstein, and that's just kind of weird to me. Y'all don't give a y'all still ain't came out with the damn flight logs in the list of his co-defendants and co-conspirators and whoopty whoop. Y'all ain't did shit with that case. Well, y'all don't give a damn. I mean, that was highlighting children trafficking and all that whoopty whoop. But they don't want to talk. Yeah, we ain't even bring that up. They don't want to talk about that. We're not even gonna bring that shit up. But Cassie, again, they're gonna paint her as a jealous ex-girlfriend. This is all for monetary gain. Everyone leaving they man for Diddy. He got something going on, obviously. She said, yeah, y'all saying that Tootsie Roll shit, but obviously it was something there, shit. Maybe it was the money. Maybe it was the morning salute, honey trap. She talking about good morning. Oh, it is morning where you at. It's afternoon over here, going on into the evening. How Cassie said what they were doing was private and nobody knew. They said, this case is looking weak, mistrial. They said, we also seen the Dallas Mavericks with Dirk, who is Cassie, faded away and crucial. They said they thought Diddy was going to take the plea deal, but he didn't. Exactly, and I think that's whenever they figure like, golly, we got to really go to trial with this shit. Hurry up, we ain't got none of these exhibits done. Come on, let's get them damn exhibits. Prosecutors should have some kind of punishment for false or eluding allegations. They said, nah, they moved too quickly with this. If Diddy wins the trial, he will never survive. They said, if Diddy wins the trial, he will never survive prison. They're not letting him get away with that easy. They said, did her mom take the stand yet? Who? Cassie's mom? I don't even know that she's a witness. I haven't heard nothing about her being a witness, so I don't know. They said Kim, Porter, Diddy, and Cassie. So we all know Diddy had his chicks all around each other. Diddy was a wild dude, man. Diddy was a wild dude. And y'all can't see the picture, so let me bring that up here. So here we go with the Diddy shit. Diddy, Kim Porter, and Cassie sitting right there in front of your face. Man. Y'all think that Cassie and Kim Porter ever had a three-way with Diddy? Do y'all think it's possible? I think we all know the answer to that, but do y'all think that Kim Porter got down with Cassie? Y'all think Cassie got down with Kim Porter? Y'all think that Cassie would have done anything for Diddy, even if that meant sleeping in the same bed with Kim Porter? I said, I think so. Did her mom take the stand? I said, that's what I want, a mistrial. I mean, I think we looking at, I don't even know how this shit didn't get dismissed. This shit, I don't know how this fucking made it. I honestly can't tell you how the fuck this made it. I don't know how this trial even happened. They said, then you were both in D.C. Carrie Morgan said, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Combs' lawyer says, have you ever met Kim Porter? Morgan says, yes, probably at a concert. Combs' lawyer says, was Cassie ever jealous? And Morgan says, yes. So I guess that they finna allude to the fact that Cassie was just a bitter, jealous ex-girlfriend who just mad that things didn't go her way. Yeah, Kim and Cassie slept together all for the love of Diddy. They say you remember there were no defense for Dirk fadeaway in the yeah. That's right. In that Heat championship, man, Dirk fadeaway was killing it. Right now, that's what these lawyers doing. Why don't the defense ask for a 403 and say relevance? Because what a battery got to do with a RICO traffic charge? People keep saying, oh, the beatings mean something. The beatings, they play a key role into this. The fact that she was getting, no, it doesn't. That girl, it's been proven under oath. It's been proven in the court of law that Cassie was never, well, to me, in my opinion, it's been proven already that she wanted this. This ain't some, I don't even know why we still debating this at this point. She wasn't trafficked. The girl had every opportunity to get the hell away. She had all the freedom in the world. She was out in this country doing this, had this man over here. She had her apartment over here. Diddy couldn't even find her half the damn time. She was out there running around looking for drugs. He had to contact the dealers and say, don't sell to her no more. You was able to go out and connect with drug dealers and buy drugs, but you was held hostage and kidnapped? I don't think so. It ain't sounding too believable to me. Oh, I see. So Kim didn't agree to the freak offs. So that was Cassie's way of having one. No. You wrong. Because y'all got to remember, Diddy and Tupac used to have freak offs. Remember, Tupac used to smash Kim Porter. Y'all got to keep up with the story. Kim Porter was a swinger. Diddy that's why he keeps saying this was a swinger lifestyle. Him and Kim Porter were swingers. Kim Porter used to be with Tupac. She fell in love with Tupac. Y'all don't know this story? Tell me y'all know this story, man. Tell me y'all know this story. Come on, y'all. They said, It's funny how everyone points out that Cassie cheated with men she met through Diddy, but failed to acknowledge that Kim Porter was friends with all his baby mothers at one point. Double standard. No. Who the fuck is having a double? The only reason why Kim Porter got to get the respect is because she's not here no more. She ain't able to tell her story. Kim Porter was with the shit too. Now she was also a victim of Diddy's domestic violence, and maybe a victim of the hands of Diddy. And Diddy might have had something to do with her being unalived and getting pneumonia. Do we know that to be true? We can't prove nothing, but I do think that Kim Porter, if she would have wrote that tell-all book, if Kim Porter was able to hit that stand and tell her story, Kim Porter could get Diddy locked up. If Gina was to get up there and tell her story, I believe Gina could get Diddy locked up. I think without Kim Porter, obviously, because she's not here no more, and without Gina, who just disappeared, I don't really think you got a good case on Diddy. I think Gina was witness number 3, and I still keep asking, where is witness number 3? Because we have no idea where the fuck she disappeared to. So witness number 3, completely out the way. I don't know that they ever got back in contact with her. Not sure if she going to be on that stand. I doubt it. It's looking like it's not. And they still haven't had no updates. No updates? What is going on, gang? What is going on, gang? Let's see. Yeah, they haven't had no updates. No updates yet. So we still waiting. What is going on with the government? What is going on with the government, man? Is the government going to be able to, because right now they done with Carrie. Carrie's being cross-examined, and now I got to say, these are the people that they've had up on the stand so far. They had a dancer / ex-worker. That didn't go so well. I think Diddy defense won that one. They had Cassie up there. I don't think that they did a good job with Cassie. I think Diddy's team won that one. They put a special agent up there who said that they was one of the people who went into that room and when he was arrested. That went to me 50-50. I really didn't see, for me, didn't really matter to me. I'm not a juror though. I'm just saying for me, I just say 50-50. It either worked or it didn't work. I don't really see you asked them about 5 questions. I don't even know if they asked them 2 questions. Shit, they was done with him he was up there for about a good 5 minutes, which to me didn't go so well, but it kind of went well. I don't really know. That one, toss up. You put Don Richard on the stand. Don Richard did the worst out of everybody. I think Don was the one person that you should have just left behind and left at home. Don fucked up the whole case so far. She did horrible. Diddy team won that one. So maybe you can give them the special agent, give the prosecutors the special agent, give the defense, the sex worker, Cassie, and Don Richard. So that would be 3-1 right there. And then the last but not least, we got Carrie Morgan up here, who I think that the prosecutors didn't do a good job convincing me of. It was still, to me, a bunch of the same shit. So we still waiting to see what the cross-examiner is going to do with this. I just like to think they finna cook her, but I don't know. This might be their best hope. V, thank you for the 20-piece. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. We at 125. We 75 away from 2 honey buns, man. We $75 away from 2 honey buns. We also 100 likes away from 1,000. So if everybody could double tap their screen and get the likes up for me. Double tap their screen and get these likes up for me, man. Double tap that screen. All right, we got a new update. It says, Combs' lawyer says, and the other way, hold on. She said, was Cassie ever jealous? She said, yes. Yes. And then Combs' lawyer says, and the other way? Carrie Morgan said, Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him. Combs' lawyer says, you were both using drugs. Morgan says, no, we were in South Africa. Combs' lawyer says, did you learn about Gina? And then she said, yes. Man, that nigga just said, man, you were both on drugs that day. Y'all was using drugs. I know your ass is a crackhead, ain't you? I know a crackhead when I see one. Your ass is on drugs. She definitely was on drugs with Cassie, I think. I think she most definitely was on drugs with Cassie. But says Carrie Morgan says he was having a full relationship with this little girl. And she says, why do you call her that? And then Morgan says, she acts like that. She's younger than us. That's crazy. You called her a little girl. Was she a grown ass woman? She just said, now it sounds like you got an issue with her. So this sound, now you sound jealous. Sweetie. Kind of weird energy for a friend. Oops. Kind of weird energy for a friend. I don't know. That was kind of weird for me. You got a little bit weird energy to be the homegirl. You sound like you more jealous than her. He had a full relationship with this little girl. Yeah, you sound kind of jealous after that. I don't know. It kind of made you say, they said, this little girl. Excuse me, big auntie? They said, oh, there you have it, little girl. Yeah, they said, light they ass up, Carrie. Not little girl. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of weird that the homegirl calling her a little girl. What you got something invested in this too, sis? Let me find out. You wanted Diddy. It says Diddy is not a good human being, and he's had power, money for a long time. So I know he has a lot of real dirt out there. It said, and he wrong for even asking her. He wrong for even asking her that. She should have said yeah, and Diddy gave them to all of us just to see how his face would have looked. Why she called her a little girl? So yeah, you see the jealousy. They was jealous of Gina. So didn't Cassie say they started messing around on her 21st birthday? Is she calling Gina a little girl? We know how they felt about Young Miami. Exactly. Good point right there. You calling Gina a little girl, so we could only imagine how y'all felt about Young Miami. So this was a jealousy thing. This was a whole jealousy thing. So now you sound jealous as hell. You sound jealous of Gina. Yeah, you sound like you the one jealous of Gina over here. Yeah, you supposed to be the homegirl. Why are you calling? You should just be like, nah, he had a full relationship with this chick, and my homegirl, she was mad about that. She didn't like it. But you calling her a little girl sound like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all was pillow talking and had some animosity towards Gina. They met when she was 19 and went public when she was 21. No, I got proof that they never went public. I could show you a video right now of Diddy calling her his homegirl, and her face looked like, nigga, what the? They was on a live interview. He's like, oh yeah, my homegirl Cassie had a bad interview. This is my homie right here. Yeah, Cassie, the homegirl, she had a bad 106 in Park performance. And Cassie was just looking like, yeah, I could have did better. And Diddy was calling her his homegirl. He was like, oh yeah, that's the homie Cassie. That's the homegirl right there, man. That's my homegirl. I think I'm Cassie. What? It says Diddy probably was having freak-offs with all of them. She sounds mad, to be honest. I think that Diddy probably cracked his homegirl. I'm gonna be real. I think that Diddy probably cracked his homegirl. It says feds better bring real credible witness. They can't convince the jurors. They said if Pac takes the stand in this case, I'm gonna fall out. This case has been full of surprises. And our next witness to the stand, Tupac Shakur. I'd be like, nigga, what? So I think he did. It said Diddy probably was having freak-offs with all they ass. It said, I think so too. They said leave and go to a woman's shelter out of state. Hold on, what? Who the hell is Rose? Oh, Rose said, I think I'm Cassie. They said go to a women's shelter. They said, well, he hit her with a hanger allegedly, so it's probable. Wow, why? They said, you are fried. Man. Hold on, 2 people responded to me. Let's see what they got to say. Oh, shit, hold on. It says, or she's tired of the BS and realized all of these mother effers connected to him are effed up. She's not talking about Cassie, LOL. She's talking about Gina, not Cassie. I know who she talking about. Is you cool? I know she talking about Gina. Idiot. She's calling her a little girl, sounding like she was the one jealous. What the fuck is they talking about? She's talking about I know who she's talking about. They calling Gina a little girl. It's just a weird ass energy to have if you the so-called homegirl. What is you talking about? Get your weird ass off my damn post. Get your weird ass off my post. See, this how people piss me off, dog. Hold on. So now you sound jealous. Yeah, they liking, everybody keep on liking my damn shit. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, man. Hold on. Somebody just sent me something on my Instagram. What is this? Oh, nah. I ain't got time to check that right now. I ain't got time to check that right now. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Man. I want them to talk about Diddy and Jay-Z and Kathy White. This ain't gonna have nothing to do with Jay-Z. They said, but Gina not a little girl. She's my age. Young millennial, but we grown as fuck. We early 30s, born 92 or 93, I believe. They just called her a little girl because they sat there pillow talking about this girl and they jealous. That's it. They just talking about this girl because they jealous as hell. They said she's not talking about Cassie. Girl, get your weird ass on. Get your weird ass off my damn status. These girls sound jealous as hell. They said he was having a full-on relationship with this little girl. See, why you gotta call her out her name? Why you couldn't call her Gina? Why is her name little girl? That's my thing. Why you sound jealous? Because why are you saying he was having a full-on relationship with this little girl? Why you care who he was dating? That was just your homegirl. You could have just said he cheated on my friend. That's it. He cheated on my friend with Gina. He had a full-on relationship with this little girl. Like, you sound like you the one mad. You sound mad as hell. You sound pressed. Why are you so mad about Diddy smashing Gina? Well, you sound like you was fucking Diddy. That's my thing. So y'all don't know what the hell y'all be talking about. Y'all be jumping on my post saying anything. Y'all gonna end up getting cussed the hell out. Again, she calling the girl a little. Why else would she be calling her a little girl, gang? Can y'all tell me? Hoodie Season says, been saying for the longest that this new generation of feds are not the same feds from back in the Gap. Sloppy, just giving off old reputation. Yeah, they just living off the past. I appreciate that 5-piece Hoodie Season. They living off the past, man. The feds is sloppy now. The feds can be beat. Cassie said she was jealous of Carrie and Diddy. Oh yeah, she did say she thought that something was going on between Carrie and Diddy. She was always around. I agree, because Cassie was 17 or 18 when she met Diddy. She was a little girl. They jealous as fuck. Say, right, Ratchet? They said, oh my God, waiting to see who gets on the stand with real evidence. I ain't seen nobody with no real evidence yet. Never never she was smashing Diddy. Also, why would you say little girl and you knew her name? Make it make sense in real life. That makes sense to say if they were making an argument in court. That raises red flags to the judges. Little girl. Exactly. She sounds jealous. I said, yep, she jealous. And they were both doing drugs when Diddy came into Cassie's place. Exactly. So she's lying about, I wasn't doing no drugs. Yeah, you were. You and her were both on drugs. I don't know why you're lying about that. Your husband and your boyfriend might be listening to you, but you definitely is a drug addict. She said he was having a full-on relationship with this little girl. And then Combs' lawyer says, why do you call her that? Morgan says she acts like that. She's younger than us. Then Combs' lawyer says, when you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come? Carrie Morgan says, they said because of the noise. And Combs' lawyer says, what did they say to you? Carrie Morgan says, Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything. So the police came and seen a visible, I ain't saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying, this is what you're saying. The police came in there and seen a wounded woman and the police did nothing. So, okay, let's put Combs' case aside. Even put the domestic violence aside real quick. So we should be going to see what officers came to your doorstep that day, and we should be charging them with a crime. So they withheld information, and they didn't even investigate something that was domestic violence, and they just let it go because this was Cassie? Is that what you're saying? So those officers should be investigated and reprimanded, right? Right? I haven't seen any evidence. They said, are they back from break? Yeah, we covering it. They've been back from break. They've been back from break. So yes, what did they cause? They said, did they say cause? They likely didn't say she was visibly injured. So we need these officers on the stand then. Where are they? Since this happened and the officer seen her visibly wounded, why can't we get these officers on the damn stand? Why can't we get them up there? I ain't falling for it, dog. I'm not falling for it. They said the one Diddy paid off, the police need to be investigated and reprimanded. Exactly. They say, Kevin, yes, the one before Young Miami. I got all the evidence. I got screenshots. I got everything. This is my life. Rose, you are not Cassie. You over there talking about you got all the receipts. You got the evidence. This ain't your life, sweetie. You watching the Diddy case. I don't know if you've been drinking too much coffee this morning, afternoon. I don't know what's going on with you, but you talking about this is your life. This ain't got nothing to do with you. The hell you talking about? They say Diddy definitely went through the door. They say we all know the police do that. They say this is why Cassie couldn't trust anyone. They say right, because the officers were paid to look the other way. My point is, it ain't about her not trusting someone, and I'm not on no one else's side. What I'm saying is, if this is true and police really came to your house, we need to have them on the stand because they need to be telling why they walked off and just turned a blind eye to domestic violence. That's what I'm saying. I'm not victim shaming Cassie, and I'm not calling Cassie a liar. I'm saying I do believe that Diddy did abuse her that day. I do believe it. But what I'm wondering is, so you're saying the police could have been on their payroll, so we need to investigate them. There's a crooked police officer. He or she should not be on the force anymore. We should be able to find out who came to that house, who did this, who did that, who took the money, or who turned a blind eye, and why. We want to get you up on the stand and say, okay, you witnessed this, and you saw her visibly wounded, black eyes and bruises and bloody lip and this and that, and you walked off and just didn't even file a report, investigated or nothing, just gave a card. I want to know why you did that. I would love to question you on that stand and wonder, why the hell did you turn a blind eye to domestic violence like that? If this is supposed to be true, why? Man. I said, yeah, I thought they were mandated reporters. Man. They said, tell them Ratchet they not listening in the back. Prosecutors have to prove this. Police got a higher standard than Diddy. Said, Rose, if so, this is not the best environment for you right now, but please seek help respectfully. What did that girl say? What did this Rose person say now? I got all the evidence. I got the screenshots. I got everything. This is my life. I don't know what the hell that person crazy as hell. She just wants her peace. Rose said, oh my God, I am just learning. You just learning, but you just said this is your life. What is Rose? I think I'm Cassie. I don't know what the hell that person crazy is. I'm not finna listen to that weird shit they typing. I ain't gonna lie. You got a couple more texts and my mind's gonna get you the hell on up out of here. Cause I don't know. I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what you talking about. It said that's hard to do if it was more of them. They said, yeah, that cop needs to be under the microscope if he saw domestic violence debris. Yeah, you got evidence of a crime being committed and you didn't investigate it. I think that's a crime in itself. So I want to know where these police officers are and why nobody is talking about them. So what the fuck is going on in New York that they just turned a blind eye to domestic violence and don't even investigate it? So I want to see these officers reprimanded. Judge is considering letting him out of jail next week. Oh, no. They said, did you all know they are considering letting Diddy out of jail? Man.
Somehow get special privileges that none of us would ever get. This is a huge Didylation, Diddy update, a Diddy date. Diddy went into the courthouse today unshackled in a tan Sean John jumpsuit. This is insane. First of all, he got to go in unshackled because the diddler somehow gets special privileges that none of us would ever get. But he's worried about his image. You're finally worried about your image? Okay, Didylation. Now, the lawyer proposed the $50 million. It's actually 48 because that is the price of his estate, his mansion in Miami. He's putting up the mansion, baby. Yeah, take a blue light through that place and see what you see on the walls. Let me know. Now, the judge, this is crazy, needs more time to consider if he should let Diddy out of jail. What? You need more time? What? Judge Subaruni, Rainey, and Sublani, and Rain, and Quain, and but the name same, but a rain day, but a rain haney, and what is your problem? How do you need more time to consider it? What about our safety? What happens if you let him out? I'm fleeing the country. I'm going to see Ellen. Ellen, can I hang out with you in Porsche and make an Oreo cookie? A pizza? What? This is getting crazy. So the judge is going to consider it. The judge is going to let us know next week if Diddy gets out or not.
What do y'all think about that? Allegedly, Diddy might be getting out of jail while they go over this case still. So the last thing we wrote was Combs' lawyer says, when you say Sean came and hammered on the door, why did the police come? Carrie says, they said because of the noise. And Combs' lawyer says, what did they say to you? Carrie Morgan says Cassie was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything. And then you telling me the police didn't ID her? So these are all crimes. If this is true, and I'm not saying it's not, I'm saying if you're able to prove that they came in and Cassie was visibly injured, why in the hell did they not ID her? Now, I've seen a lot of police interactions in my day, but if there's somebody that's wounded and they see something is visibly wrong and they get called to a destination and they see something going on at their destination, they're going to definitely get some ID. They're going to detain somebody in that motherfucker. They're going to go in and investigate the home, make sure the woman is okay, you safe. Who did this to you? We got questions. We need your ID. We need something. And they're going to call backup. They're going to they ain't just going to, all right, well, all right, well, we did get the call. You got bruises on your face. And, I mean, you seem to be at home okay. So, all right, you guys have a good day. Here's my card if you need me. That don't sound reasonable to me. I don't know. I ain't saying Cassie's lying. I'm just saying that if this really happened, we need to talk to these damn officers. So Combs' lawyer says, you two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018. Carrie Morgan said, that's true. Combs' lawyer says, At the danger of being capital obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. AUSA says objection. Man. Now they want to do an objection. So she's moved, but why would you object to that? Cassie has moved on with her life. She has kids now. She has a husband. So why are you still holding Sean? It sounds like you're the bitter one. If you ain't spoke to Cassie since 2018, it sounds like you got a stake in this shit. Something ain't adding up on this story. You and her fell out over Diddy, who she's since left and gotten off drugs and gotten her life together, and y'all were best friends for 18 years, but you let Diddy come in between y'all, and now you haven't spoke to her since the Diddy shit. You actually sued her as well. It ain't Diddy you sued. You sued Diddy and Cassie. It says given bitter and bothered. New York PD seeing a dark-skinned black male putting his hands on a young light-skinned woman, and they didn't do nothing. What planet is this trial on? Man, I don't know what the hell going on. See, I mean, what he in jail for, that video was 8 years ago, not agreeing with the domestic violence, but why is he on lockdown like this? Because he's a flight risk? He can't be a flight risk. They're going to take your passport. You can't go nowhere. All they got to do is put you on home confinement, meaning they can monitor your calls. They just don't want to let Diddy out of jail for some weird reason. They can monitor his calls, put him on an ankle monitor, and put him in home confinement, and they can take all his passports and everything away. I don't know. I'm not getting why the fuck they won't let Diddy out of jail, but this is just giving very weird. Combs' lawyer says, why haven't you spoken to her? Carrie Morgan says, she did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line. It says I tried that line at assault. I think you mean I draw the line at assault. Combs' lawyer says you reached a settlement with Miss Ventura. Miss Morgan says the money came from Mr. Combs. Look, girl. So now you sued them both. It don't matter who paid. This chick is trying to move the goal post. This chick is up there lying, man. She doing her best dancing act right now. Now I'm already starting to, I'm getting off of her side as well. Like, come on, I'm not saying you deserve what you got, but it's just giving you up there bullshitting too. They said, well, that's a good reason to end the friendship. This your best friend for 18 years. This girl was on drugs. She was on, I know they didn't do that. What the hell? Boy, these people crazy as hell. Y'all see that shit? They said, so Carrie wanted a piece of the pie. I feel like she was jealous of the perks and wanted a piece. They said, what kind of question is that? Birds of a feather flock together, and most girls... Hold on. Give me a second. My dogs. Hold on. Let me go make them lay down. They've been there playing. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Go lay down. 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 Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down, fools. Lay down, Tim. Lay down. Lay down. Prince. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. No more. No more. Go lay down. Go. Go lay down, Vasilis. My fault, y'all. My bad. My bad. All right. So let's continue. Man. So the money came from Mr. Combs. And now this chick is another money-hungry chick. This is just giving somebody else wants some money. It said capital or captain. Yeah, I think they just be making typos. It's captain, obviously. Defenses. I don't know. This Carrie Morgan shit, I don't know who's winning this side. This is just getting weird to me at this point. Now it's just getting weird. Now it's getting weird as hell. I don't know where they going with this shit. I have no idea what. I don't know where the defense or the prosecution is going with the Carrie Morgan. So I'm not really sure. Who do y'all think is winning this right now? Y'all tell me in the chat. Mark says, hold on, 14 minutes ago. We got 1 minute to go. Got 14. Okay, so 14 minutes ago, Mark Agnifilio, Sean Combs' lead counsel, has so far cast a pretty wide net with this cross-examination of Carrie Morgan, asking her for her recollection about Cassie Ventura's modeling career, ex-boyfriends, and whether she was jealous of Mr. Combs' ex-partner, Kim Porter. Porter died in 2018 of pneumonia. During this questioning, Combs could be seen passing a note to his lawyer, Tenny Garagos, who passed it down to Agnifilio. Defense attorney Agnifilio began cross-examination of Carrie Morgan by calling up a photo that was shown during Don Richard's testimony this morning. The photo shows Cassie Ventura standing next to Richard and Kalina Harper at a festival in Central Park. Earlier, Richard testified that she had seen Combs assault Ventura the same day the photo was taken. Agnifilio asked Morgan, who was best friends with Ventura, if she recognized the women in the photo. Morgan said she recognized only Ventura. The jury has filed back into the courtroom, and Sean Combs' lead counsel, Mark Agnifilio, will lead the cross-examination of Carrie Morgan, a founding partner of the white shoe law firm Agnifilio Intrader. Agnifilio has represented Mark Sclarelli and NXIVM cult leader Keith Rainier, and is currently on the legal team for the United Healthcare CEO shooting suspect Luigi Mangoni. So this dude he a pretty big deal. Sean Combs' former bodyguard, Gene Deal, was seen arriving at the music mogul's federal trial on Monday. In the past year, Deal has been vocal about his former employer alleging wrongdoing, even claiming that politicians were involved in freak-offs. It is unclear if he will testify in the trial as a witness for the government. Combs has denied all allegations against him. Generally, the judge's decision have been difficult to predict in that he hasn't appeared to favor either defense or prosecution. His demeanor on the stand throughout the trial has been somewhat professional. Talking to the court, the judge provides detailed reasoning for his decisions and questions the attorneys thoroughly, often repeating these arguments back to them to make sure that he understands. The judge could be described as thorough and patient, though he has occasionally become frustrated when the sides try to revisit earlier decisions or any behavior that threatens to slow down proceedings. It seems like the judge just want to rush through this shit, to me. It's just giving this judge trying to get the hell on up out of here, dog. This judge like, man, all right, you done, recross her? No, you cool? All right, let's go. Let's move forward. Let's go. Let's get her the fuck up out of here. Let's get the next one on the stand. Get her the fuck up out of here. Let's get the next one on the stand. What we doing? This judge just seems to want to hurry up and get the hell up out of here. That's what I'm getting from it. So they objected to some shit. So let's get back to the last thing we read. It says, you were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoken with her since 2018. Carrie Morgan said that's true. Combs' lawyer says, at the danger of being Captain Obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. AUSA says objection. Agnifilio says, why haven't you spoken with her? Carrie Morgan says she did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I draw the line at assault. Agnifilio says, you reached a settlement with Miss Ventura. Morgan says the money came from Mr. Combs. Man. So that's what time is it? Yeah, it's about almost 2:30, and we right here at this point. It's damn near 4:00 over there already. We got about 30 something more minutes, 40 minutes till 4:00, and y'all haven't gotten nowhere. I don't see what. Still to the point we at right now. Let me ask the chat a question. Have they proved racketeering in this case yet? Have they proved X trafficking, and have they proved transportation to commit prostitution, to engage in prostitution. Have they showed y'all any signs that this is leaning towards a racketeering case, that this is leaning towards X trafficking? It seems like this girl ain't got, all she can do is has recollection of domestic violence. She can't give you no details about Diddy, what he did with his money. She can't give you no things about guns, drugs. All she can talk about is Cassie. So we got another witness that's just detailing Cassie. Don got up there and talked about Cassie. The sex worker got up there and talked about Cassie. The only person that stuck to Diddy was the special agent. That's the only one that I'm going to give the prosecution. That's the only person that jumped up on the stand and didn't talk about Cassie. That's what y'all need to do. Stop talking. We understand Diddy has a domestic violence problem. Diddy needs help. But other than that, this ain't a domestic violence case. Let's get to Diddy now. Let's stop talking about Cassie. Matter of fact, let's put Cassie on the back burner. I'm tired of getting witnesses up here who saw him beat her ass. We already heard that through and throughout this whole case. We need another point to be proven quick, because y'all losing me. I don't know if y'all losing the crowd. Y'all losing me, because I don't see nothing more than a domestic violence case. I'm starting to wonder, is this all y'all got? Because I called it from the beginning. I said all they got is Cassie. And they got nothing more than Cassie. It's just Cassie. They're going to beat this over our heads throughout this whole case. All we finna hear about is Cassie. What y'all think in the chat, man? Y'all let me know. They said, time for Diddy to go back to his cell. They said, hold on, somebody said, only thing they proved is Diddy is an actual deviant and he beats women. No crime, no racketeering. We all see the beating. They said, all this racketeering with no racketeers. They losing me too. They says he will be denied bail next time for sure. Case proved. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think you can deny him bail this time around. I don't think so. If he gets this next bail hearing, I think that they've got up there on that stand and proved, fam, what we've seen in this case is complete BS. He should be able to fight this from the comfort of his own home. Give us the ankle monitor. We'll put the damn house up. At this point, Judge, come on. Like you're seeing the receipts they got. All the stuff that they was alleging in all those other court hearings and those bond hearings, they kept saying, oh, we got him being a danger to this person. That we've already proven that Cassie shit is bull. The Don stuff is bull. All these people still want to be around him. He couldn't have been that much of a danger to society if everybody and their mama who's up here on this stand was still trying to link with him after the fact. So let's cut the bullshit and let him out for a bond. I think that he possibly will get the bond hearing this time around. Diddy has harmed no civilians. They said as the days go on, King is not looking good for the RICO. I see nothing but a state case of domestic violence. If they let him out on bond, it's a wrap. We're never going to see him again. Oh, we'll see him at court every day. We're going to see him at court every day. We're going to definitely see him again. This is a circus. It's a waste of time. Oh, we definitely going to see Diddy again. We're going to see his ass right in court every damn day. So we haven't got another update for 13 minutes. It's been 13 minutes since we got another update. So what is really going on in this? We got no updates over here. We got no updates over there. So I'm wondering. They went to lunch and came back early. They had an early lunch. They didn't even. I think the judge is really trying to rush this case. I don't think this is gonna last 8 weeks. I think 6 weeks max. We on week number 2. I don't really see this going on. I don't see how you can do this for 8 weeks, because it's seeming like Carrie Morgan she'll be off the stand in the next hour. What is it? 2:30 right now? It's 2:30. I think by 3:30, she's definitely done by 4:00. I think she'll be done by 3:30. My opinion. I think that by the time they take another break and come back, they're going to be wrapping her up. As soon as they take another break, which is 1:30 my time, I say by 2:15, 2:30ish, they're going to get ready to wrap her ass up. Mark my words. They're going to get ready to wrap this up quick. They said Diddy was passing a note down to the lawyer who passed it to Agniflio. They said, trust me, they know what they're doing. They're not about to get embarrassed in front of the world. What do you mean they not about to? They getting embarrassed in front of the whole world. The world, Craig. The world, Craig. So they definitely getting cooked. They getting cooked right now. I ain't gonna lie, they getting cooked. What you talking about? They ain't gonna get embarrassed in front of the world. Shit, what you think happening right in front of our very eyes? They getting embarrassed in front of the world. Can we get 50 people to double tap that screen? I need 50 people to double tap that screen. We got $130 on the screen, y'all. We 70 away from 2 honey buns. Can I get 50 people to hit that double tap that screen? 50 people double tap that screen to get the likes up. They cooking themselves rather. They said by the end of the case, they said 7 weeks at first. I'm with you, Ratchet. I think 6 weeks at the most. Yeah, they gonna wrap this up in 6 weeks. This cannot go on. They said 6 to 8 weeks. I don't see this going 6 weeks. Not with the rate they going. The judge is tired. The judge is tired of talking about Cassie. He keep at, bro. Y'all got more questions? Do we got anything else? Y'all got something besides this? Why is this witness relevant? They even asked us, after Carrie, the next witness y'all got, why is this person even relevant to this case? Who is this? The judge don't even know what the hell going on no more. He trying to get the fuck up out of here. Judge said, bro, I got better cases to cover, but this is a waste of my damn time and the court's time. Y'all brought this dude up here. I agree he a fucked up person, but I'm not really seeing it, bro. I ain't really seeing a RICO. We got him up here for a whole federal RICO, and I'm still not seeing a RICO. Are we ever gonna get, damn it, to the RICO? Are we ever gonna get to the RICO? I'm waiting on the day that we actually get to the RICO. I don't know when that's coming, but I just want to know, are we ever going to get to the RICO? Because at this point, it's given, y'all don't want to talk about nothing but Cassie. And I'm frankly sick of fucking hearing about Cassie. I am tired of hearing about Cassie. Boy, they got Diddy on all these damn AI memes and shit. And then I'm still wondering why her and Cassie still not friends. This was your best friend for 18 years. You saying she didn't, hold up. She didn't support you when you were assaulted, but how did you support her when she was? When she was there for her? But still, see, the money was still coming in and shit like that. So this just struck me. So you're saying Cassie didn't support you when you were assaulted, but the police was standing right there in front of your face and Cassie's, and you didn't support her when she was assaulted. You could have been like, fuck that, Cassie, tell them what the fuck happened. No, tell them. I don't know. Fuck that. Tell them. That's a real friend. You see, you wasn't, I'm telling you, was jealous of all. You was jealous of Gina. You was jealous of Cassie. You see, I'm starting to pick your damn brain right quick. You just said, I didn't speak to her for 18 years, or for all these years. We was cool for 18 years. I stopped speaking to her because she didn't she didn't support me when I was assaulted. But the police came to the house and Cassie didn't say nothing. So you're going to blame her. She the one who didn't say nothing. They saw her bruised up. Oh, no, they saw the bruises on her face. They saw the black eye. They didn't say nothing. She didn't give her ID. So why you didn't go get the damn ID? If you, a real friend would have been like, fuck him. Fuck him, girl. I don't care about nothing. He did it. Look at her eyes. Look at this. It was Diddy. Diddy did it. Yes, it was Diddy. I seen it. I heard it. I witnessed it. He came over here with a hammer. He did it. I don't know what she talking about. Her name is Cassie Ventura. Her birth date is whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Girl, what did you do? Girl, tell these motherfuckers what happened. That's a real friend. They say, I haven't watched 2 RICO trials. Still haven't met RICO. They said, I want to see Jonathan Oddie's testimony. I don't know that he's testifying either. I haven't seen him on the witness list. They said, let's go all the way. They said, why all these celebrities uses the phrases that others will die for or kill for. That's why they still around. They said, that's what you call a friend. They said she tried. And she didn't try. The police was standing right there in your face and you didn't say nothing. So you didn't try. How was Cassie going to support her and she was getting beat too? That don't make sense. They said because it was tailor-made for the Italians. I'm just saying, bro, this don't make sense. She didn't support you, so you're one of them type of people. Well, she didn't support me, so it is what it is. Yeah, I ain't really sure about this. They say week 7, be patient. Be patient? Be patient? It's been 6 days and we still on Cassie. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. It's been 6 days and we still talking about Cassie. To my be patient. Well, how much more patience do I have to have? Because this, I don't want to have patience at this point. And these are the Cassie pictures, allegedly. It says some of the images the jury have been shown last week, according to Daily Mail. So this is the gash in Cassie's eyebrow. This is a picture of her. Wooty wooty woo. So here we go with the eyebrow. She had a gash in it. We got this picture of a busted lip. Got that picture of a busted lip with Cassie. We got this picture of another busted lip with Cassie. Allegedly. These are allegedly. I don't know. Allegedly, y'all. This is alleged. Allegedly. So these are some pictures that that they've been. Is this the Holland Tunnel we done went with her? It said making sure no takebacks. She wanted Cassie's spot. They said then she gets clapped by the Popo. So Popo's ain't finna clap her just for saying that Diddy did something. How was Cassie gonna support her and she was getting beat too? That don't make sense. Of course, I just want to know what in the fuck was she? What kind of moral support were you expecting from a drug addict who's getting beat? You got a girl that's on drugs. She getting her ass whooped. She's crying out for help, and you ain't helping your friend. Did you enter her in rehab? Did you sit down with her parents and tell her the things that you witnessed? You didn't have to tell the police. Did you go to her parents and tell her parents? Did you try to intervene? Did you try to give her an intervention? You knew your homegirl was on drugs. You knew your homegirl was getting beat. You knew your homegirl was going through all this traumatic stuff. But what did you do? You talking about Cassie didn't support you? What did you do to support Cassie? What did you do? Let's talk about that. Let's start right there. Don't move the goalpost. What did you do? All right, so it says, why haven't you spoken to her? She says she did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I draw the line at assault. You don't draw the line at assault because you knew she got assaulted and you didn't draw the line there. Anyway, he says, you reached a settlement with Miss Ventura. She says the money came from Mr. Combs. Agniflio shows Carrie Morgan photos, then asks. Agniflio says, do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation? Carrie Morgan says, yes. Agniflio says, why did you send him this with words of encouragement? Morgan says, I don't remember sending it. He says, okay. Oh, so now you didn't got caught. I told y'all what was going to happen. I said the defense is going to get up here and most likely they got receipts on everybody. They going to keep coming with receipts and these people ain't going to be able to answer none of the questions. I don't know. I don't recall that. I sent that. It's been so long. I don't remember sending that. I don't recall that one. I sent that. You saying it. That's me. That's my, let me see. That's my number. Yeah, that is my number, but that's my number, but it definitely was my, especially, it was, but I sent that. Oh, damn, that do say it sent from me. I don't remember that. I don't recall. I don't recall. He said, isn't Tootsie Roll a dance? It said, Cassie naming her son Frankie is diabolical when Diddy goes by Frank Black in the Freak-Offs. Exactly. She'll never forget Frankie. She ain't gonna never forget Frankie. Now the crazy, you named a girl that shit, so her name will be brought up every day to every witness. That's because that's all they got. I asked him, how much longer do we got to hear Cassie? How much longer are we gonna hear Cassie, bro? We are sick of hearing Cassie. He said, I want to show you a few more photos. Hold on. It says, she said, I don't remember sending it. He said, okay. Agniflio says, I want to show you a few more photos. But first, let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at this time? Carrie Morgan says, no. Agniflio says, what did he say? Carrie Morgan says, he said, who is she cheating with? Agniflio says, you went to an urgent care and not the hospital? Carrie Morgan says, right. Agniflio says, but you don't. The prosecutors. I think you told the prosecutors it was bloody, and you went to the hospital. Carrie Morgan says, I don't remember that. Agniflio says, look at this. 3,500 material, not shown to the jury. Again, we got another liar. Again, here we go. Boom. Another liar. Get her off the fucking stand ASAP. So let's get her out. Let's get Carrie up out of here. She just got caught in her life. They're catching folks up today. Everyone needs to go home and try again. Fam, the prosecutor's case is fucked. None of their witnesses are reliable. All you got is liars up on this damn stand. Again, Carrie Morgan got caught in lies. Where is Gina? Can you go find Kim Porter's book at this point? Because this is not given. What the fuck are y'all doing? They catching everybody left and right. Can we get 29 people to double tap the screen? Can I get 29 people to double tap the screen and get the likes up? 29 people double tap that screen for me. This is getting out of control. Told y'all Diddy got a dream team. All the women in they freak offs. Cassie is the only one who is now magically a victim. He said Allie went back to the tunnel she came out of. He said that's because they coming in with fake receipts. All that comes with the game, what they thought they was going to get money and drugs and ball out. Dude got tired of that shit and said, we need Gina and Carisha. Carisha ain't going to testify against Diddy. I can tell you that right now. Carisha won't be testifying against Diddy. Look, somebody commented back. I don't even see the comment they left. I said, boom, another liar. Said somebody had commented back. Oh, no, that wasn't on mine. Let's see. I don't know, y'all. This is looking bad. They just caught her ass up, too. They gave her that damn exhibit. They gave her that exhibit quick. They said, you went to an urgent care and not the hospital, right? She's like, right. They're like, but you told the prosecutors it was bloody and you went to the hospital. I don't remember saying that. Turn to this page. Like, hold my beer real quick. Turn to this page right here because you're damn sure. You said it. Your ass said it. So you might not be. You told them you went to the hospital. But we found out you went to an urgent care. Why this ain't in the prosecution report? Why they didn't report that you didn't go to the hospital? You went to an emergency care. So who the fuck does that? Who goes to? Why don't you go to the hospital where you can get him in trouble at? You can go to the hospital with these wounds and go ahead and get him. Like if he did this, if Diddy would have beat your ass and you broke your friendship. See, I'm thinking like a lawyer right now, and I will put this into the jury's mind. So you telling me Diddy put his hands on you and this ruined your relationship because she didn't support you? You could have went to the hospital and cooked Diddy your damn self. You could have went to the police. You could have did any of the contrary. Why the fuck you go to an urgent care and not the hospital, and this ended your friendship with her? You was done with Cassie at this point, so you had nothing to protect. Yeah, it's relevant. We see you team Cassie, but think logical here, sweetie. They are all liars. This getting thrown at this point. I see that you team Cassie, and we get it. You're emotional. You got some emotional attachment to this case, but the fact of the matter remains, they are cooking this damn case. They are cooking this. Somebody replied to me and said, that's a reach though. Urgent care or the hospital doesn't make a difference in my opinion. Your stories are changing. Every witness has a pattern of going to the government and boom, new story to fit what they want. I'm not slow. Sorry, I'm not slow. So I see exactly what the hell going on. What's going on is everybody is they got a pattern. Everybody well, the feds want Diddy. It's obvious they want Diddy. So they get these people that have these testimonies and like, okay, well, it might be better if you say this. Maybe if you flip that and say that, then we got something better. So let's take that out. Let's just say this. No, they got a pattern of getting people with the government, and all of a sudden, boom, their stories have changed. It ain't no damn reach. It ain't no reach. Y'all just want everything to fit Cassie's narrative because y'all are Team Cassie. But the fact of the matter remains, these people getting cooked. These people are getting cooked. We see you, Team Cassie. Yeah, this ain't looking good, y'all. They say it's been a day today. Who y'all think is winning today? The prosecutors or the defense? Let me know in the chat. Who do y'all think is winning this right now? The prosecution or the defense? Let me know in the chat. Who do y'all think is winning? And Bria, you got a lot to say, Bria. Bring your ass back on over here, Bria. I'm going to make you mad today. Come on back over here, Bria. They said, but my thing is, why would she be mad at Cassie for not taking her side when Diddy hit her? She knew Cassie would not do that to Diddy and was not playing about, but y'all keep talking to each other. Say, Miss Nitta, the difference for maybe I can help. So urgent care is not a hospital. It's fast track. So not really considered an emergency. You waited on quicker, etc. They said defense is winning. Defense is winning. Somebody said the prosecution is winning. They said let him cook. The defense, they said, Diddy hurt people. You got to be in and out. The money reached far quickly. Defense slow cooking. Defense is kicking their ass. They said Coco, you couple ones from the last 20 minutes don't show meep. Huh? It says Gene, the security guard, just went into court. He's the truth. I look at Gene just like I look at Diddy. Gene Deal is just as much of a monster as P. Diddy is, in my opinion. He's just as much of a monster as P. Diddy is. I'm not slow. I'm afraid that you are. Boy, shut the fuck up. Where's the proof? Where the proof? Shut up. Where is the proof of anything anybody's saying? All these people is lying. All these people is liars. Carrie Morgan says, I see that I said that. Now cross-examination. I think they meant redirect. AUSA, so they just got there and cooked that girl. And now I guess they finna redirect. So AUSA gets back up there. They just cooked her. She just got up there and said that she told the prosecutors it was bloody and she had to go to the hospital. She says she don't remember saying that. They gave her an exhibit and she goes, oh, I see I did say that. And they're like, all right, cool, we good on you. So the AUSA says, do you remember Mr. Agniflio asking you about an incident in L.A.? And Agniflio says, objection, overruled. AUSA Foster says, and he hit her like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. And here we go again about Cassie. This case keeps looking like a CIA op. They keeping us distracted. Meanwhile, where them drones at? Anybody remember them drones? They said, we saw 50 drones coming out of the ocean and we saw another 50 hovering in the sky. The drones were taking over and these drones were something that they could manipulate us and strike us down. And then all of a sudden they came back and said, oh no, that was just regular people that was just flying drones from their homes. Nothing to worry about. Don't even bring that up again. It was just regular people just flying their drones and we just got misunderstood. It was just, don't worry about it, y'all. I know we said all that shit, but just forget what we said and get back to normal life. And what happened? Everybody said, okay, well, let's get back to normal life. Nobody gives a fuck about the drones no more, right? And y'all like, what does this got to do with Diddy? Nothing but everything. But anyway, we'll continue. Let's talk about Diddy. This case means nothing. This is a bullshit case. Everybody in the world is distracted with the Diddy case. Diddy case is a fucking distraction. Thank you, Decked Out here, for even saying that, because I wasn't even paying attention to that, but I definitely be paying attention. We want to know where all them aliens is. They said, could be. This is a distraction, Cocoa Butter. This is one huge distraction. We should be talking about so much more. Where are the Epstein files that y'all was supposed to be getting to us? Then why did y'all give us Martin Luther King files and all y'all did was expose him? Then you give JFK and give us the real drop on JFK. You gave us the real drop on JFK and exposed Martin Luther King. I got answers. I need questions. I got questions. I need answers about that as well. I need some answers. You keep asking for proof as if you're going to it. My dude, you are not, will never be in the courtroom, nor are you on the jury. Shut the F up. Boy, do you know who you talking to? Oh, I put spell talking wrong. Hold on. Damn it, I put tackling too. Talking to. God damn it. I'm big motherfucking ratchet. Do your homework. Goofy. Get the fuck off my shit. I ain't finna respond to you no more. Get your goofy ass on, dog. You don't know who the fuck you talking to. Alright, so let's see. Carrie Morgan said, I see that I did say that. Now cross-examination, AUSA Foster says, do you remember Mr. Agnifilo asking you about an incident in L.A.? They said, objection, overruled. AUSA Foster says, and he hit her like in Jamaica, arguing about jealousy. AUSA Foster says, what happened in Jamaica? Carrie Morgan says, he dragged Cassie by her hair. A 50-yard hallway. AUSA says, was he talking about jealousy? Carrie Morgan says, no. He says she spent too long in the bathroom. AUSA says, nothing further. They says, any recross? Agnifilo says, now. Yo, what the fuck? What you mean? That's it? So Carrie's done. Carrie, I told y'all she wasn't finna last long. I told y'all she'd be off there stand by 2:30, 3:30. Well, 2:30 my time, 3:30. I told you by 3:30 she was going to be off that damn stand. She gone. She is gone. So that's it. Another liar. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. I'm big mother effing ratchet, so you're nobody. I'm definitely somebody. Go to YouTube. Type in Ratchet TV and you shall see. Small fry. Go type my name in on YouTube and you'll see exactly who I am. Now that's where I can give myself a little promo. Gotta get a promo out. So, oh, they done? They done? I guess that's it. They said next witness is hold on. They said no recross. They just said Agnifilo just waved them off. You know how you got you out there on ISO, the double team coming. They finna set the pick. You see I'll take both of these motherfuckers. Don't even wave them off. I don't need no help. I got this. They said next witness is David James. AUSA says, why are you here? That's a very crazy ass first question to ask somebody. Why are you here? David James says, I've been subpoenaed. AUSA says, were you Combs' personal assistant? David James says from 2007 to 2009. AUSA says, who is in this photo? David James says, that is David James. That is yourself? Yes. Why would you show a nigga a picture of him and say, is that me? Is that you? When you clearly see. I'm so done with these feds, dog. Said not Dura Hall, John Oates, Queen. Another one bites the dust. Carrie sounds like she was all over the place. Why put her on that stand? She sounds like she is still mad about something or somebody. Man. Yeah, I don't know why their witness list is horrible. What's wrong with that? He should have dragged her 100 yards. Damn, Antonio said he should have dragged her 100 yards. Why are they back on Cassie? It said, shout out, Ratchet, salute. They said, call P. Diddy. It said, P. Diddy is cooked. There is no defense winning. You cannot win when you have so much evidence that talks to himself provided. So he is cooking. He cooked himself. Eli, nah, I don't agree. Right, Ratchet trying to throw all of us off in what was really going on. Exactly. It's a lot going on that they don't want us talking about. Domestic violence over jealousy is not ex-trafficking. David James is on the stand. Y'all, who is this guy? This Diddy ex-personal assistant, which Now, I do think this person's finna come with some shit, but I don't think they finna come with nothing credible as far as I think that the defense is going to have a lot of messages from him that's going to allude to a lot of other shit. It said he refers to himself in third person. Hold on. Show's pick. Is this you? Yes. No further questions. Show's pick. Is this you? Yes. No further questions, Your Honor. These people, they don't got no proof of nothing. I'm talking about these prosecutors are whoever these people are should be excused from the prosecution team when this is all said and done. They should be excused. They said that was quick. Yeah, these people should be excused. So anyway, they says next witness is David James. AUSA says, why are you here? David James says, I've been subpoenaed. AUSA says, were you Combs' personal assistant? David James says, from 2007 to 2009. AUSA says, who is in that photo? David James says, that is David James. AUSA says, that is yourself? Yes. David James says, I went to college in Michigan. Later, I fixed my resume to Bad Boy. AUSA says, where was the interview? David James says, 1710 Broadway. AUSA says, who did you meet? David James says, Tommy, his sister Keisha, and others. Man, this is pointless as hell. This case is pointless as fuck. I'm serious, bro. This case is pointless, dog. I don't know. The line of questioning, say, why are you here? Y'all niggas subpoenaed me. Who are you? I'm David James. Who is this? That is David James. Is that you? Yes. What in the fuck? Where are we going with this? Like, the prosecution team got to be the goofiest fucking prosecution team that I've ever seen in my life. Who is in the picture? David James is in the David James refers to the picture as, hey, that's David James. Why are you talking about yourself in third person? Nigga, it's you. Just say it's me in the picture. Who's in the picture? That picture? That's David James. Aren't you David James? Yes. Get him the fuck off this stand, please. AUSA says, how did they test you? David James says, they gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs ask you? David James says, to make a spreadsheet for Miami. Get to the fucking Rico already. Get to the fucking Rico, man. Can we please get to the Rico? This is the most pointless bullshit we've never had to endure, bro. I'm serious. I said Tommy Mottola. Yeah, they're not even saying who is Tommy. So, what's going on here? Is everybody in this room confused, or is it just me? Can y'all tell me in the chat? Is everybody confused, or is it just me? I don't know who are these witnesses? Why are they here? What is going on? I'm thinking Carrie mad she didn't get paid, y'all, because who comes out of court smiling and runs to the car? Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Let me go make my dog lay down. Hold on. I can hear my dogs doing the most. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hey, go lay down. Go lay down. Down. Lay down. Lay down. Stop. Stop. Lay down, Prince. They're not listening to you. They in there doing the most. They said, man, fuck what you talking about. They looked at me and rolled their damn eyes and kept doing exactly what they was doing. Fuck it. Let them rock out. Anyway, so they said, how did they test you? David James said, they gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You had to, for example, know what time a particular show at Hot 97 came on. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs ask you? David James says to make a spreadsheet for Miami. Man. They said, right, we up here talking about Excel for real. They asking questions about Microsoft Word and shit. They asking questions about Microsoft Word and shit. We don't give a damn about none of this. But what the hell is going on? Y'all over here talking about Microsoft Word, Excel. Could he do PowerPoint, spreadsheets? You know what I'm saying? What color his pencil was in the office. We speaking about everything except for this damn Rico. And then David James says, I said I'd know his food and restaurant preference. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop. And I got the job. Get this bitch ass nigga. Get this bitch ass nigga off the fucking stage. I'm serious. Get off the stage. This nigga said, I said, can't stop, won't stop, and got the job. Man. Fam, this is a joke, right? Like what the fuck? This got to be a joke, right? At this point, this has got to be a fucking joke. What are we doing? This is a joke, right? Can't stop, won't stop. Then I got the job. Get his ass off the stand. Man, I'm over this shit. Oops. Oh, shit. Hold on. My bad. This is a joke, right? Can't stop, won't stop. Then I got the job. Get his ass off the stand now. What in the fuck are we talking about, dog? What are we even talking about? This dude said, I said, can't stop, won't stop, and I got the job. They said, David James says, I said, I'd know his food and restaurant preferences. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop. I got the job. AUSA said, did he have others? David James says, Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, and others. Y'all, this is bullshit. Like, they're playing with us at this point, right? I'm so happy I'm not on the jury. I would have flew out of my chair. Ain't no fucking way. As soon as he would have said can't stop, won't stop, I would have been like, man, get that nigga the fuck up. I'm cool, dog. Diddy's innocent at this point. They said James knows his food preference. Bush. They say, you know, Combs is giggling too. Al B. Sure just dropped out from testifying against Diddy. He said Thursday his mom died over the weekend. I bet, never mind, let me just stop. Right by can't stop, won't stop, and got the job. They playing with us. Yeah, they playing with our tops now. They playing on our tops. We talking about, hold on, somebody said, we talking about fake receipts now. They said, yes, they making a mockery at this point. They said, you so dramatic. You so blocked. Get BC out my chat. Tell me I'm so dramatic. Get your goofy ass. Bro, you be doing too much. Eric, you can go too. Can y'all get Eric, McCray, and BC out the chat, please, and thank you. Get them goofy ass niggas the fuck out my chat. Just bullshit. I'm not over the top. I'm not doing too much. I ain't doing enough. If you ask me, then get your bitch ass out my chat. Get Eric McCray out there too. 2 comments up. Thank you. 2 comments up. Get Eric McCray up out of here. Let's go ahead and get Eric up out of here too. Somebody, one of my mods, get Eric McCray out of here. Since I'm doing too much, you won't have to see me do nothing else. David James says, I said I'd know his restaurant preference. He asked me why I'd make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop. I got the job. AUSA says, did he have others? He says, Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, and others. AUSA says, what would you do as an assistant? David James says, bad boy to 5, then out to dinner, then studio to 3 a.m., we'd get a call, time to end the night. What in the fuck is going on, bro? This is, I don't know, dog. At this point, I'm over this case, dog. Man, I'm over this. They just playing at this point. At this point, they just sitting there playing with us. I'm over this shit. I can't with this no more. They just sitting here playing with us. Like really, at this point, they just sitting here playing with us. Hey, Ratchet cracking whips. Oh, he made that song. They said y'all better leave Ratchet alone. Y'all don't know what the hell they. I don't know what the hell they on. Said, I'm gonna let y'all know if I get the job. So, yeah, next time I do it, well, you will never see me on the interview. But I should just go do a fake interview and record that shit and be like, so why should you get this job? Can't stop, won't stop. Excuse me? Can't stop, won't stop. You're not gonna. That's it. That can't stop, won't stop. So what would you do if? Given you had a line of customers and you didn't know and you just were panicking, it was just overwhelming. How would you feel? Can't stop, won't stop. That would just be, if I did an interview, I just answer every question is can't stop, won't stop, and I see if I can get the job like that. If he did it, I can do it. If you got a job by saying can't stop, won't stop, I would get a job by saying can't stop, won't stop. Nah, but this is a joke at this fucking point. I'm over this shit, dog. It said, bro. Yeah, they just playing at this point. Yeah, they just in there playing with us. At this point, they just in there playing with us. I don't know what else to say besides my nigga. What the y'all got to be kidding, right? Chat, be serious. What are y'all thinking right now? How do y'all feel about this, chat? Do y'all take this shit serious anymore? Because I damn sure am not taking this shit serious no more. This case is a fucking joke. Okay, so AUSA says, what did you do as an assistant? David James says, bad boy till 5, then out to dinner, then to the studio till 3 a.m. We'd get a call time to end at the end of the night. AUSA says, did you travel with Mr. Combs as well? David James says, yes. AUSA says, who were the security staff? David James says, D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Polly. AUSA says, you work 20 hours a day? David James says, yes, security did too. Get to the point. David James. Get to the point, bro. Because I'm sick of seeing David James' name. Can we get him the hell off the stage? David James will fuck around and be up here till 4 o'clock and they're going to be done with his ass. How much y'all want to bet they're going to be done with James by about 4 o'clock? James, they're going to have another witness on stand before this. That's crazy they done went through all these damn witnesses today. But at this point, this is a joke, right? Like, I feel like they playing a joke on this. I feel like they said, now the jury, how much of your salary, they said, now tell the jury how much your salary and benefits were. I don't even give a fuck nothing about what he talking about. They said, LOL, he's his weak ass. Facts. This motherfucker got no credibility. I don't know. His credibility is shot. He ain't got no credibility to me. Get this dude the fuck off. Get him the hell up off this stand. I want to get to the damn point already. So Uncle Polly and Diddy. Here go Uncle Polly. So we got a picture of Uncle Polly coming in here. Uncle damn Polly, man. Man. So he never slept. 20 hours. Guess he couldn't stop. I guess he really couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. He said, I am screaming. They said, LOL, P. Diddy. I see why this individual got fired, because like watching paint dry and burn. I'm lost and mad because it's a hot-ass mess. Now this can't stop, won't stop type shit. They say, right, the distraction must be powerful. Free P. Diddy. Huge joke. Diddy finna Diddy bop to his cell, I would. They said, this is one giant elite roost. Bring the Ricos. So far, I'm seeing nothing to throw Diddy ass in prison. Free Diddy. He's gonna say, can't nobody hold me down. I gotta keep moving on. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Can't nobody take my pride. Can't nobody hold me down. So far, feeds this man. Wonder how soon until the judge gets sick of this. He said, I wonder how long till the judge gets sick of this joke and this trial comes to an end. Hopefully soon. Because I can't take this serious any longer. I can't take this serious any longer, dog. I'm being serious, y'all. Being real. I can't look at this trial and I don't take this serious anymore. I don't know if y'all feeling the same way. I don't take this trial serious anymore at all. I think that this is a huge distraction, and I think Diddy ass is about to walk. I think Diddy ass is about to walk, dog. I'm being serious. At this point, Diddy about to walk. AUSA says, did you travel with Mr. Combs as well? David James says, yes. AUSA says, who were the security staff? David James says, D-Rock, Bonds, and Uncle Polly. AUSA says, you work 20 hours a day. David James says, yes, security did too. So all y'all worked. So why haven't we, can we get the security up here? Can we stop calling pointless ass people up here? I keep hearing David James. Fuck David James. I keep hearing D-Rock, Bonds, and now we got Uncle Polly. Okay, is Uncle Polly coming to testify? Is D-Rock testifying? Because D-Rock named and been up here about 50 times already. D-Rock done seen and heard everything. So can we get D-Rock to, if Cassie's telling the truth, not saying she's a liar, bring D-Rock up here. Is Carrie Morgan telling the truth? Not calling her a liar, but let's bring D-Rock up here because D-Rock can basically tie the knots together and we could be like, okay, so D-Rock saying it did happen. Okay, so D-Rock might be a credible witness. If D-Rock witnessed all these things, and this is all y'all talking about, D-Rock might be your key witness here. Why can't we bring D-Rock up to the damn stand? AUSA says, what did security staff tell you? David James says, to stay in my lane. AUSA says, who said that? David James says, Bond, Uncle Polly. AUSA says, focusing on the personal chef. Who is it? And it says, Chef Jordan Atkinson. Man, now we're talking about the personal chef. Please make this relevant. They said that was a red flag right there. What the hell is even going on? I don't even know. I don't know. I'm just covering this shit. I'm just here so I don't get fined. I don't even know why the hell we here at this point. I'm really just here so I don't get fined. They said, I think D-Rock will be charged. They say baby boy and baby oil. Say now they done brought in the cook. D-Rock probably missing too because he knows shit. Where he at, bring him out. Yeah, D-Rock need to testify. Can't stop, won't stop. Hey gang, everybody go outside tonight and look up. I bet y'all aliens is up there listening to this trial like what? They said, D-Rock, please come to the stand. Right, Ratchet, because from Dawn to Mary to now this lane, can't stop, won't stop looking at fool. They need to all stop. They said he needs to walk on this shit. Put Big Homie on the stand. Big Homie ain't got no credibility either. If D-Rock take the stand, they gonna add another charge. They said rebuttal, take that, hilarious. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is becoming a joke. This is becoming a fucking joke, and I'm over this joke. They playing with us at this point, man, and I'm getting tired of them playing. All right, it says, AUSA says, did Mr. Combs have a girlfriend then? David James says, Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie. Oh, so he's snitching. This nigga says he had Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie. AUSA says, what was your first conversation with Cassie? David James says, we were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy. Get him off the fucking stand, bro. Get him off the fucking stand, y'all. Can we just please get him the fuck off the stand? Can we please get him the fuck off the stand, please? I say this gives Hugh Hefner vibes. Yeah, just giving Lion vibes. It said massive girlfriends. Wow. Sounds like a rap song. It was Keisha, Katisha, Yana, Solana. This niggas, they playing, dog, what they really want from her. Tell me what what they really want from. Man, this dude up there, it was Cassie, Lassie, Sassy, and Jazzy. Get this nigga the fuck up off here, dog. I said, there it goes, Star Island. Hangers, skillets, and can't stop, won't stop. Hell, I'm about to stop listening to this shit. Free Diddy, y'all. Hey, I'm gonna like Diddy in 5. I ain't gonna lie, Diddy in 5 at this point. The feds have D-Rock schooling him, trying to tell him what to say. Where are all those missing kids from Detroit? Man. So I wish we could see. Hold on. Somebody said, I wish we could see the judge's face. I'm dying, Ratchet. What they really want? What they really want from us at this point, dog? What do they really want from us? Because just get him off the stand, bro. I don't even know where we. Did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then? David James says Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie. AUSA says, what was your first conversation with Cassie? David James says, we were on Star Island. Carrie Morgan was there too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy. David James says, I asked her, why don't you leave? She said, Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment. AUSA says, next conversation? David James says, it was about her music, but the album never came out. AUSA says, did you overhear a conversation? David James says, yes. This nigga lying. You really think Diddy's personal assistant was able to get that close to Cassie and start talking to her about her life and career? Or do you think Diddy had this nigga on a leash and Diddy would have whooped his ass? Y'all really think, let's be serious for a second. Do y'all believe this shit? This dude is a fucking liar. I thought this nigga was going to come up and have some type of receipts or something. You was a personal assistant. You coming up here. Well, I asked her, why didn't she leave? Why didn't you just leave? They said, this nigga lying. Yeah, this dude full of shit. This dude full of shit. He making it up as he goes. Yeah, this dude full of shit, man. This got to be, I'm serious, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen or heard in my life. What in the fuck is we doing right now? David James says, Mr. Combs said, Kim is my queen. Out in LA with my family. He said, I have Cassie right where I want her. She's young and moldable. AUSA says, Your Honor, how much longer do you want to... AUSA says, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break. The AUSA begging for a break at this, like, timeout. We need a timeout, coach. We don't even know what the fuck we doing at this. This would be a good time. Nigga, the judge probably like, what the fuck are we doing? A good time for a break? No, it's a good time to get to the fucking point. Please. What the hell you mean it's a good time to take a break? We want to get to the damn point. What are you talking about? It's a good time to take a break. It's a good time to get to the fucking point. What the hell is you talking about? What the hell is we talking? What the hell? They say, I like this witness. 2 great witnesses today. What case I want to ask her, what case are you watching? I really want to know. This girl crazy as hell right here. I would love to talk to her just to pick her brain. This girl crazy as hell talking about 2 good witnesses. What fucking case you watching? The judge says, we'll break for the day. What? That's it? Wait, what? What? What a waste. Got me typing all fucked up. Wait, what the fuck they mean break for the day? I don't know, bro. I don't know. The judge just said we'll break for the day. They just took off at 3 o'clock. They're like, you know what? The judge is confused. I think the judge might be just as confused as us. I think the judge might be just as confused as us. What in the hell is going on? What? This nigga like moldable. Yeah, come on. This nigga, I don't believe none of that dude got up there and said, what in the hell is going on? I don't know. Are y'all just as confused as me? The judge is tired of this dude, made the judge head her. The judge said, you know what, I'm going home. Fuck this, man. The judge just looked at them like, all right, bro, let's just leave for the day, bro. I'm going home. My wife cooking spaghetti tonight anyway. Fuck this. My wife definitely cooking spaghetti. I'm finna get the hell on up out of here. I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point, y'all. I don't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, they breaking for the day. So, oh wow, so soon? Dang, prosecution won today by far. I'm gonna just say we clearly not watching the same case. You seem a tad bit delusional. You seem a tad bit delusional, man. Just a tad bit. For the day, thought we was just getting started. Yeah, I thought we was finna cook. Because the cross-examination gonna cook this dude. They don't even know what questions to ask. Yeah, this shit is a waste of damn time. So y'all, I guess that's it for today. I'm not really sure what to take from that, but yeah, we done for the day. I guess we getting the hell up out of here early today, y'all. We've been here 5.5 hours. I thought we still had another hour. Cause you know, I've been putting in them damn almost 7-hour lives. I was ready. My hands rubbing like Birdman. I drank the rest of my coffee. I'm geeked up right now. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I was geeked up, ready to continue. I don't know why the hell we stopped, but I guess this was a good stopping point, y'all. So again, I guess tomorrow, same time, same place. Y'all know how we get down over here. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure you got all your notifications turned on to all. I don't really know, y'all. So that's it for today. I left this stream more confused as to when I came in. So what I will tell y'all do is make sure you got your notifications turned to all notifications. They did a recap of the Diddy trial on Chat Trap Official last night. Leash did a good live yesterday on Chat Trap, so make sure y'all get to that Chat Trap live. It's on my community wall. If y'all missed it, go to my community wall if you want to watch some more Diddy footage, or not footage, coverage, and hear how people was thinking about it. She'll be doing a recaps over there on her live. I still am planning on doing an open panel here soon, but today I'm leaving more confused than I came in. So get into the comment section after I get off this live. I'll probably be able to catch me a nap because I'm tired as hell. I need to go get something to eat anyway. So it's all good. I see y'all back here at 8. We'll probably be here a little earlier tomorrow. Probably be like around 8:30. And I did it today at 8:45. It'll be 8:30, 8:45. Just be looking for the I will put a thumbnail up at some point today. It'll be before tonight. Don't NBA come on today? Let me look. Don't the Timberwolves play today? No, they don't. Oh, they play tomorrow. Damn it, that's not till tomorrow. Hold on, that's not till tomorrow. Okay, so we ain't got no games today. And Pacers don't play till Wednesday. Damn. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow. So we ain't got nothing to do tonight. We just chilling. So all right, y'all. Make sure y'all get into the comment section. I will be off here and I will catch y'all in the morning, bright and early. Y'all get your coffee ready, your candy, cookies, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Get your breakfast burritos, your McDonald's breakfast, get your Waffle House. It's going down in the morning, man. I'm finna get the hell up off here. I will see y'all bright and early in the morning, man. Salute to the gang. Salute to the gang. Salute to the motherfucking gang, man. We finna get up out of here. I love y'all more than y'all will ever know. It's your boy Big Ratchet. That's Ratchet Gang. And this is Ratchet TV. I'm out, gang. Tone bite.